Grand finals as well. 4 teams remain, and today, by the end of the day, we get to find out who the champion is going to be. I'm your host, Noah. With me starting out the day are Makes, Dratnos, and Tettles, and this is it. I mean, this is where we find out if Echo can win yet another one, or if one of our other 3 teams will be able to rise up and claim the crown. But Dratnos, it seems like that's a possibility that's more likely than it's been in a long time.
Yeah, of the 4 teams that have made it through to Sunday, I think you could make a compelling case for any one of them to take down the weekend. Of course, Echo and Mandatory are the favorites right now as they are sitting in the upper bracket. Between the two of them, I think Mandatory has looked better so far this weekend, but of course it's very hard to go against Echo as they have won 5 of the last 6 global finals that they've played in, something like that. So pretty scary customer. And then in the lower bracket, you've got Perplexed and Legendary, who have also looked incredible in some of their runs. Perplexed Ruby Life Pools was just out of this world. Legendary 2-0ing Cheese, who were 1 wipe away from beating Echo and being in the upper bracket right now. So, I mean, yeah, it's going to be incredibly tight, and you could see all of these series going either way.
Oh yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if we see a lot of game 3s. We saw almost all game 3s yesterday out of our matches, except for just one. But Makes, do you agree? Do you think it's going to be as tight as it was yesterday in terms of map-to-map results?
Oh, I think it has to be. After everything we've seen, the 4 remaining teams are just so good and so close to each other that I couldn't really see this go any other way. I was surprised that we had even one
어제까지 좀 컨디션이 안 좋았는데 오늘도 그러니까 어제는 진짜 아예 목소리가 아예 안 나와가지고
I mean, I suppose Legendary, the only team being involved in 2-0s
오늘은
at all out
그래도
of our top 4 this weekend. They were
소리는
2-0 on day 1,
나오든
then 2-0 on
컨디션은
day 2.
괜찮거든요. 그냥 목이
Here's our
장
format for the
그런
weekend.
상태.
Obviously, we had 8
어제까지는
teams
진짜
when we started this thing on
컨디션도
Friday.
너무 안
It was double
좋아가지고
elim, best of 3, which continues today up until the finals, which is going to be a best of 5.
이번
Lot of money on the
시즌 대회가
line, of
보면
course. It's all about the
아시겠지만
bragging rights.
그러니까
It's all about
루트들이
being
다
crowned
단순해요.
champion, of course, as well.
던전들이 다
And then you can see
일자
some of the
던전 그런 게
dungeons down there
많아가지고
as well. The biggest one
루트의
probably is
다양성이
that
좀
each team
없다
does get to
보니까
ban a dungeon, but the
혹시나
first
이제
dungeon
한
of
2,
the
3위권
series
정도
is
되는
not
팀들이
eligible to be banned. So
필살기
we know what
루트를
one
좀
we're going to
가지고
play, at least at the
왔다면은
beginning anyway. So
결과가 좀
Tettles,
뒤집어질 수도 있네.
let's
어제는
kind of jump
쉬었어요.
into talking about the affixes
어제는
here.
방송을 하고
Obviously,
싶어도
the Alethkar
그
Academy,
목소리가
that's
아예
a
안
good one, I
나왔어요.
think, to focus on, because not only is it one of our higher keys this weekend, but it's
오늘은
also the
목소리
first key we
나오잖아요.
get to see in our next match.
Yeah, so we've actually seen Echo play Alethkar Academy 2 times, and their strategies in that dungeon are very fast. I think that whenever you watch the Alethkar Academy, this is like, for Echo, it's like the Echo gap that you normally have seen in past MDIs, where they have just a ridiculous strategy and an insane time if things go well. Now, we saw in that map versus Cheese, though, that things can go poorly in a hurry if any mistakes are made. And on top of that, like you said, it's a higher affix level. It's a 23 with Sanguine on top of that, with Explosive, and so that opens you up for a lot of other potential mistakes. We haven't seen Mandatory play AA, so what is that Alethkar Academy for them going to look like? Is it going to look something similar to what we saw from Echo? Are they going to be taking their own adaptation on how this dungeon is going to function? What are comps going to look like? There's a lot of questions for Mandatory, but I think for Echo, if they're able to play their game plan in that match 11, they should be in a good spot in the Alethkar Academy.
Yeah, well, let's zero in on that. Oh, go ahead.
Something that's very interesting is so far in the Alethkar Academy, we're seeing Warlocks from the other teams. We haven't seen Mandatory play Warlock at all in the MDI yet, neither in the time trials, nor in their group weekend, nor in this weekend. So is that even something that they're opting to do? Are they looking for that Warlock, or do they even play an alternative comp?
It's actually a really good question, because teams are playing both Fire Mage and Affliction Warlock.
어제 안 봤어요, 안
Crims
봤어.
is typically the ranged player on that team, but Crims is
어제는 그냥
a Fire Mage
자고
player.
일어나서
And so,
그냥
like, then you also
결과만
want
대충
Barrel Druid
봤어요.
on top of that, so you would have in most
에코랑
situations
그
Mace
만다토리랑 한
playing
판씩
that
친 거?
AF lock because he flexes to most
결과만
range.
하긴 했죠.
So then is RX gonna play AF? Are they gonna play a different composition? Like, is RX gonna stick on that Unholy DK that he's been playing a lot of? I don't know. It's really interesting.
That's the question. Yeah. Who knows? We should mention too. We've mentioned this a couple times this weekend, but Mandatory is the squad a lot of people out there might know as Monka,
오늘은
but they
진짜
got
살짝
picked up by
기대가
the
되는
big
게
French esports org
에코나
Mandatory, and
만다토리는
so thus the name
오늘까지는
changed.
아마 그
Thus the
스페셜 루트를
the difference in
오픈을
name,
안
which is
했을
the
거란
same
말이죠.
name change, I believe. But That's it's great for them. I mean, it's huge to get picked up. They've been such a good squad for a while, so it's nice to see that recognition come in the shape of being part of a big team now.
오늘은 아마 숨겨진 뭐 그런 루트가 있으면 아마 오프닝이 될 수도 있죠.
Yeah, bans on Temple of the Jade Serpent and Court of Stars. So that leaves us with AA, Shadow Moon Burial Grounds, and Halls of Valor.
Okay,
I'm surprised.
Dranos, what do you make of it? Or anyone?
a quick note
You
on
guys go,
stats. Out of the 3 dungeons, Mandatory currently holds the fastest route in 2 of them.
어제
the Shadow Moon
대학에서
Burial Grounds
그
and the Halls of Valor,
에코가
whereas
이제
Echo has the
어제가
overall
아니고
fastest
그저께구나.
time in the Algathar Academy.
벨리아랑
I think we're
이렇게
gonna see a
야드?
change, Stratnos.
야드가
I feel like Echo are likely to have
세
the edge in the
마리를
Algathar
중보에 갖다
Academy.
붙이는 그
I
필링을
think that
했죠.
is their
보적이나 양꾼 없이.
more likely map. Now they did look shaky in there against Cheese, right? They nearly lost
만다토리에서
this map
그걸
when they played
카피를
against
했을
Cheese,
거거든요.
and if it weren't for a disaster at the very end from Cheese, they would have lost and they would be in the lower bracket right now. But their pathing and their strat in here seems fast and it seems solid. Whereas Tettles, like you were saying, you know, the mandatory comp, I'm unsure how they can fit the Affliction Warlock that does so well in this dungeon into their comp without making like several swaps that we haven't seen yet out of them. Now, Mandatory is a world-class team. They could do that. They could have that as their plan. But it is by default something that I'm assuming they might not do, right? Or something that may be costly for them to do. So we'll see if they have that ready or if they want to take a different approach. We saw Perplexed just use a rogue in here instead of a warlock, right? And they were a little bit slower perhaps as a result, but it was also fine.
Just a couple of other things. First off, I didn't really like Echo's Court of Stars.
만다토리가 그 어제도 별궁에서 한 판 진 걸로 기억하는데 결국은 뭔가 카드를 숨기고 있거나
Mandatory banning that out is a really interesting decision.
아니면 아예
On top of
준비를
that,
안
too,
했거나
our
둘 중에
second
하나
map's
같아요.
gonna be that Shadow Moon Burial Grounds, which on day 1 we saw Echo lose to Thunder.
I'm trying to remember if we saw Mandatory play Court of Stars yet this weekend. Have we? I don't believe we have.
I don't think so,
have
no.
not.
Yeah.
So
and
it may just
that's
be a
what the
permaban
dungeon-
from them. Yeah.
Right. I was going to say that's the dungeon where people have been trying the 4 DPS compositions, and you know maybe it's a thing where they don't have that prepared. I'm not sure. That's obviously a big assumption, but it is interesting to see that be kind of the ban from them. Yeah, because they did ban that out a couple times.
think,
Yeah, sometimes you have these brackets where you can just ban a map in every series. It's never your
Right.
first map, and then if you do that, you have one less map that you need to worry about, especially Court of Stars, if you would need to think about stuff like double DPS. You know, it can make sense to just remove that practice time entirely and focus on the
목한님
other maps.
안녕하세요.
It does mean you kind of lose the ability to
네,
ban
오늘이 마지막 날인데.
reactionary against whatever your
하필
opponents have shown
이
to be good at,
파이널하는
though.
주간에 제가 컨디션이 너무 안 좋아가지고
Makes Echo has the best Temple of the Jade Serpent time even over Mandatory, right?
오늘은 목소리만 안 좋고 몸 상태는 괜찮아요. 그 목소리는 제가 어제를 아예 쉬었는데도 회복이 안 돼가지고 그나마 첫날보단 좀 낫죠.
I mean, I
It's one of
guess
those
it's maybe a
things
아,
toss
준수님
up.
안녕하세요.
Yeah, at that time differential, but I guess I'm kind of surprised.
도단에서 그거 혹시 쓰나요? 꽃 3마리 붙이는 거?
Reactionary ban?
Yeah,
I'm surprised
it's,
too. I think you would have probably looked for the other 2 dungeons where Mandatory is holding a faster time than you.
나 이거
But
MDI에서
knowing
꽃 3마리
Echo,
붙이는 거
I mean, we
보고
kind of have to give
이거는
them a little bit the
도단
benefit of
루트
the
바로
doubt,
적용
right?
가능한 거 아닌가 막
Knowing
그 생각을
Echo, they
했었는데
probably have another tech that they know that they can do and be faster than what Mandatory put on the board. Whereas at Temple,
하긴 나무 쪽
maybe they
1렘으로
felt like
보통
that was
가니까.
already their best route, and that was too close to what Mandatory put in.
That always
맞네,
seems to be the
고단에서는
case
나무
with
쪽을
Echo
첫
too,
번째로
is
안
that
가면
whenever we
블러드가
get
좀
to these
애매하긴
final
하네.
days, we always seem to see something a little bit extra special from Echo. They always seem to have something they've been reserving, or they just take something they've been doing and they do it just that much better. Like final day of a tournament Echo is on another level. So I'm curious if we're going to see that too, especially in this first map, especially where some of the snapping mechanics and some of the island hopping gets a little bit funky with this. We'll see if they can run it a bit cleaner than we saw in that match against Cheese, but also what sort of special stuff do they have to show us here on the final day? I think that's something I always look forward to with Echo.
사제 안 쓰나요,
Last
사제?
days of a tournament, you know?
사제 좋아 보이던데.
We're waiting for the players to get into the map, and as soon as they do, we'll get it started. And the funny thing is, like, this right
이게
here
약간
could
보니까
be a
그냥
final,
복술은
right?
대놓고
This could be
좋은데
the final,
수사가
like any MDI. And it
되게
might
좋아
be
보여.
a preview of our grand finals. If Mandatory or Echo get knocked down, I'd say it's entirely likely that either one goes back to the grand finals. So this might just be a preview of our grand finals today. We'll see, Tunnels.
I mean, I definitely think it's
구단에서는 법사를 쓸 수가 없어서
maybe the
또
most likely
별로래다.
scenario is that we see both of these teams in the grand finals again, but I think now more than ever, it's not super clear who's going to be winning the weekend because a lot of the times you have, you know, one team that has
팀기도
really
좀
dominant
괜찮은 것
rounds,
같고
they have the
패치되고
best
나서
times in a lot of dungeons across the whole entire weekend.
팀기가 엄청
That's
단단해져가지고
not really the case here. I think Makes had some numbers on it. I think it was like 3 for Echo, 3 for Mandatory, 1 for Perplex, 1 for Legendary.
용일은
Like
진짜
best times on the weekend.
지난주에
Is that right?
해보고 완전 병 느껴가지고
That's correct.
다시 나기 싫던데.
So that's pretty unprecedented. So
here we
that's a big deal.
All right, let's get into it.
양팀 다 사제네. 확실히 젤리아하고 보아드는 사제를 좋아해.
Mandatory not opting to bring that warlock that we have seen so many times.
만다토리 양꾼 갖고 왔거든요. 저 양꾼은 그거예요.
We're seeing what I think is another Beast Mastery Hunter.
에코 어떻게 하는지 모르겠고
So
양꾼
interesting.
갖다가 그 눈속 불링
I
하겠다.
think that generally this is used for like snapping, but we've seen some weird stuff with like meld juggling or like
도적보다
stasis
양꾼을
across the
갖고 온
map
게 조금
for,
신기하긴 하네요.
snapping, but the BM hunter has a
어차피
really
단수가
easy
그렇게 안
time
높-
of being able to do
안
that,
높으니까
just
생존에서
with that
문제가 안
focus
된다는 얘기인 것
direction
같은데.
ability. And right off the bat, we have both Echo and Mandatory doing absolutely massive pulls into the Veximus trash area. They're grabbing this Ravager on top of all of these manifestations. Now you're really worried here about the manifestation casts. And one of the things that the Warlock does provide is actually
아무리 그래도 이거 폭군인데 양꾼 만화공어에 반피 빠지네.
that Beast Mastery Hunter that we do see that RX is on. But RX on that BM Hunter, his single target damage is going to be very, very high.
Yeah, I think so too. And
아,
with
흑마로도 해요?
the Unholy DK being taken out,
아,
you
이거
have
지금
all of those
만다토리
PIs for Crims, who is just
피용
loving
사고
that
조금
with his
났네요.
combustion, right?
피용
Same thing
600만.
happening on Echo, although I do think Mirrors probably sometimes gets PI. Now check out what Mandatory is doing here. It's something
거기 있는
we've
애들을
seen
데리고 오네.
from teams before, where I think that trap didn't really work out the way it was supposed to be. But they're pulling stuff up from the bridge to then take
이게
into
백사무스 플링이
Veximus, which I
에코보다
just always
만다토리가
was
좀 더
thinking of what was
크거든요.
happening on the side of Echo, who started this boss just a little bit earlier. Both teams have used up their bloodlust, so now we're looking where they're going to put it a second time, because judging from what we know from this dungeon, there will only be one more bloodlust in the entire key for both of them.
이거 만다토리가 루트가 조금 더 좋은데 아 이거 피용 사고 때문에 빌리네요 일단은. 약간 양꾼 활용한. 이거는 만다토리가 확실히 한 풀링 앞서가는 거라서 의미가 좀 있는 것 같긴 한데.
Mandatory is going to have somewhere in the order of maybe 1.5% ahead. It's not going to be like the end of the world, but it is going to allow for slightly different routing, especially like later on in the dungeon.
Yeah, we are seeing a little bit of Sanguine healing on the side of Mandatory, though, during this boss fight. I'm not sure how much of that was on Veximus itself, I suppose, and how much was on the
만다토리 추가
trash.
풀링 안 하나?
But yeah.
이거 처음에 먼 쪽에 있는 몹 땡긴 거는
How much delayed did Mandatory pull this boss?
뒤쪽에
They're actually
있는
starting to catch back up.
몹까지
I think a lot of
이제
that's due to this Beast Master
thought-
single target.
약탈자 쪽 우리를 이번에 잡아야지 좀
Mirrors was
의미가
just
있을 것
trapping
같은데.
Veximus
Yeah, well-
dropping even lower for Echo here now. I do think they still are very much in the same parameter of how much later they've started. And their trash count is also looking pretty equal.
이러면
with a little
퍼센테이지는
bit
그렇게
of
크게 차이가
more
없는데?
trash on the side of Mandatory, but this is
그치,
only
땡기지.
the first boss in this
땡겼죠,
23
만다토리.
tyrannical dungeon. There is so much still to happen that I think might have also been a little bit due to that Sanguine. We're gonna have to check how much happened
Yeah.
on that boss. I think it was only the foragers, hopefully.
There was also like a battle axe that delayed Mandatory even getting Veximus pulled too, because that also got stuck in Sanguine for a little bit. Echo on the left side of your screen though, going to be able to down Veximus around 17% ahead of Mandatory, but Mandatory still has a couple of more foragers and one of those mana fiends to be able to kill off before they are able to.
이거
make their way
에코가
through.
일단
Now,
앞서
Echo on the
나가고
left side of your
있는데
screen,
에코가 앞서 나가는
three
거는
mobs
딱
in, he
그만큼이에요.
walks in, he fears all the mobs, and so now all of the players are going to be able to walk through those mobs while they're feared, not have combat. Zaylia is going to then meld it off, as you see on screen right there, and they are not going to be combated by that pack. And so a great skip for
피용만큼
Echo,
앞서 나가네.
allowing them to set up their next pull. pretty fast as they're already onto this Arcane Ravager.
Yeah, and that's a massive pull. You saw
네,
Celia
에코는 이
use
다음
that
플레이에
free
이걸 다
raptor,
붙여버리면은
making sure
사실 크게 의미는
or
없죠,
everybody
만다토리도.
is a little bit more protected going into this one, as it does hurt quite a lot. Mandatory already cleared this bridge trash, and it
이모들
looks like
패스하고
they're opting to snap what
여기를
we're
뭐
seeing
어떻게
here
붙이거나 하겠죠,
onto
양꾼이.
the sentry. The misdirect already being placed
양꾼
on the
내려서 눈속
Skylark.
걸고
We're going to see the
넘어간 거
rest of the
확인한
team
다음에 눈속으로
walk up,
붙여주고
take that bridge. Arek's going to stay down, pull everything,
쪽으로
and
보낸
then
다음에
with
이제
that
건너갈 거예요,
misdirect
양꾼.
should be able to
He's gotta
put
watch
it
out
onto
for-
his tank. There we go. It snapped away.
Okay, he had to watch out for Thundering there too, because if he went up too early, then he would have stunned some of the members of Mandatory with his Thundering. But yeah, like you said, this pack already getting snapped, and that wasn't the
이제
hardest snap ever.
에코는
Like this is a
야드랑
pull that is
사대가
actually
꽃
very
쪽으로
dangerous,
넘어가서 꽃
especially
세 마리를
with the
붙일
Raptor
거예요.
Battle Axe pack. So you got to watch out for Skylark's HP here. On the left side of your screen,
그러면
though, Echo
만다토리는
is a
이제
very
여기서
unique snap. What you saw is that
넘어가기
Celia
전에
looks
눈속을
like she's
걸고
going to
꽃
be
세 마리를
running off
아마
the
새 쪽에서
overgrown ancient
붙이겠죠?
area. From then, they're going to do some like weird aggro juggling with multiple shadow melds, where there's something with like a power word shield for Zalia to get
Yeah, you
combat.
can see
Okay,
it
so
now. Here we go.
yeah, so Clix is going to combat all of these mobs. That's the starting
그러니까
point.
지금 에코가 이
And
플레잉을
then
하고
Zalia is
있는데
going to heal him
에코
to
저
maintain
플레잉이
threat.
아직도 메커니즘을
Clix
잘
is going to
모르겠어요.
then meld off the pack.
뭐 아무튼
And then
와요,
while
꽃이.
he hits this wind tunnel, then he's going to regrowth Zalia to regain threat. And so with a little bit of
자,
meld
눈속
juggling,
걸고
we're going to
양꾼은
snap
이제 꽃
all of the
쪽으로
lashes
넘어가죠.
onto this
그리고 꽃
platform inside Echo.
새물이 땡겨줄
Mandatory
거예요.
on the right side of your screen, RX
이렇게
doing
되면
solo with misdirection.
에코보다 만다토리가 조금
Ooh, he's
더
actually using Eyes of the Beast.
앞서 나간다고 볼 수
Wow,
있을
this
것
is actually
같은데
so
뺏으로
cool.
플링을
So
하네,
he's
뺏으로.
using Eyes of the Beast to not consume his charge of misdirection. And so he's getting the pack fully grouped.
플링하고
And so then once it's fully grouped, he's going to shoot one multi-shot here, or I guess it's a Cobra shot in this instance, and then everything should be looking to snap
바닥.
as he feigns death. Wow, that's so sick.
Yeah, let's see. Here we go. RX is on the way over there, and the mobs are appearing. Like you said it, on the side where his team is waiting, he is going to be with them in just a couple of seconds, but we are seeing side by side the same pulls
속도가 거의
between Echo
비슷하죠.
and Mandatory. A little bit of a comp difference, but the technique is exactly the same. Now, yesterday when Echo was in this dungeon, this snap didn't really work out for them. Clicks going down for Echo.
야드 죽었어요.
They do have a battle rest to be able to afford to give here. So it's not the end of the world that Clix has died.
이거는 플링하면서 아마
Echo is,
먹을 관리가
they're a lot of a
잘못된 약간
large
그런
part
느낌이죠.
of this area, right? So they're just dealing with a few small lashers. They also have some
Did
of
they
the
lose the
remaining
big
Alpha Eagles.
lashers?
Now, where are they?
이게 그 숨을 써서 어그를 리셋하고 플링하는 게 아니라
way, they killed
넘어오면서
them
바로
that fast, right?
어글이
We're
조금
going to
위험했던 것
check
같아요.
the replay and see. Oh, there's one again.
They pulled them into the Guardian
They
Sentry.
lost. Huh?
They pulled them in the Guardian Sentry. Where are they though? Okay, maybe they're just
여기서
delayed
조심할 건
snapping.
이제 피움.
Okay, so
No, see,
they
they're
got
coming now. Like
비용 관리
they
진짜
were
잘해야
dead.
돼요.
okay. Well, maybe there's a chance they were dead. That wouldn't have made sense. That's a good point. All right,
Like they
found
have
them.
so much HP, you can see it on the side of Mandatory, but it looked like for a second they snapped back when Clicks died. I'm not really sure if that's what happened. We're going to have to wait and see what Dratnos has to say about this, but it looked like something went wrong here with that death of Clicks, and the Lashers disappeared, or didn't appear in the
아 그리고
first
또 이제 봤는데
place.
나오는 복이고
Yeah, what?
I'm
That's
not
so-
sure.
okay.
Skylark은
We'll have
전탱이네요.
to ask Dratnos.
Yeah, well, they're back. It's fine. Everything's fine. Now there is a question as to whether or not all the
딜은
small
누가 더
lashers
센지 모르겠네.
reset, because that might not be all of them, but it also might be all of them. So if they have to do another pull in the overgrown ancient area, it wouldn't be ideal. But at least we have all of the large lashers in this area to be able to finish off for the side of Echo. But for the side of Mandatory, I think that they're in the lead here, Makes. Like, look at this. They already have all of the Alpha Eagles killed off. They have all of the birds dealt with. They are about
만다토리가
to
좀
be
더
ready to
빠르네요.
engage Croth.
Yeah, now the question
역전했죠.
is, what we've seen so far from teams is that they buff up both of these goals
이제 어려운
simultaneously
플레잉이 안
to get to the
남았거든요.
checkpoint where they have a specific amount of haste and a specific amount of boss damage to get out.
많이
and then they
앞서는데요?
throw both goals in quite late into the boss fight, where the Warlock mostly is going to send his full cooldowns with Thundering ideally and
에코
PI, as far
2대
as I
마지막
know.
독수리 잡혀서
So,
2대 램드 팝업
Mandatory
될
not having
거거든요.
access to that Affliction Warlock, are they going to try and do the same thing on the Hunter, or will it just be the combustion from Crims that has to carry that phase, or will they just
너무
pull the
차이
boss
많이 나는데?
differently? approach it differently.
You know, it's funny. I've seen BM hunters on this boss, just like on live, do 100k DPS, which
거의
is
한
typically more than what you see just in, like,
20초
the
이상?
Egyptian Warlock by itself on this encounter. And so I think that, like, with that PI from mandatory, they might be able to just have the raw amount of damage. To be able to do
에코가
either a similar
퍼센트는
strat or
조금
even
더
potentially
많긴
get a
한데 이건
faster
어차피
froth kill than something that's, like,
막냄
as
가는 길
optimized as
툴 다
Echo's
갖다 붙이면
double
해결되는
dunk strat.
부분이라서
Now, looking at mandatory, it looks like they're also going for the double dunk. As you see at the bottom, the goal of Searing Blaze and the goal of Rushing Winds is getting dunked almost immediately. Actually, it looks like they only dunked all of the wind ones and they didn't get the fire dunked. Huh.
Yeah, the buff meter is not showing right now, but maybe it's only the wind ones, because I also can't see the golds on the side of Echo. So I don't know how far we went into that fire one already, but the wind one definitely has been triggered for mandatory. And right now, it looks like Maesty is doing
만다토리는
most
지금
of the damage here
바람구슬을
for
바로
mandatory.
넣어버려서
Echo now
딜에
starting to throw
약간
some
도움을 주고
goals.
있고
They have the Searing Blaze 2 out of 3, and the Rushing Winds 1 out of 3, and they're going to stay here for a couple more seconds, as far as I'm concerned.
화염구슬
Yeah, and
나왔으니까 이제
looking at this, mandatory now have their
화염구슬
goals spawning
넣어주면서
again as they push
마무리하겠죠.
Croth below 45%. Moat's holding a ball. The goal of the Searing Blaze is at 2 out of 3
에코는
stacks.
화염구슬하고
So, Moat,
화염구슬
whenever
동시에
either
넣으려고
cooldowns,
하는 것
probably like this
같은데
combustion is the
아니,
cooldown
이게
we're waiting
따로인가?
for. Oh, and thundering, and so now we're going to be looking to dunk and just get all of our cooldowns paired up with the Croth damage amp and thundering available to him. He's gonna take increased damage here as he
만다토리는
gets stunned.
천둥에
And mandatory may be able to kill this boss like in this stun.
Yeah, look at
불공을
how much
맞췄어요.
damage
그래가지고
they're
지금
conjuring
약간
right
극딜
now.
들어가고 있죠.
Croth is dropping lower and lower
만다토리가
down
그
to
천둥
10%,
계산을
not
잘해서
just in the
훨씬 더
stun,
좋아요
but I
지금.
think they can finish off the rest quite quickly, whereas Echo still haven't reached that peak that they're looking for. So once they do activate those
에코도
golds,
지금
we're
천둥에
gonna see that
맞춰서
boss drop very
양쪽
quickly as
골대
well.
동시에
Don't
넣으려고
be
지금 하고
mistaken
있어요.
here, but it is going to happen any second now. Zelia's
천둥에
ready.
맞춰서
The
양쪽
goal
골대
is
둘 다
being tossed.
넣었죠.
The
에코도.
stun should come
에코도
out
아마
any
보스가
second now.
엄청
Then we're gonna
순식간에
see
마무리되긴
how
할 거예요.
fast Echo can take down Croth, but mandatory looking in the lead of dungeon progression right now. We have a couple less percent. Wondering where and how they're
에코
going to
지금
make
네임드
up
피
for
빠진
that,
속도 장난
but
아니죠.
we'll see as they now move on, and you can see Echo is right behind them.
I think that Echo may have gotten the better of this exchange. Like they pulled Croth a significant amount.
차이가
later
많이
than mandatory,
났었는데
but I think
거의
that strategy of double
한
dunking the
10초
orb,
정도 줄인 것 같아요.
both of the goals at the same time at 45% on the boss is just such a unique strategy that it has allowed Echo to catch up a little bit. It looks like they still have some of these small lashers that are snapping around to them. So I don't think that Echo has killed all of the lashers that are in this room. Now the big lashers are the ones that
만다토리가 이제
control overgrown ancient
흑마
spawning.
대신에 야냥인데 야냥이
Like
단일이 굉장히 센 걸로 알고 있거든요. 이번에 상향도 많이 됐고.
Maybe we missed other count for the side of Echo. It's going to be something that we're going to have to watch out for later on. But as it currently stands,
에코 지금 램드 풀링하는데 시간을 좀 썼어요.
On the side of Echo, on the right side of your screen though, mandatory already having killed off a bunch of those skitterflies, and the boss is at 60% for them.
반면에 만다토리 그냥 오자마자 바로 네임드부터 땡겨서
Absolutely. Look at them go.
또 여기서
I mean,
다시
once again, they
격차를
still
벌리네요.
have to make up for that trash count. I think they're probably pulling one more group of Echo Knights later on. We're gonna see about that. But right
에코 거의 다
now, the
따라왔었는데
Overgrown
왜
Ancient is getting it
부대
from
정령 플레이할
mandatory
때
and
뜸을
Echo
들였는지
alike.
모르겠네.
But Echo still has to deal with these skitterflies here, and they cause a little bit of a ruckus before they go down. You need to be careful here with that sanguine healing. You don't want that boss anywhere near it, making sure that's not going to happen. Now drags it out here, saving what could be fatal for Echo, and they are trying to catch up, but mandatory is leading.
I have a question, Mick. So whenever you're looking at mandatory's count, so we know that Echo has been doing like the Echo Knight Invoker pull, all of the remaining trash into the boss. We know that they have one pull that separates them from the end of the dungeon if it goes well. Do you think mandatory is going to do Echo's
에코가
pull
크로스에서
just bigger
10초 이상
into Echo
줄였는데
Dorgosa? Is that what's about to happen here?
고대 정령에서 다시
If it
10초 이상
is,
벌어지는 것
we are
같아요.
in for a ride because we saw that pull yesterday escalate for two of her best teams. Cheese and Echo both struggled with it, trying to recover it with a couple of deaths. Now, if mandatory is opting to make that even bigger, I'm not sure
Mandatory
how, if it's possible, but maybe they're going to try. We'll see.
일단
Boss has
병력 차이가
gone
5%
down
나긴 하거든요.
for
만다토리는
mandatory. No
막냄 가는
bloodlust
플링에서 한
used
물이
it.
더 땡기긴 해야
Echo's
돼요.
still
You said
holding on to
overgrown.
it, so I think mandatory is just doing one big pull here and then pulling into the boss on its own. I don't
사고가
think we'll see
나느냐
one
마느냐.
big pull.
I think that seems likely with the lust on the overgrown ancient.
만다토리 이거
But,
잘라가나요?
hey, I think that fate may be in Echo's hands here. Whether or not Echo is able to pull off this Echo.
그럼 이거 에코가 만약에 한 방에 바로 네임드를 갈 수 있으면은 역전이거든요.
remaining 22-ish%. That's going to be the big pivotal moment here as you see Azalea sitting down to drink while now and the gang are running ahead, getting all the pack grouped up. Now it does take a little bit of time to set this pull up. So there is some time that's lost here, but I think the big thing for Echo is watching out for Sanguine Healing.
에코 이거 클링하는 게 지금 바로 네임드 뛰는 거거든요.
That's one of the big things that happened to them yesterday. You had like
만다토리 여기서
off on players that weren't now, and so that ended up causing players to go down.
No.
What happened for mandatory?
Look at the details.
만다토리 지금 피용 때문에 시간이 좀 끌렸어요 또.
Echo Knight pull, it's looked really good. But towards the end, we had some whirlwind in one of the puddles, so really unfortunate. But they're now opting to also go in.
에코
But
네임드
Echo
플링
is
시작했고 만다토리는
already
이제
there.
네임드
They
플링
have
시작할
one
텐데
Batorus available.
일단
Bloodlust
붙이는 줄이
is
적어서
running right now as the rest of the Echo Knights are coming to play. This team is throwing up everything that they have.
에코는 피용
with
사고만
boss
조심하면
and
돼요.
everything. Exactly, that's what's happening. This pull, it cannot be overstated how
에코가
dangerous
앞에서
it
5%더
is.
잡았던 게 이렇게 차이가
Okay,
나나요?
there's a question as to whether or not mandatory might be able to catch back up here. So mandatory has done a
피용 사고만 안 나면 돼요. 피용
significantly
사고만.
smaller, trash
그러니까 촐은
pull
피용 다
into the
먹어도
boss.
돼요.
Whenever
냄드만
there's
피용
this
안
many
먹으면
mobs,
돼요.
Like you want to be prioritizing the Echo Adoragos damage. That's going to be the final mob that's going to die before the dungeon is over.
냄드
But
10% 차이.
with all of this trash alive, it's just so dangerous. And for Echo, they continue to sanguine heal the trash. Now they're doing a good job of making sure that the boss itself is not getting healed by sanguine, but it looks like the boss might get one tick, but now does a great job of continuing
이러죠.
to move
피용.
that boss. And
Careful.
mandatory are just chugging away at the boss on the right side of the screen. It might be a situation that mandatory with a slightly smaller pull is able to take this a little bit faster, but Echo is able to maintain that lead by pulling earlier.
Yeah, absolutely right. It's all about that sanguine healing and
이
the
병력
sanguine
5%
healing
차이가
on the
결국
details meter that you are seeing for Echo is quite substantial now, but we'll have to check. I think once again most of it is only to
Okay,
the
they're fine.
Echo Knights. So Echo of Dorogosa shouldn't have healed. Now the trash is done. Echo of Dorogosa at
이거는 에코가
48% and
이겼네요.
mandatory a little bit behind that. They still have to finish off their Echo Knights, make sure there is no sanguine healing happening on their part, and try to get ahead here. Both teams are equal in terms of penalty seconds that they're getting from a death. So there is nothing that separates them right now other than what you are seeing on screen, and that means Echo is leading this by a little bit more than 10% boss HP on 23 Tyrannical.
So both of the teams have a
이제는 뭐
restore
없죠?
mind control with
뭐가
dominate
없어요.
mind. That's why you see at the top of the screen there's a difference in count. They're not at 100%. That dominate mind is going to be fading here in a couple seconds. You see it on screen. That restore, it's going to be redommed and like at a very late time on the fight. That dominate mind will expire for both Echo and Mandatory, and they are going to have to kill that mob. That's also another thing that's going to be giving both of them count. I think that if we have a death on either side, it might tip the scales, but Echo on the left, they're killing that restore. It's come out of the dominate mind. It's the Echo of Doragos is at 5% HP as Maris has his cooldowns popped, and I think that Echo is going to be able to do it. They had such a bad run yesterday. Things looked really weird with that Clicks death on the Croth area. But
Wow.
Echo able to get 100% count. Maris wiping the sweat off of his brow, and they are able to take the first map in the series.
에코가 뭔가 잔잔바리로
that
시간이
is
되게 많이
exactly-
끌렸는데
It's exactly how I wanted the day to start, right? Where it's
그냥
like,
막냄 가는 길에서
what little extra stuff does Echo have? You know, just a little bit of extra speed that they're just waiting for the final day to bring out. And there it is, right there. A little bit extra speed, a little bit cleaner run, and they win the first map. Makes, like, you seemed as impressed as any of us with that. It's pretty cool stuff, isn't it?
Yeah, so far the fastest Algathar Academy we've seen in the entire weekend was by Echo with 1934. What we just saw was 1827
그러니까 결론적으로
or
양 팀의
something, so
루트는
they
거의
underbid
똑같았는데
their own fastest time by over a minute in a setting like the MDI. That's crazy.
The craziest part as well is they could have
첫
gone even
플링에서
faster.
갈렸어요. 여기
Things had
보시면
gone a
첫
little bit better for them
플링에
as well, 'cause
피용이
there were certainly
600만이잖아요.
some time losses
이것
in this run
때문에
for Echo.
만다토리 쪽 그 백사무스 팝업이 너무 늦었어요. 딱 이만큼 차이 난 것 같네요 보니까. 여기서 피용 사고가 안 났으면은 아마 진짜 초단위 싸움 됐을 것 같아요.
Zaylia runs through Psychic Scream. When mobs are CC'd, they won't get aggro on anybody else who runs through them. And then Zaylia can meld there, and they were only in combat with him, so they drop off combat like that, and they were able to skip that bridge entirely. Then we had this area, so this is RX on the right-hand side that you're going to be able to see doing this Eyes of the Beast tech
so cool.
to grab these mobs in, sending in the pet, and by doing this, the pet can group up all of the mobs and have them be nice and in the same place as each other, but also RX himself not in any danger. A nice way for Hunter to make that snap work out really nicely. Now here was where Clicks died. When Clicks died, those mobs all appeared to snap back. Now Clicks got rezzed and came back. Now here's my working theory on what happened there. The mobs snapped back, but they didn't clear their Feral Druid dots super fast. So when Clicks got rezzed, they still had those dots on them, and so they got back in combat with the Clicks and the rest of the group and snapped back in. That's my thinking of what happened with that,
so
but
scary,
I'm not 100% sure.
Interesting.
There you could see a cool little binding shot out of RX, a nice way to group up and AoE
지금은
stun those
전탱복이 둘 다
mobs.
괜찮아서.
Binding shot a little bit weaker than it used to be in previous expansions, but still really good for when you want to kite and you want to get a bunch of mobs that aren't
패치
grouped up
때고
to
게임을
all be
많이 안
grouped
해서
up because they all
모르겠는데
end up stunned
전탱복이 둘
on
다
the same
괜찮아요.
spot. This pack you can see we ended up having
단단한
5
거는
million
전탱이 좀 더
sanguine healing on the
단단한데
end for mandatory,
딜은
which
보기가 좀
may
더
have
좋은.
been costly for them because Echo were able to get straight into the boss with all of this trash, and I mean it's really impressive as well that mandatory were so close. I do think that if the Clicks
둘
death
중에
hadn't come out,
좋아하는
if
거
Echo
하시면
hadn't
될
had
듯.
to kill those extra lashers to spawn
월매도
over range, I think there's
괜찮아서
maybe another 30 seconds or a minute
크게
faster
차이가 안 나요.
that Echo could have been. But I think mandatory could have easily saved 30 seconds on sanguine healing on that penultimate pull for them as well. So I mean, it's just an amazing run, right? So high level gaming between both of these teams here. Really, really impressive.
It's so sick.
Yeah, it's the final day of this tournament in a nutshell, basically, where it's like the differences are going to be minute. A little bit of sanguine healing there, a little bit of a, random death here, one mob not kiting the way you want it to there. Like a little second or two off and on is going to make the difference between all these dungeons. So there's some stats there for the first one. Unless anyone has anything to reference on the stats side of things, I want to start talking about our next map because this is another one that's going to be interesting. We're going to Shadow Moon Burial Grounds next. I don't know, anyone want to talk about the numbers? I feel like I'm forcing people to talk about the numbers sometimes. But you don't have to.
No, I don't really want to
People
talk
can
about
read.
the number side, but I do want to talk about the tech from mandatory. I really
Alright.
feel like they should have not lusted ancient tree and go big like Echo does with that last pull, splitting up the Echo Knights into like a safety pull and then another pull onto boss. I think was the big difference in tech here and was the issue with why they fell back.
다음
towards the
경기가
end.
이제 어둠달인데
I mean, part of it is like they were 5% down
어둠달은
coming
진짜
off of Overgrown Ancient, and like, are you going to do that pull that
이 어둠달을
Echo had
이번 시즌
problems
맵에
with yesterday,
넣은 그
plus
정신
the
나간
additional
새끼를
invoker
진짜
pack?
좁히고
Like, is that
싶은.
really what's about to go down? Like, what does the consistency look like for something like that?
진짜 좁히고 싶다. 어둠달 쐐기 로테 넣은
Yeah.
Probably don't want to.
That pull as well, I feel
probably
like it's
don't.
kind of an Athlock. I feel like it's kind of an Athlock special as well, right? Like if you're trying to do that with the Beast Mastery Hunter, especially on that pull, those mobs kind of get spread out.
그냥 이번
I'm not sure
시즌은
you're
맵이
actually
7게임
beast
편이
leading onto
낫지
all of them,
않았나.
and you're doing a lot less than I think the Athlock is going to on it. So I think that their strategy was internally consistent. It made sense to try and get that count in other spots in the dungeon, but yeah, having to do one extra pull there, of course, not good. I don't know. I mean, if it had been perfectly sanguine healed, maybe they would have been able to keep up there. But I think the Click's death was a more costly time loss for Echo. So I do think Echo have the faster strat. Yeah.
All right, so now, like Doa mentioned earlier, we're into the Shadow Moon Burial Grounds and Halls of
이
Power as the
경기는
next two maps
수준
in the
높은 양
series.
팀의
These are two
경기였지만
maps that
결국
I think that we kind
피용
of agreed
관리에서
were,
갈렸다.
mandatory favored. Now, this is not a situation that it's always going to be this way because these are
오늘은 뭔가 파이널 데이인데 뭔가 필살기를 양 중에 하나가 준비하지 않았을까라는 기대를 살짝 걸어보면서 대학에서는 그래도 만다토리가 양꾼 이용한 뭐 양꾼과 이제 뭐라 그래야 돼 소목을 이용한 플레이를 보여주긴 했는데
Here we go, game number 2. Let's see if mandatory can tie it up.
조합이 많이 갈렸죠. 전탱, 전탱의 수사,
disc priest out of mandatory, a combination with
에코는
that
용일.
fire mage that we have now seen a couple of times. Echo on the other side opting to stay with the preservation evoker, will not have access to that PI, but will have access to the greater throughput that that preservation evoker is giving, and also the greater AoE burst that it is giving. So we'll see how that pairs out as they start the biggest of the polls at the beginning here onto Sadana Blood Fury.
All right, so immediately right off the rip, Echo getting Sadana Blood Fury pulled maybe somewhere in the order
에코가 풀리기 훨씬 빠르네요.
10 seconds ahead of mandatory.
Yeah.
Both of the teams immediately ripping Bloodlust here, and hey, this is a point where we see teams actually lose some time.
용일 차인가?
Just being a little bit slow on the trigger of getting the first boss pulled. They're waiting for that pack to group up, but Echo able to get this pack pulled faster and this boss pulled faster. This might be a situation that is very strong for them. We know that like a good Sadana split on the weekend is like what, like 205? I think were the numbers whenever I was looking at it earlier. So let's see if Echo is going to be able to improve on that.
Yeah. Oh, clicks going down for Echo. That will probably be a battle rest. And in a dungeon as short as Shadow Moon Burial Grounds, we've seen this cause issues down the line. For now, he's back with the team, but it is 5 seconds against the clock for Echo, as Mandatory has now caught up in boss DPS and is chugging along happily. The Bone Mender still needs to be kept under control here, as they haven't DPS'd that down quite far enough just yet. But boss is going to die very, very closely to both of those teams.
Yeah, I think that click step probably cost them. I mean, we see it where they're at like 206 on their boss one split. They could have saved a few more seconds on top of that, but then they also have the death penalty. So around a 211 split one, that really could have been slightly better. Whereas for mandatory,
마주받은 크리스보다 마주 안 받은 딘지가 딜이 더 세네요.
Off Sadana at that 207 mark. Now, both of the teams doing something similar going into the Nihilish area. For Echo, doing this pull, by the way, the double pack with the Prot Paladin is very dangerous. Where for mandatory on the right side of the screen, grouping this up with interrupting shout from the
그런데
warrior
1렘에서는
makes it a lot
에코가
more
전체적으로 딜이 좀 더
But
높았네요.
Echo just they have to be diligent with their CC, rotating all of their AoE CCs, things such as like Divine Toll, Avenger
이게
Shield.
이런
getting several drops on
단일에서는
the
용일이
Dominators
수사에
is
비해서 좀
paramount
유의미하게
for them,
딜이 더
where for
셌거든요.
mandatory, they do have a little bit more leeway, but this pull is not
아무래도
easy on either end, and
지팡이가
we've seen
있어서.
teams have one or two players die to these Void Lashes.
Yeah, absolutely right. We are waiting for that soul steal. It's now going to come in half a second faster for Echo
지금
than
격차만
it
보면은
did for mandatory. They're
만다토리가
finishing these
살짝
possessed
앞서고
souls. They're gonna
있기는
come back.
하거든요.
Now they
데스
have
1데스가 있어서.
access to these
에코는
ads,
이제
to
좀
the
리스크가
trash
있어요.
they pulled on top of the
1데스가
boss
되게
without
치명적일
needing
거예요.
to deal with all of those casts. It's a fun little interaction that we've now seen a couple of times on the MDI. They will use everything they have on the side of mandatory. That's combustion with PI. That's going to go into that. Make your mage very, very happy. RX does not have the army ready just yet, same as Miras. They'll have a couple more death coils to go to send that in if they want to, and they will want to get this boss
마주
down as quickly as
있는
possible.
쪽이
And it looks
램드들이 일단
like
역전을 했죠.
mandatory is a little bit in the lead here.
And I mean, Echo looked like they have this Exumer that's off on the left. If you look on the left side of your screen, you see that Exumer. He's going to be patrolling. into the battle spot. I
탱커가
wonder what
전탱이 좀
Echo
더
are
딜이
going to do
세네요.
with this. I
여기서는.
wonder if they're going to be pulling it in their next pull. I wonder if they're going to be forced to like invisibility potion past it.
동일한
Like,
플레이에
what is the Echo strat for
거의 다 비슷한데
dealing
딜이
with that Exumer? On the right side of the
탱커만
screen
조금
here,
차이가 나요.
we do see mandatory. They also have that Exumer in a weird spot. Both of the teams looking to mine through that, but Echo lose a little bit of time there. Hey, they're just a little bit slow on the cycle makes, and they have to wait for that Exumer to go by. Whereas mandatory get a great mind soothe and are able to save somewhere in the order of 10 seconds by that.
Yeah, that was really unfortunate for Echo.
루트도
They'll now
양팀
try
똑같고.
to speed on and get that group up there. They will take the spider and
근데 이제
the
에코는
bats
용일이
and
있기
all of the spider
때문에
rings
그
down the stairs, or rather the I don't know,
펀맨
the
건너편
circle
플링을 에코
bridge.
쪽은 힐러
I don't
혼자
know
할 수
what to call this,
있고
but
만다토리는
they
야드가
will
가야
grab
되거든요.
the spiders, and you can see from mandatory they actually now have 5 spiders. Same thing happening for Echo, and for this, I really love the paladin. He's going to make your life so much easier.
그러니까 진지가
adding the
약간
bats
뻘짓 많이 하는
into
걸로
that. On the side
유명한데
of mandatory, we are seeing that they're
법사
single
약간
target
진지한데요?
focusing a little bit that
법사
first
잘하네,
spider that they pull. So
생각보다.
now it's only 4 for them that remain. Whereas I'm not sure if
에코에서
Echo did the
뻘짓하면은
same thing.
진지 담당인데.
This pull
Ooh,
is
cast off for Echo.
so crazy. They're taking so much damage from the spits from the bat. They can take damage if any of the spiders go through. You can see our interrupt tracker is just going round and round, making sure that all of that stays interrupted. One more burst to go on both sides, and then hopefully they can take down this pack. But this is very, very difficult.
All right, so that first worm killed off for Echo. They do still have some of these bats left to deal with. It looks like there was one spider remaining that they're going to be killing off. Ooh, a grip from Mira is grabbing these other bats
Mandatory
out
had
of
a
the
cast
sky.
go through.
만다토리 피 지금 위태위태한데
Fine, mode heal.
Just one heal.
에코가 두 번째 지렁이 풀링이 살짝 빠르죠.
Both of them are moving on. There's still some more bats to deal with, and I would assume that we are going to see both of the teams
마주 받은
pull
법사가
the staircase pull
더 빨리 녹여주는 것 같기도 하고.
Now that is also very threatening, but we'll see whether or not it happens. Right now, it's just neck and neck between the two of them. Those 5
결국
seconds that
힐러 없이
Echo
했어요?
lost in that very first pull due to the death definitely has to hurt them right now. Zelia now on the way with that evoker utility being just super easy, able to grab everything that's there and pull that onto Bonema. The trash will come now. On the side of mandatory, we saw something similar happen. Both of the teams now have grouped it up and are on to Bonema next.
I mean, dude, this might be just a 5-second gap, like you referenced earlier. That death on the first boss. Both of these teams pulling Bone Maw within mere seconds of one another. This is also a situation where if one team is able to skip one of the downstairs phases by Bone Maw more than the other team, that can make a massive time differential. And you look at this, just all of the offensive cooldowns are being pumped into Bone Maw. The tanks on both sides now in Skylark are doing a great job of being able to stay alive. This pull is not easy.
이거는 진짜 딱 1데스 차이로 가는 건가?
Good RNG on their inhale
양
timing.
팀이 풀링이
Don't even
똑같고
have
조합만
those bats that
다른데
have spawned yet. So this boss for Bone Maw is
그냥
going to
계속
stay here for an
그
extended period of
1렘에서
time.
클릭즈 한번
For
죽은
Echo,
거?
it
그
might go
차이가 안
downstairs here in just a
좁혀지네요.
couple of seconds, halting their damage on the boss.
Yeah, but those spiders are still here for both of them, so they need to die off rather soon. They have them under control, and something that could pose a problem to mandatory after this is, as you call them, the blueberries, right? There are some elementals waiting for you, and something we've seen from other teams, and I believe mandatory as
오른쪽이
well, is
조금 빨라요.
that they focus one down, soothe the raging
프린스
off, and
두
then
번째
focus
바로
the other one,
왔거든요.
whereas
마주 와
Echo,
있고.
with Celia, who's spec'd into overall, is able to just AoE soothe it and not have that problem.
Yeah, I mean, the raging void pulses are something that certainly can cause a problem. And looking at the right side of your screen, mandatory did get a little bit
두 번째 발화랑 마주 같이 들어가면서
Now, I don't know
댐드
if they're
피
gonna be
차이가
able
또
to
많이
beat
나죠.
this next inhale. Actually, Bone Maw goes for a fetid spit, which means that they're not going to get another downstairs
에코
phase
법사는
for
발화 못
mandatory.
써요.
Getting
진지는.
this boss killed off one
Yeah.
cycle faster, and that is a massive time save for mandatory. That's probably
이거
somewhere
진지
in the
발화
order
너무
of
논다,
15 to
이렇게
20
되면은.
seconds differential just on this boss alone.
그러니까 이게 만다토리는
On the left side of your screen
방금 법사
here,
발화가
Echo's going to be able to
들어가면서 딱
get
끝났어요,
Bone Maw
전투가.
killed off, but mandatory are
네,
about ready
에코는
to pull
지금
the
발화가 좀
blueberries.
애매해갖고 못 쓰고 이렇게 쿨이 좀
Yeah, the
놀거든요.
blueberries are waiting in that room, but Echo with that
이거는
rescue
운도 좀
on
차이가 나네요.
Tamaris is not losing
발화-
any time
법사
either.
발화가
They're
계속
running
놀아.
up those stairs, and like we said, they have the option to just focus both of them. Now, is that going to make them 10 seconds faster? I'm not sure about that. They even need to be 5 seconds faster in the overall than mandatory to even out that death that
이거는
they had.
만다토리가 이겼다고 봐도 될 것 같은데요.
So lethal. You cannot have any mistakes here. Mandatory getting that first Soothe the spell out, making sure the void spawn is not giving them
삼성님
any
안녕하세요.
problems. They
네.
now need to get the other one down, whereas Echo needs to have perfect timing on that overall to make sure nothing goes wrong here. I believe there was a single Soothe from Clicks deployed as well onto the one that's a little bit
몸
lower
상태는 어느 정도
as they're chewing
괜찮아졌는데
through those void spawns.
목이
One more
회복이
void
안
pulse for
돼가지고
mandatory, and they will be on their way to Nerzul again, a little bit in the lead over Echo.
950 for mandatory is when Nerzul got engaged. For Echo, 10 minutes, but Mira's going down. It looked like that might have been a quaking death. I couldn't tell exactly what happened, but Mira's going down. They deploy their other battle res, but I don't know if they have 10 seconds to give now, Makes.
They didn't have 10 seconds to give from the very get-go. They had 5
아,
seconds
코로나는
to
아니고
win, right? To take.
감기가 좀 심하게 왔어요.
So this could very well be the upset in this series here, as mandatory is going to move on. This boss is not tyrannical. It is a 22 fortified key, so Nerzul shouldn't give them too many problems. They need to be careful with those omens. They need to be careful with the malevolence. We're seeing a beautiful bait out of mandatory here as they're breaking the ritual of bones and moving on. Same thing happening for the side of Echo, and it all comes down to how quickly can they finish off this boss. Bloodlust will be ready for them. You can see across the board, everything is being held. We have Incarn, we have Combustion, we have Army of the Dead for both of those teams nearly being ready.
어차피 막냄 전투가 2분이 안 걸린다고 생각을 했는지 이게 4세 마주가 와 있는데 마주를 한번 놀리고 발화를 먼저 썼어요. 그러고 나서 두 번째 발화에 지금 마주 맞춰주죠. 아, 에코 전율사 있구나. 아무래도 좀 만다토리 애정이 있다 보니까 에코보다는 만다토리를 계속 보고 있어요 지금.
Oh, please. They're killing boss. This is a commit. Wow. 11 minutes, 26 seconds, and mandatory equals out the score in this game against Echo.
어둠달은
I mean, people were saying the dungeon was mandatory favored, and
데프 차이라고 하기에는 좀 많이 벌어졌네요.
margins. I mean, just a couple deaths for Echo, slightly
확실히
perplexing.
4세가 좀 더
Just
좋은데.
a couple things like Bone Maw dying slightly slower. Mandatory though, getting the edge and getting the win and tying up the series. I feel like though, Dratnos, I feel like there's a lot to unpack.
탱커보다는 약간 수사 차이 같아요.
Oh yeah, that.
확실히 마주가
that was
있을 때
something
MDP가
for
확
sure.
빠진다.
I mean, it was really close most of the way through as well, right? We're talking about slight.
그러니까 마주에 발화가 같이
time
들어갔을
losses and
때
gains here or there.
MDP 녹는
Echo,
속도가
of course,
확실히
got this
다르네요.
first boss pulled faster, but they had clicks die here. That actually only ended up costing them 5 seconds ish plus the res time, so 5 more seconds, maybe call it 10, and then. They ended up being 1 second faster still in terms of dungeon time, like in terms of progression, after killing that first boss. But then they ended up being 2 seconds slower than mandatory after killing the second boss. But they had to wait for that exhumer, whereas mandatory, they're playing a priest, right? So they can mind soothe and just run past. So that actually was more costly than any of the deaths or anything else that happened earlier
이
here.
얘기를
This
하네요.
mind soothe and run past.
만다토리는
was like
위안으로
plus
바로
10
지나갔는데
seconds.
에코는
And this
패스할
game
방법이
ended up
없어서
being
좀
decided
기다렸다.
by a very small margin. So that time plus some
요런
time
약간
gained on the
디테일이
path
좀
and
크죠.
on the fight with Bone Maw ended up meaning that coming out of Bone Maw,
해설이 그 얘기를
now
하는 거예요.
mandatory
이게
had actually
위안
gotten up
때문에
to about a 20-second
사세가 좋은 거
advantage,
아니냐.
which was really that's a lot in Shadow Moon ever in general, but it's a lot especially when you have teams of this level, right? And no big mistakes are being made. 20 seconds was a huge deal, and that was the lead that mandatory had out of this boss. Even if everything had gone well for Echo, even if everything had gone perfect from there, I'm not sure that Echo could have caught up. But Echo actually were making it look close, right? They did that blueberry pull really quick. The blueberries ended up going down a little bit faster even for Echo in terms of how long they spent on the blueberries than it was for mandatory. They gained back a couple of seconds there. But they had this very strange Mira's death that we'll get to see again here.
아까도 얘기했듯이
I'm not
내가
100% sure what
발화를
the
못
cause
썼어요.
of it
마지막
may be.
발화를.
My thinking was maybe it was one of those left behind swirlies, something like that. Or yeah, okay, it's a quake. Yeah, so you can see Zalia like hovers and goes away, or I guess glides and goes away like that, but Mira's just unable to escape there and gets, I guess, triple or maybe quadruple quaked and went down. Weird though, because it's physical damage, so you wouldn't expect it to just take a DK out like that, but I guess it just did, and that was really costly for Echo. At the end of the day, I think Echo weren't at the spot though where you could look at one of their mistakes and say that was it, because there was kind of like 2 or 3 either mistakes or the mind suit thing, which is a comp difference, and they probably needed 2 of those to not go wrong, not just 1, in order to catch us up, because mandatory, ended up being 25 seconds faster.
Yeah, two or three tiny things. Makes I want to go to you next and ask, you know, what jumped out to you as far as like the best things Mandatory was able to do to stay ahead?
I really prefer the Disc Priest in that dungeon. I think with that PI is going to allow you to have access to the Empowered Combustion, to the Empowered Army of the Dead as a DK main. I kind of have to say that, right? I think I prefer the Prot Paladin, but Mandatory was able to do the same pulls without the Prot Paladin and keep everything under control in regards to interrupt, which just is incredible. And it allowed them to have a little bit of a safer pull on Nalish. So I feel like pretty even on those tanks, but definitely I feel like maybe the Disc Priest is the edge for me here.
Interesting. Okay. Well, we're going to Halls of Valor next for our final map of the dungeon. The winner moves on to the grand finals. The loser goes down to the elimination bracket to the lower finals to face the winner of our next match. But talking
에코
Halls of
용맹을
Valor,
최근에 안
Tunnels,
봤는데
anything? What should people be watching for more than anything when we look at this?
생리대에서 그
First boss pull.
그때 한 점하는 램드를 붙여가는 그거를 했단 말이죠. 에코도 이제 그걸 할 거란 말이에요. 에코는 이제 거기서 뭔가 응용이 더 들어갈 텐데.
into the encounter and then like somebody gets sniped out by the breath. That's pretty common. So I think that's the first moment of the dungeon that's like very pivotal. And then the second thing is a lot of teams now are taking
용맹이 좀 기대가 되네요. 응용할 게 좀 있는 던전이라.
Persia mini boss trash into Solstin and Olimir. And depending on like sequencing or like what's going on there, that can also cause a lot of problems. There's like, is my healer going to get Goomba stomped 3 times while in a lightning storm by the aspirant? That's a situation that we can see players also die in. So I think that those are the 2 moments of the dungeon that are the most pivotal.
All right. Well, it's time to get things started here. Echo Mandatory. One of them. We'll move on to the grand finals. Let's find out who it is.
일단 딜러 조합은 만다토리가 더 좋아요.
Yeah, there's a difference in the healer particular here.
에코는 복술이 있으니까 아무래도 차단 같은 게 좀 더 여유 있을 거고.
For that Resto Shaman Mandatory, once again with that Disc Priest. Now we know Zelia plays a great Disc Priest as well. It's not about that, I promise you. They just think that the Resto Shaman brings something that's better here. We know that the fastest time in this key here is 18 minutes and 21 seconds coming out of Mandatory.
만다토리 사고 났네요.
Whether or not they can keep that up, but RX going down for Mandatory, which is fatal. During that pull here, he sent his army, he ramped up his damage, was not able to see that through. They're going to lose out so much damage here due to that death.
Yeah. Oh, dude, look at what. Oh, do you see what Skylark did right there? It's actually crazy. He lines the breath on this pillar here to be able to avoid taking damage from it. These tanks are out of this world with how good they are at being able to avoid the damage from this dragon. This Storm Drake does insane damage. I think the big difference between the comps, though, is like the Fire Mage for Mandatory versus like that Shadow Priest-ish composition on the side of Echo.
Yeah, absolutely.
스카이락도 보기 들고 나왔네요. 확실히 던전별로 어떤 탱커가 좋다라는 뭐 그런 류의 결론이 좀 있는 것 같아요.
They called out even before the very first group stage as if we're playing Fire Mage, we're only playing it with a PI. So I think that was to be expected with Crims also being a mage main. Now I'm gonna see how that Shadow Priest plays out. I think they need it for the Mind Soothe in particular, and also maybe for a little bit of extra healing on the Vampiric Embrace. Of course, it also does good damage, but that's, I think, the main points for what you want to bring it here. Now, Echo is moving on here. They skipped the upper part of the stairs, and they're now going to grab these hallway Wallajar up the stairs and into the mini bosses. And on the side of Mandatory, you're seeing exactly the same thing, just a little bit slower due to that death at the very beginning. Mode backtracking there a little bit, getting rid of those explosives, making sure nothing is going to hit them through the wall.
Mandatory polymorphing a mob off to the side, whereas Echo utilized that Hex to be able to get that mob CC'd. And both of these teams are actually taking all of this trash into Solstin. So this mob is actually the most dangerous because of the Eye of the Storm ability. So you need to make sure that you get all of your players into melee. And Zelia going down. Now, he does have Ankh, but he can't press it right now because he's outside the Eye of the Storm range. Now, Echo needs to make sure that all of their players are able to keep
흡선하고 안
through
죽어요.
the Eye of the Storm. They did have Vamp Embrace and Nature's Vigil rolling, so everything was okay. Zelia then is able to press his Ankh and res himself.
윤회로 버텼고.
That was a very scary moment for Echo makes.
Yeah, and
My
he
goodness.
got jumped right after that by one of the maidens, just targeted down. Thankfully, he was back to full health, but it happens again.
에코
Both of
터졌다.
them go down. They only have one battle rest. They will pick up Celia, but Gingy has to walk, and Celia accepts that rest and gets downed once again. Tragedy unfolds for Echo here.
화면이 이상해지는 사이에 에코 터졌어요 지금.
It looks like they've killed off Solston. And so they're going to be able to get Olimir pulled here in just a couple of seconds.
야드 튀었죠
and have to
지금.
deal with the Sanctify. Maybe they're just going to try to stabilize. Gingy, I think, had to run back. And so that... Okay, so they're actually having to take this slow now because of those deaths. With all of their players not alive, they have to wait.
위험하긴
On the
해요.
right side of your screen, you see
사실 말도 안 되는 플레이지
Olimir has
이거는.
already been engaged. It's at 50% HP. They just have Olimir.
그러니까 이제
one of the shield
저도
maidens.
연습하면 되겠다
Balance
싶은
are
플레이이
Avalanche is
있고
left alive.
아 이건 연습해도 못하겠다 싶은 플레이이 있는데 아 이건 연습해도 못할 것 같아요.
45 seconds ahead off of those deaths from Echo plus 20 seconds of death differential.
Yeah, this is a big bad if you're an
이거
Echo fan.
에코가 패자조로
to
떨어지는 거는
finish
되게
those mini
귀한
bosses.
건데.
Now they can take the trash that they tagged earlier and actually rooted it, I think, can tag it, pull it into Herja, and go on their merry way. And that's exactly what's going to happen. We see Mandatory now in fight with Herja on top. There's a little bit of Valajar, but that's a nice trash to pull on top, right? You saw that damage out of the Aspirant, 22 fortified. She does quite a little bit of damage, and Zelia was on the receiving end there for Echo. They're trying to still get through Olmir, and then I think we're going to see them also pull something onto Herja, but they're definitely behind now, not only in the dungeon progression, like you said it, but also with those death differentials, which is going to hurt them. Interestingly enough, Mandatory opting to not invert Herja is something we have been seeing from, I think, all teams so far. Let's see if Echo does it.
Dude, I cannot
그러니까 와우
believe that
같은
Mandatory
경우는
played
이제
this boss
피지컬적인 요소도
that
분명히
much
있긴
trash. This
하지만
is one of the hardest
계산적인
bosses in
요소가 더
all of
커요.
Plus. They were doing it on a 22.
그러니까 이
And the
어느
fact that they
플립까지
did it with that much
할 수
trash,
있다라는
particularly
그
like the rune
캐릭의
carver
성능이나
and the
뭐
thunder
차단이나
power, which does
딜이나
random
그런 거에
point
따라서 이제
damage
견적을
occasionally.
내는
You had the
거예요.
arcing bolts from Herja, and you also had the
그런
spell
견적을
bites.
이제
That is just
연구하는 애들이
ridiculous
내주고
for Mandatory to
그거를 이제
do that
연습을
trash into this
하니까
encounter.
확실히
And
얘네들은 좀
look at
차이가
this.
나죠.
They have even count on both of the sides of Echo and Mandatory, but
에코
Herja,
같은 경우는 뭐
a
코치진이 따로
35%
있다고
HP lead for the side of Mandatory.
하니까
Yeah, that is so big, but this dungeon still has a long way to
에코나
go,
이제
so it is
만다토리처럼
not
이렇게
all over
상위권
yet. Don't
팀들은
count out Echo. The Mandatory
코치진이
definitely
견적을
leading right
내주면은
now.
그거에
Skylar
따라서
taking a
해보기만
bunch
하면
of damage
되거든요.
here from Herja as she is in her final percent, opting not to pull her away from the Sanctify side.
이
They're
견적
just gonna
내는 연습을
kill
따로
her
안 해도
right
되니까.
here and right now. We'll move on. Now I expect to see another very big hall pull from these Valajar that are here in that hallway. Yesterday we saw things go very
그리고
wrong
MDI
for
같은 경우는
Cheese
또
during that
견적을
poll.
이제
There's a lot of
모든 팀이
interrupts you
서로
need to get,
내주잖아요.
and you need to be very careful
다른
with
팀이 한
where
걸
your
보고 아
relays
이
are
정도 견적까지
standing.
되는구나.
So let's see how they do here, assuming Echo will finish Herja in a couple of seconds and follow up with that exact same poll.
All right, so yeah, looking at
뭐
Mandatory, like you're
20
saying, is this just a
뭐
double?
에코나
We've seen
뭐
teams
그런
in this
팀
area
뭐
before do like a
한
triple
30명
for
정도 될
Mandatory.
텐데
This
그
may
30명이
actually be
전부 다
a
이제
triple for Mandatory.
와우만 하진
There are a
않겠지.
lot of interrupts that you have to be looking to get here, and it looks like they're
뭐
getting some of
나오나
this rune
나오 정도 되는
healing
애들이나
on these
뭐
mobs.
게임만
Now,
하는 거고.
it isn't the most amount of rune healing that we've seen from the weekend, especially even from them. But I think that Mandatory are doing a good job of continuing to throw the Avenger Shield to get interrupts. They're making sure the Mystic's Holy Radiance isn't getting casts off either. And look on the left side, Echo grabbing that 3-pack that's in front of this hallway area, and they're taking this 3-pack into the corner with all of this trash. Very interesting strategy from both of these sides and both of these teams about where they're going to be getting count. Because at the end of the day, you have to have
근데 이거
83.7%
패자조 가는 거
coming out
너무
the Fenrir
귀한데.
area. That's the number that we know that these teams need. How you get it is a little bit up for debate, but in general, teams have been pulling a similar mix of mobs.
Yeah, we have seen teams at Valajar or Bulls onto Fenrir in the first place. We've seen ginormic pulls of wolves onto the second phase of Fenrir. We've even seen dragon pulls. It's all allowed. They can do whatever they
오늘
want as long
끝나요.
as they get the count. And mandatory opting to go for the Valajar here onto that first
결승은
phase.
5판
The
3선,
difficulty in
5판
this is
3선.
that the bear traps will
이거는
come
지금
out,
결승은
and
아니고
you need your
준결승.
team to stay very close to Fenrir to actually soak him. So
이거는
they
승자조
now
결승이에요.
need to
승자조
watch
결승.
their feet.
여기서
Yeah,
떨어진
that claw
팀은 이제
frenzy
패자조
need to stay
결승에서
in it.
한
Happy little
판
feet
더해서
back
최종
from
결승에
RX
올라갈 수
helping and
있어요.
getting that marksman back where it belongs, right in that Zerg and the AoE passive cleave. But this is not entirely easy. Let's see if Echo does the same thing. They finish off their pull. They're on the way here, have a little bit more trash count. And will they also pull something on top of Fenrir?
Double Death Grip is just phenomenal utility whenever you're pulling these marksmen on top of this boss. Every single time they leap away, you saw RX for the side of Mandatory just gripping those marksmen back immediately, utilizing both of the charges to be able to make sure that mob is stacked up. And right now, there is about 40% of Fenrir's HP separating these two teams, and the count is dead even at 54.81%. Now, for Mandatory, here is one of the final few hard parts of the dungeon. These Even Claw Wargs,
그래서
they do
오늘은 뭐
an
한
ability that leaps onto players, it does
8시?
AoE
7시?
around them. Now there are ways to be able to avoid them,
만다토리의
and that is creating a no path available zone.
이거
And this is
지금
what's
살짝
going to
사고
happen here for
같은데?
Mandatory, is their ranged
올라갔나?
DPS players are going to hop up on this rock as you see Mode doing a little bit of parkour. He's going to grip
올라갔나
here in
보네요.
just a couple of seconds, and then those wargs are not going to be
법사 못 올라갔네.
able to leap. Crim's actually
사고다,
setting a
이거.
block out of the group right now.
Yeah. That was very interesting because
만다토리 사고 지금
Mark's
커요.
going down. Skylight taking so much damage here. Crims is still down there. I'm not sure
I think
what
this is a wipe.
happened.
아.
Maybe he gripped them
This is gonna be a wipe.
and then it didn't work.
법사가 못 올라갔어.
Yeah, stuff is unfolding badly for Mandatory. They seem to realize that now as well, and they are going to wipe here.
이게
and
자세히
redo
보진
that
않았는데
pull. This is
그러니까
the thing
법사하고
that Echo
사제가
needed
저
to
바위
get
위에
back
올라가야
in the
되는데
lead
올라가기
here.
전에 그 늑대가
Very,
애드난
very
것 같아요.
unfortunate for Mandatory and Echo. It's working out for them. We see Clix and Zalia both up there on that stone. They're safe and protected.
클릭스 죽었어요?
actually going down here as well. They need to finish this. They can't
전부 하나
grab
있어,
the
근데.
backup. They do have a battle rest, but it is going to be very hard to rest him in the position that they're in, because if Jinji rests him, he'll be down and he'll get attacked by these wolves.
Yeah, in addition to that,
근데 지금
one of
원딜이
the
죽은
reasons
거라
that is terrible
전부
too
못
is
하고
if the scent
있거든요.
of blood actually went on Zalia, he has to come out of the spot, and these wargs are nowhere near dead with that Click's death. And now they're starting to kite the boss around. This is starting to get really scary for Echo. They may, if this pull lasts too much longer, they may also have a wipe. Look at this, Jinji is dropping incredibly low, Miraz is dropping super low.
이거 파열 때문에 살짝 위험해요, 에코도 지금. 에코 지금 좀 위험해.
Now, okay,
Look
they
at
do
the
a good job
healing
of
him
getting.
now.
They do a good job of getting the, I think, the prowl on Fenrir to
이
make sure he
젤리아 지금
doesn't
개인기
leap on
지금 한 명 더
Jinji
죽었죠.
going
전부
down
다
to
썼고
that AoE, and Clix does get the battle res, but Jinji's dead. But it's less costly than what we just saw from Mandatory with the full team wipe.
파열
I think
4중
Echo's going to be able to pull it
대문
off here.
들어갔고
Yeah, I think so too. And with all of these deaths across the board,
에코
Mandatory and Echo
일단은
have
넘겼어.
evened
일단
out
넘겼어.
the death percent seconds that they get here. Both of them are on plus 30, and you can see Mandatory just has such a long way to walk all the way back to Fenrir. RX trying to help his team here with the Path of Frost, getting them across this pond. There was a battle rest deployed for Echo. They
에코는
did
이게
pick up
22단
Clicks.
경화라서
Now that
살았네요.
all of the
이게
wolves are
20
gone, whereas
3단 폭군 막
Mandatory is
이랬으면은
just
못
now
넘겼을 텐데.
restarting that same pull again.
Oh, dude. I mean, for Mandatory, it looked like Crims just wasn't in the spot. Like, whether or not the grip didn't come through, he couldn't. He just wasn't in time. He had to sit in the ice block, and he dies again. He gets
아
left on by
법사
the
또
wargs.
죽었네.
They just weren't fast enough to be able to get into the spot. And so with Crims going down, we're in a similar situation to what we saw
Skylark.
from Clix earlier, where he was just, with Clix being dead, it was just a no-win situation where you can't accept the res, because if you accept the res, then you're just going to get leapt on and die immediately again. And so we are in a no-win situation, and Mode has to come out of the snap because he gets
Do
the
they
scent
have
of
Bob?
blood
They
on
don't
him.
have Bob. Oh, the wolves are coming. He has to
my
dodge. Momo
God.
is running. Happy little feet all across the board. This is what he has to do now. There's no way around it. He cannot stop moving. this will be
아,
the end if
아깝네요.
he does.
그러니까
You can see the
처음으로
rapture being deployed, trying to get the team a little bit safer as
결승에
the
먼저
wolves
올라가나 했는데
start to die off. But Maystein also goes down here. This is so tragic for Mandatory. RX once more dying on the side of Mandatory, and Scent of Blood hits smoke mode again. They're trying their very best to somehow finish out this pull, but I don't know how they're going to do that with 2 DPS down. Crims
알면서 할
accepted
거예요.
that battle rest back up, but it's going to take them forever to do it.
I think that they're at this point, they're looking and they're like, I hope that Echo wipes to something. And it's from this part on, Echo's at 83.7% enemy forces count. It's possible that they wipe from here, but it would be very atypical
네,
of a
그
team
피해
of this
한계는 그
caliber
수를
to
안
wipe,
시키나 봐요.
from what we have left to see. So basically what Echo's going to do is they're going to do a 4 Kings pull.
이거는 아마
It's
누가
not the
풀링하면서
safest thing
늑대를
ever,
먼저
particularly
애드냈던
for
것
tanks. The
같아요.
amount of tank damage is rather high. The mobs just melee for a lot. But beyond that, I don't see what necessarily can wipe them. And for Mandatory, I don't even know if they're going to be able to get Fenrir killed off. Like, the boss is still at 20% HP.
아니에요. 그러니까
Yeah, and it's just a healer and a tank currently trying
그러니까
to
에코는 이제 마지막
get
결승 한
that
경기만
done
남은
here.
거라 그 경기에서
It's
그냥 이긴 팀은
tragic.
그냥
They still
우승하는
need
거예요.
count after that. It will not be enough for the side of Mandatory, and now they also have 20 seconds against the clock for themselves. This is all looking very Echo favored as they're engaging the Kings. Using those
이게
ALs that you can
만다토리가
pick
뭐
up in
전에
the hallway
몬카일
down
때
below, they're making sure
이런
that they
식으로
can
많이
actually
무너졌어요.
grab
그러니까
all
다
of
이긴
them. The way it
경기
works is
큰
that you
삽질에서
throw that AL onto the
그리고 이런
Kings
식으로 많이
after one
했어가지고
another and then engage the first one. And because the first one is engaged while the others are in that state of, I guess, being drunk, they can then be talked to after because they do not get that debuff of
만다토리가
another
아쉬운 게
king was
원래
engaged.
이 루트를
And look at this.
만다토리가 먼저
Echo on the big
했었단
screen here.
말이에요.
They were able to get all 4
그러니까
of
저
those
바위에
kills done.
올라가고
Again,
냄드에다
the only-
붙여 잡는 걸 처음 한 게
one of the
만다토리야.
ways they wipe from this position is having a now death.
아니야,
I think
한 번 더 이기는 거
now
아니고
can't die with
그냥
this 4 king pull. It does a ridiculous amount of
세자주
damage.
결승에서
Particularly
이긴
like the
사람하고
Sever,
지금 이
cast
두
on the
경기
tank.
이
It
경기에서
makes them
이긴
take more
사람하고
damage
붙어갖고
and they
단판으로
absolutely
가는
can get
거예요.
blasted by it. But now they have one of those kings down. Now is seeming fairly
네네.
healthy here, and it looks like Mandatory having another death on
대진표는 다
Skylark.
정해져
I
있어요.
think that they're going to end up wiping to Fenrir. Also,
Come on, Mode. Come
Mode killing the
on.
boss?
The Rapture, go strong. Scent of Blood, maybe
뭐,
trying
뭐하든.
to get in here.
이거 약간 오기로 잡는
Can
중.
they kill this boss, please? At least
잡았어,
kill
잡았어.
Fenrir.
뭐하든.
It goes
Okay.
down eventually for Mandatory.
모아드 해냈다.
So that is bad. However,
만다토리는 졌지만
if they
모아드는
wiped,
패배하지
I'm
않았다.
pretty sure they automatically lose. Now the situation that they were in is if they wiped there, they just auto lose the dungeon. Now they're in a situation where if Echo wipes on this boss,
역시 모아드는 사제의 신인 걸로.
Mandatory can still win, and that's because Echo would have to run back from the very beginning of the dungeon. That is the only reason that I even think that this would be the case. It's because Echo would have to run back from the beginning of the dungeon. Now fate is in Echo's hands here. If they can avoid wiping, they're in an okay position. They could even have deaths on DPS, and I think they're still in a fine spot. But the thing that they cannot have is a full team wipe at any moment. And they don't have a battle res, which is not ideal, but I think they're okay.
아,
Yeah, we are seeing Mandatory now back alive. They're doing the beers and the bowls as Echo is chugging through here. God King Scovold down to 70%. There is only Odin waiting for them after this between Echo and the final game of the global finals, where they will wait for whoever gets out of the lower finals. There's going to be a little bit of a lower bracket run going on after this series, but Echo, I mean, that second map did go to Mandatory, and it was very close in this dungeon here. I wouldn't be surprised to see Mandatory back up in that very final game.
All right, so God King Scovold for Echo here. 30% HP remaining. And then all they have between them and being able to make their way into the finals again is Odin. That's the only thing that's going to separate them after they get God King Scovold killed off here in just a couple of moments. it wasn't the cleanest run of Halls of Valor I think I've ever seen from Echo. And I think if Mandatory run it back, and those mistakes don't happen on Fenrir, Mandatory, like, they have a very fast Halls of Valor. Their Halls of Valor is spectacular. And I think that it's a position that this MDI in particular has been one of the closest MDIs I've ever witnessed. This is crazy.
Yeah, absolutely right. Mandatory now also arriving there on the King area, but Echo already finished one entire boss in the lead as well as all of the Kings. Yeah. They're just waiting for Odin to show up and down him. They only need to get him to 80%. No bloodlust available for that, but looking across the board, we're going to have PI for that extra rune buff. We have Army of the Dead ready. It's looking pretty good. Incarn will take another minute, so it won't be ready right away, but we're on a good track to get this done quickly for Echo.
The thundering timing is actually
보니까 확실히 젤리아가 딜을 극성으로 하긴 하네요. 램드 시작하기 전에 TV 깔고 포급도 깔고 그러고 딜 시작하네. 폭수도 미리 돌려놓고.
The timing that you want to where it lines up with the first shatter spears, and then you don't have to clear it before. But the timing that they do have is going to allow them to get a full thundering buff during those during that
목소리 포그토를 올려두면은 지속 시간 동안 치명타가 오르거든요.
That by itself should allow them to get the ability to, or at least get very close to the ability to be able to one-phase it coming out of these runic brands. Now players are going to be marked with these runes, and once you reach these marks, you gain a fairly sizable damage buff. Everybody is able to get the Valajar phase, and all of the offensive cooldowns are being popped. Thundering is going to be summoned here in just a couple of seconds, and Echo is going to be able to deal with Mandatory, and not the cleanest run we've ever seen, but it was definitely something that they kind of got a little bit lucky, but they will make it to the finals anyways, and that's the big point. It doesn't matter how you made it to the finals, just that you made it to the finals, and Echo are going to be able to take a deep breath here as they do finish off that boss. As you see Mira's here clapping. It's like, oh yeah, maybe we got away with murder here. That's what I say. I know it.
You know, I call it plot armor. We talked about this earlier in the weekend. Echo's got the plot armor, but you know what? It only works if you pair it with some skill, and they certainly have that too. And like you said, Tuttles, not the cleanest HOV that we've seen, but man, they got it done. And Mandatory, how heartbreaking for them. But again, they're going to be a huge threat in the elimination bracket.
Yeah, absolutely. This is going to be a brutal, brutal lower bracket here. Now, this series actually had some uncharacteristic issues for both teams, right? We had some deaths coming in. We had RX dying for Mandatory on the first boss, during their lust, during Army, but all that paled in comparison to what happened to Azalea here. So this first death was actually to Mortal Hughes from the Shield Maidens. That caused him to be dead outside of the Eye of the Storm. That caused this whole thing to just kind of start going wrong. We started having just a lot of mobs there. Out of control, damage, never quite able to stabilize. Ended up losing quite a bit of time to that. So that was, taking a small time loss on RX's death on the first boss to a pretty big time loss for Echo there. But then we had this huge time loss coming in for Mandatory on Fenrir, which was Crim's. Got gripped up, and I think was gripped up a little bit late, ended up falling off, hits the ice block here, but unfortunately for ice block, it only lasts for 8 seconds or so. He ends up canceling his block, or coming out of his block rather, and just immediately gets the bop. That is one of the bops used, but then you could see RX actually ends up going down.
뭐 실수로 내려왔겠죠.
Well, so he can't get up easily, right? You have to jump up, and it takes several seconds to be able to make that happen. And Leap of Faith was already used by Mode to get him up the first time. Yeah, but it's like it takes like parkouring up against the edge there.
Yeah,
in
it
order
is
to get
parkour,
up.
but
it's not an easy thing to do with combat. I know. I think the alternative was to get max range and just start dodging the wolves, which we've seen teams do in the past, right? Azalea ended up doing it on this pull for Echo, for instance, which also did almost go wrong in the same way.
말을 안 할 땐 괜찮았는데 말을 하니까 또 목이
So watch how this one happened for Echo. You have the Ravenous Leap coming out. Clix ends up jumping off and just immediately getting murdered by all of the wargs there. But they were able to stabilize it. Gingy ended up dying. Then they got Clix back up. Now, a problem
네,
with doing
이번에
this boss
목이
with less
진짜
people as
완전히
well, the reason
가가지고.
Gingy died is because that claw frenzy is split damage, but if you only have like 3 people in there, it does a lot of damage. But they were able to stabilize here, able to keep using the shadow melds against the boss, and able to eventually beat Fenrir here. Did lose some time to it, and you can see that claw frenzy doing a lot of damage. Meanwhile, on the third attempt of Fenrir, second for
Fourth.
mandatory, they had a lot of trouble here, but Mode was able to get them over the finish line, kiting
와,
and
드리블
killing
하면서
Fenrir
폭탄
using that
깨면서.
speed boost from Scent of Blood as well.
What a boss.
Able to eventually get the win there, so at least they were able to finish that boss, to get it killed. So nice little bit of upside for mandatory. Unfortunately for them, though, they are getting sent down to the lower bracket, which it's scary, right? Because even if you think, oh, these 2 teams are maybe the teams that we're going to see in our grand finals, which I think a lot of people maybe are expecting, although I wouldn't count out Legendary or Perplexed yet either, it's a really big advantage now for Echo, because Echo get to spend the next 2 or 3 hours just looking at the lower bracket and looking at the grand finals maps, you know, shoring up their strategies, seeing where there might be things they could improve, getting practice in whichever maps are in that series. Whereas mandatory, on the other hand, they've now got to sweat the lower finals, right? They've got to actually play that series.
Yeah.
확실히
And,
그래도 에코랑
it's going to
만다토리는
be a
재밌네요.
big disadvantage for them, even if they can make it to the grand finals.
So that Fenrir thing for Crims, the reason that he shouldn't try to parkour back
네,
up
저도
is
이
because like,
눈이
he's
제일 이쁜 것
combusting
같아요.
there. Like, and they're actually on a timer, right? So if the Scent of Blood goes on one of the players that is up on the rock, they have to come out of the snap. Otherwise, the boss can actually snap up onto the rock and permanently be bugged up there. Alternatively, if you run out of like melds and stuff like that, and the boss actually Ravenous leaps up there too, a similar situation where like it doesn't happen. And so you want the wolves to be killed off by the time the Scent of Blood is going off generally, and that's what we have been seeing from teams, is that it does roughly line up. But it doesn't line up if Crims does not get his combustion there, and so like he's in a no-win situation. I think once he fell off, like they were
That's
already
true,
they
yeah.
wiped. Like I think that if he falls off there, they're
아,
literally
슬프다.
wiping immediately.
만다토리가 이 자리에 갈 수 있었는데.
That's a good point. Well, anyway, you slice it. It does mean mandatory is going down to the lower bracket. They are waiting to face the winner of our next match here today, which is going to be Perplexed versus Legendary. Again, both these teams been performing really well throughout the weekend, making it through their matches yesterday. That Legendary one over Cheese, like kind of shocking that was a 2-0, but again, it was a fairly close one. And Perplexed just barely edging out Thundered to get here. And I can't even begin to predict how this lower bracket's going to go. I mean, sure, you can say, oh yeah, well, mandatory is going to make it back up there. But, you know, it's like Dratnos and like all of us were saying this weekend that all the teams are playing so closely. If you go back and look at the dungeon timers, it's going to be close no matter what. It is going to be a tight match. So that's going to be coming up here on the MDI Global Finals in just a few minutes. So do not go anywhere. We'll be back in just a moment.
제가 최근에 방송을 많이 안 하고 있긴 한데 재밌게 보고 계시면 후원, 구독, 좋아요 한 번씩 부탁드려요. 조금 쉬었다 오겠습니다.
Well, here we are, the lower bracket at the Mythic Dungeon International Grand Finals weekend, the final day of the Grand Finals, that is. We have Perplex versus Legendary coming up next. The winner goes on to face Mandatory, who was just knocked down here by Echo, and the loser is out of the event. And with how well both of these teams have played all weekend long is ironic. I mean, it's always tough to say goodbye to one of the teams at this point in the tournament.
It was really tough yesterday, right? Sending 4 teams home, but here we are again on the final day, only 4 teams left. Upper Finals is through. Echo is through to the Grand Finals once again. I feel like I've been here before. But our next 2 matches,
seriously.
we got to send 2 more teams home. Starting off here with Perplex versus Legendary. And I mean, yeah, like you said, both of these teams have played so well all weekend long. Legendary really making a run through the lower
퍼플렉스랑
bracket here.
레전더리.
Perplex has looked like their old form, right? They're back to playing incredibly well here.
퍼플렉스가 첫날은 되게 개판 쳤던 걸로
You gotta
기억하는데
like your odds
Yeah.
for Le Pen, right? Going right back into a
고별
Legion
예선때
dungeon. We all know he's got that Legion buff. Proved it yesterday
잘
with the
올라왔네요.
2-0 and Halls of Valor and Court of Stars. See if they can keep doing it here.
Yeah, that's right. Halls of Valor, Azure Vault, and then Temple of the Jade Serpent if we end up needing to get there. You see our bans as well.
퍼플렉스가 원래
And it's
예선
cool to see one of
3위였는데
our last stand teams make
확실히
it this far
2위,
as
3위
well. I
격차가
mean,
좀
Legendary
커가지고
got knocked out of the lower bracket finals way back in Group A, so they had to battle all the way through the last stand tournament to get here. And here they are in the top 4, and with a fairly solid chance at making it through. It's going to be a tight one, but it's cool to see too. You know, we always talk about earlier in the group stages, like, oh well, they've always got the last stand tournament, they can always come back, and it's true. You really can take a group stage loss and turn that into a very successful season, regardless. You know. So Naguro, when we look at these maps here, what are you looking forward to? Is it the Azure Vault? What stands out?
Yeah, I mean, just a quick point about the last stand thing with Legendary. I think it might even be, you know, going in their favor, because that means that they practiced the dungeons for the last stand as well and played there too. So maybe the extra practice is really working out here for Legendary. And yeah, looking at Halls of Valor and Azure Vault as our first 2 maps, looking at the times from both
퍼플렉스하고
Perplex
레전더리 두
and
팀은
Legendary
오늘 아마
in
되게
this
엄청 힘들
weekend,
거예요.
we actually have Legendary
얘네가 경기를 아침 그러니까 우리나라 시간 기준으로 어제 아침 10시까지 했던 걸로 알거든요.
fastest Halls is 1842, so it's only 3 seconds difference in favor of Legendary, but still. And in Azure Vault we have a 1350 from Legendary and a 1409 for Perplex, so a 19 seconds difference in favor of Legendary. So technically speaking, Legendary should be the favorite here to win these first 2.
Yep, that's right. So the slightly perturbed, slightly bored cat face versus just Legendary. I don't know, what would you call that expression, Makes? What do you think? I feel like you and Tuttles are kind of the cat experts. Oh yeah? What would you call that expression?
용맹의 전당에서 에코랑
but I love it a lot.
만다토리랑 할 때 뭔가 색다른 루트가 나오길 기대를 했는데 색다른 루트는 안 나와서 조금 아쉽긴 했어요.
That's right. As we jump into this Halls of Valor and we get to see who decides or how big of a pull are they going to do. I mean, generally everyone takes things right into the first boss with differing levels of success sometimes, but usually it goes pretty well for teams at this stage.
Yeah, I think we're going to see similar comps from both teams. So we saw Perplex before play Prot Paladin, Disc Priest, Feral, Fire Mage, and then that Unholy DK and Legendary in their Halls of Valor played the Resto Shaman, and I think that's exactly what we're going to see here as the game starts.
That's right. Here we go. Let's see who takes the early lead.
퍼플렉스들은 마법이네요.
Let's get right
조합은
into it.
에코 대
We're
만다토리네요.
playing chicken. Go for it, Go, you take it.
Alright, so Perplex and Legendary both pulling all of this trash, like we just mentioned, onto Himdall. So Bloodlust being popped both of the teams. We have the Fire Mage and Perplex side, so we're gonna have a lot of damage coming onto Himdall while we cleave the rest of the trash down, which does mean though that the Storm Drake is gonna stay alive for a little while because they want to focus the boss here. So that's why we see the tanks trying to survive all of these frontal breaths from the Drake and all of the damage dealers. The Hero's Horizon actually goes down for Perplex. They do use a battle rest to get him back up. They don't have Ankh, right? It's a disc freeze, so they have to commit their battle rest immediately. I think it still was a good thing that their healer went down and not a damage healer, because at least they don't lose any offensive cooldowns here. So not too bad for Perplexed.
퍼플렉스도
But
지금
a
1데스
long time
했는데
without a battle rest now for them.
1데스가 중요한 게 아니고 이제
Yeah, I was
전부가
going to
없다는 게
say, coming into
중요해요.
this match, we've seen so many of our teams having issues with this first pull. There's so many damage events that you have to worry about. The Thundercallers with their dot as well as their targeted lightning bolt ability to so much damage on these higher key levels. If you stack that up with any of the bursting stacks or any explosives that go off accidentally, it could just be a one-shot. Unfortunately, it is Ryson that does end up going down for Perplexed. Now, of course, like you mentioned, not one of the damage dealers, so it's not going to hinder their progression too much here this early in the dungeon here. And actually, Himdall goes down at the exact same time for both teams. But you have to remember that battle res is a problem, right? They will not have another one for the next 8.5 minutes in the dungeon here. So if any other deaths happen on any of these massive pulls that we know are about to happen in this dungeon for Perplexed, it could be a disaster for them. Legendary, like you mentioned, they do have the Ankh available to them if their healer has any issues. They do still have the battle res, so they are sitting on that little net that helps them out, that little safety net. So it must be feeling a little stronger going into this poll here. Perplex is going to have to play this absolutely safely. And we have to remember as well, the way that the teams are pulling that Thundercaller in the back, CCing it behind them, we did see Zalia end up dying to that in our run earlier from Echo. So we have to keep an eye on that from the teams. They need to make sure they're aware of when that's happening as they gather up this massive poll.
Yeah, as you mentioned, this trash pack is being succeeded with Ring of Frost and other
퍼플렉스도
means,
좀
and then they
붙였고
want to have the trash pack come in later. Because they want to deal with
레전더리
Soulstone here,
타이밍
you see
늦게
both of the teams
붙였어요.
are engaging Soulstone with the Aspirant pack, and there's just so many interrupts they need on the Purifier, because otherwise you have all of these swirlies that you cannot dodge within this bubble. So they kind of want that other trash to come in later, because they don't have extra interrupts for the Thundercaller and for the Rune Carver as well. So this time around, we do see Legendary actually having a Rune Carver in there, so they need some extra interrupts on that mob, while Perplex did use that Ring of Frost, and they're gonna have to replace it in just a second.
이 플레이 어려운 게 저 솔스템 폭풍해둔 때
You see some of them are
몹들이 쓰는 회배 본진이 쓸리지 않게 잘 해줘야 되거든요. 그것 때문에 좀 빡세요.
But Legendary already done with Olmir, and they are technically able to engage the other mini boss in just a second as well. But it looks like they're trying to finish off some of these shield maidens first, because Lepan may be running out of CDs at this point, because there's so much tank damage going on all of these pulls.
Got that fresh Thundercaller, and as well, there's 2 interrupts that they're going to have to worry about here. 2 melee kicks should be very easy to deal with.
양팀 다 에코보다 낫네요. 에코가 여기서 상황을 좀 크게 났었는데.
Still alive. They'll want to cleave that down before another stomp goes off. This is going to go off on Igloo. Oh, dies midair, actually. Never mind. Good focus damage at the last second there to reduce the extra single target damage onto their healer here. And it looks like both teams are relatively home free with a Thundercaller for Legendary, and that Aspirant still alive for Perplexed. And you can see now, after most of the trash is dead for both teams, Perplexed has taken a little bit of a lead based off of the class comp and the damage compositions of the group. That Fire Mage thriving in the massive AoE pull, having access to the power infusion, whereas that's just going to be going on the Unholy DK or Legendary. Slight advantage here for Perplexed.
So one thing about Perplex, though, is that Ryzen does not have Shadow Melt available, and he's in perma-combat with this trash that we talked about.
우승으로 따지면 에코가 좀
So Ryzen is going to
많이
be low on
가깝죠.
mana for Hersha. They're not inverting Hersha either. That means that the Eye of the Storm is going to do the maximum amount of damage. So Ryzen is going to have to be a little bit conservative with the mana here. They
레전더리
have to use
어퍼프.
all of their defensives to make sure that Ryzen is not going to go completely on their side. Legendary, though, Igloo full mana. As they are also fighting Hersha now, it looks like they are actually reversing Hersha, so they're gonna have the Eye of the Storm that does a little bit less damage on their
레전더리
side.
역버프긴 한데
But some of
패턴이
the
약간 이상하게
combinations of
왔어요.
the
방패를 한번
Spell
더
Light
쓰고
and Arcing Bolt are gonna do a
신성을
little bit
쓰네.
more damage here at the very start.
Yeah, exactly. Teams have found a way to make the boss a little bit easier. Now, the cleave, taking longer to die for Perplex, but again, they also pull a couple extra trash mobs here with the boss compared to what Legendary cleaved in. So their trash count will be a tiny bit higher. That means they don't have to worry about too many extra mobs when they move on towards Fenris section later on. Divine Field dropping incredibly low to that Blast of Light, but able to keep himself alive just
확실히 역버프를
barely.
해주면은 힐러는 딜을 좀 더 많이 할 수
bit
있긴
more
해서.
difficult with the overlaps for them, whereas Legendary should have a much easier time here.
탱
Oh,
터졌다.
Lepan goes down to the Blast of Light as well for their team. That's their battle res
Lepan.
gone. Both teams no longer have a battle res. Fortunately, nobody else going down to boss melees because she was transitioning
생존기 너무
between
다 들고
phases there.
터졌다.
very scary moment for Legendary, but able to keep it alive. And in the meantime, that has allowed Perplex to catch up and even pass them on the boss. So keeping it very, very close here between the two teams.
Yeah, it's really good for Perplex. They can move on already now. They're going to do another bigger pull on the right side. Now, sometimes I do see
49
tanks struggle
고자와
on this
무저
pull
다
just
있는데
because they had to use so many defensives on the Hersha pull plus the trash, so they don't have too much left for this. But Divine Field looking really good on the defensives there, so it shouldn't really be an issue for them. Legendary now done as well. Lepan also looking good on the defensives, so they should be fine. We do see the Mind Soothes come out, so they can just walk past of this trash. But obviously Perplex going to be a little bit quicker here. And you can see in the boss split, they lost 9 seconds from some inefficient, or being a little bit more inefficient than Legendary, and also having that one death on Divine. Am I mixing this up now?
I honestly think it's just
on Lepan. There we go.
It's just a comp diff, right? Yeah, I think this is a comp diff. I think the mage really thrives in the style of pulls in the early parts of this dungeon here, and even for things like the wolf pack on top of Fenrir, I think Perplex is going to gain an even higher advantage here. The question is, what does Legendary's comp do? It does better single target damage, but you're not going to be doing more damage if one of your DPS is down without a battle res. What is Splat going to do here? Does he release to rejoin the group?
야, 오늘 롤 경기
It looks like that's not the plan.
제가 롤을 하면서 봐가지고 제대로는 못 봤어요.
This is a lot of time loss. It looks like a Holy Radiance cast just got off as well, healing up the group as well, so it's going to take even longer. Staying dead.
레전더리 쪽이 좀 더 잔실수가 많네요.
Eventually does end up making the call to
이제
release
뭐
here,
거의
but this is going to be a problem for
10분
Lepan though,
돼가서
as the
전부
trash pack is
올
living
거고
way longer than they
퍼플렉스도
expect to. He's going to be taking more and more damage from these shield maidens, from the snapshots on the markman. This could be very dangerous.
용맹도 뭔가 초반에는 루트가 좀 다양했는데 루트가 딱 정형화가 됐네요. 그러니까 이거 이상의 루트는 없나 봐요.
Penetrating shot that maybe went on Splat there, and they didn't have a disrupt for it, unfortunately. But yeah, that heal going off
이미는 뭐 일단 거의 만다토리 유력하고
now, none of the deaths from Legendary are
만다토리가 우승을 할 수 있을까
but if
없을까?
Perplex doesn't make any more mistakes, then obviously they're going to be in the lead. So Legendary definitely has to do something to catch up here. Perplex now on the first phase of Fenrir as they're engaging this marksman pack as well, and the trappers. They have to avoid those traps, so you can see them on the ground behind.
만다토리도 실수를 하나도 안 하면은 우승할 수 있는 팩은 되거든요.
And they're also using their
만다토리가 옛날부터 실수 좀 많았어. 퍼플렉스 핑 터졌는데.
Still 8% on the boss. That's still a lot for them to get through.
이거 퍼플렉스도 망했는데요.
You can see they're trying to cut it out, and they're doing a good job so far. But still 5% for them to go. Plus the trappers that are alive too.
They have to burn through the boss here. Remember, Fenrir does not reset. You can pull him to anywhere in this entire wood section of the dungeon, so they just need to burn through this boss. A Shine ends up going down to just residual damage from the trappers being alive, and Fenrir still beating them down. Swag also goes down. It is on Ryzen and Wolf Disco to finish off the boss. They have phased Fenrir. They still have to finish off these two trappers, but somehow they've avoided the worst possible scenario of full wipe on a boss here. Wolf Disco does invis to make sure that he doesn't accidentally die to the trappers here, and they will be able to get a res off here. Wow, the mitigation of a disaster scenario there for Perplexed might be the thing that still gives them a chance of winning this dungeon. And you can see after all is said and done here, they still have an advantage over Legendary. Legendary still working away at Fenrir, but the gap has been significantly closed by those mistakes.
Yeah, definitely still in the lead for Perplex here, but there's a 2 death timer in favor of Legendary, so they're 10 seconds behind. So maybe it's completely even now, considering those differences in the deaths. Now we can see Divine Field gathering up all of these wolves on Perplexed side. Now we're gonna have to see them jump onto this rock. You can see Wolf Disco and Ryzen jumped up without using the grip. So in case Wolf Disco does fall off for some reason, they can still grip him back up. Legendary now also doing the same thing on their side, and this is where everything went wrong. The previous group, and now Swag is dead as well. They do have a battle rest available. They have to get them up immediately if they can. Shine has to do the rest, so Divine Field maybe doesn't have to use any holy power, as Divine Field is also struggling to stay alive with all of these wolves.
They had the VE active, they had the Nitrous Vigil active now, and they decided to just slam the Lust here. This is their second Lust being used. I don't remember if this is where they planned on using it or if they were going to use it and then Swag dying stopped them from using it. But this is still a scary scenario. Divine Field is not out of the woods just yet. With that DPS dead, these wargs have been alive far longer than usual, and the damage going out on the group here is insane. Fortunately, they finally get through all the wolves, but in the meantime, Legendary has caught up. Legendary has taken the lead. They're 10% ahead on Fenrir. Their wargs are already dead. And also, we have to mention, again, the death timers. 3 extra deaths for Perplexed here. That's 15 seconds of an advantage on top of the faster run coming out from Legendary here. Legendary has somehow found a way back into this dungeon off the mistakes of Perplexed.
Yeah, looking much better for Legendary
레전더리가
now.
살짝
Time loss
앞서네요.
they had on this trashback earlier not really mattering anymore with the mistakes Perplexed made. Now Legendary is moving on, gathering up these bears, and I believe they also
맞아요.
need
진짜
some
실수할
boost
수
as well
있는데
on top of these
거기서
bears. So
팬링에서
another
안
big pool
무너지고
and a lot of
전멸 안 한
not too
게
dangerous for the damage dealers, but just a lot of
대단한
tank
듯?
damage again. Lepen is gonna have to kite this a little bit whenever he does run out of defensives, and we'll
거의
see if
불가능한
they can
복근.
execute it
램드피
well.
한
Another
8%
thing to worry
정도 더
about
뺐어야
is, of course,
되거든요.
the bulls
탱커 죽은 상태로.
passing that AoE around them that they have to disrupt with different kinds of abilities. Otherwise, Tobo and Splat are gonna have a hard time DPSing this pack.
Lepen dropping low from those debuffs, but it looks like he's going to be fine. We'll be able to kite this around, making sure he keeps things as stacked as possible for his teams to do damage. And it looks like they're being a little bit more efficient with the trash here on the side of Legendary. Also, they're closer to the exit here, too. It cannot be understated. It's 5 seconds of travel time, and, you know, when all of these tiny little things get added up, they can be the difference maker in this dungeon if Legendary does happen to make a mistake. We've seen it from the best teams in the tournament. Remember, the other day, Mandatory ended up losing this dungeon, right, to a 4th king not being activated. So there are things that can go wrong in this dungeon at the last second that just eat into those leads that you've accrued throughout the dungeon here. Legendary, however, is essentially done with their trash. They're going to get the last few mob percentages. I believe Splat's going to stick behind and pull some of those neutral mobs into the dragon for the remainder of their count. I would love to just get a POV of that, actually. We always see teams zone through the portal here at 82.2%. And
yeah, Splat still has
they get the
CD
last
on
couple
Shadow Melt,
percentage.
though. So Splat is going to have to wait for
3
Shadow Melt
seconds.
to be ready. Then he can pull the neutrals. So that means they have to
There it
wait
is.
before they pick up the beer, I believe, because the beer obviously has a certain duration. They don't need Splat to pick up
이거
the beer because they only need 3.
앞에 사람들
And we
먼저
see
가고
the
뒤에 있는 용으로
ninth
태우나
suit
보다.
already coming out. Splat is now back with the group as well. Didn't even need the Shadow
예,
Melt.
이동하는
So
동안
no
퍼센트가
problem
올라가고
there.
있잖아요.
And Perplex also on their way up. This is going to be so close between those two teams. As you
후발주자로 오는
mentioned,
사람이
a lot of
용을
importance
애드내서
is
그
going to be on that
용으로
quadra
그
king.
사슴들을 다
They
퍼센트를 매긴
need to be
다음에
able to get all
그냥 오는
4
것
kings
같아요.
simultaneously, because the time loss from not having all 4 of them is going to be the difference here between those two teams.
근데
So let's take a
구슬을
look if
아무도 안
both the
쓰고 오는 거
teams can
보면은
execute
이
the
구슬을
quadra
안 써도
king
그냥
activation.
포탈 바로 타면 리셋이 되나 보네요, 용이.
Here we go. We'll see 3 of these brews tossed on 3 different kings now. Lepen and Divine Field are going to pull the 1 remaining king and drag it so that it melees and gets in combat with the other 3 kings one by one. Got Bjorn. Alright, once it melees, you can move on, and then of course it's on the DPS players to spam click the kings when they run back to their position. All of them will be available. You can see that green
양팀
name
지금
means that they're friendly and talkable.
퍼플렉스가 데스가 좀
Get them
많아가지고
before they head back to their original spot, you can be in combat with all 4 of them. Good execution from Legendary. They have all 4. Perplexed, did you do it too? Did they? Did they get the last one? They did.
There-
Okay, all
there
4
it is.
for Perplexed as well. Good execution from both teams.
용은 그냥 넘어가지나 본데요.
Now let's take a look at the cooldowns here, right? Because as you mentioned, it is a DPS race. So we just saw PI being used by both the Shadow Priest. We saw Incarn being popped by both of the Pharaohs. And we
그거를
also
제대로
saw
보여준 적이
Army
없어갖고
being used by both of the Unholy
저도
DKs.
어떤
So the
메커니즘인지
cooldowns are
모르겠어요.
actually
근데 퍼센트
completely
채울
equal here.
게
Combustion,
사슴밖에
a little,
없어서
obviously combustion is only in Perplexed sides since we don't have the same comp
사슴은
here.
맞는 것
But
같은데
I think the Shadow Priest and
방법을
Mage cooldowns are going to
확인하지는
be a little bit
못했어요.
different. Do you think the Perplexed has the edge on pure single target over Legendary because of that Fire Mage difference?
It's hard to say, I think, because one of the things that we've been seeing from Igloo is that he does absolutely nuts single target damage. We're talking on these last couple of bosses, 50 to 50k on God King Scovold, 60k on Odin. Now, of
이건 뭐
course, there's a little
데스로
bit of team on that
15초 이상
one, but
차이도
we've got to
나는 데다가
believe on the
레전더리가
champion
지능이 더
sponsoring Odin,
앞서기
but that is
때문에
insane damage. I feel like
레전더리가
that
무난하게 첫 경기
could
가져가겠네요.
definitely make up for not having the mage with power infusion, but the mage definitely is incredibly strong on Odin, right? They have access to that fire starter for half of the fight, of course, 100% crit on your main abilities while the boss is over 90%.
그래도 뭔가 실수가 많이 나왔는데도
80%. So right, you have that for the entire first section of the fight,
실수를
and you can actually end up saving your combust
뭔가
for the damage
금방금방
and
타게
force your
하는
fight return
게
to the angels
예,
where it
확실히
costs you
수준이
less
좀
to
있다고
do
해야
a bunch
되나?
of damage. So I think it might actually end up being really, really close here with the death timers. Perplex could definitely end up coming back.
퍼플렉스드가 팬리드에서 안 무너진 게 진짜 대단하네요.
wrong for Legendary, just perhaps a DPS death during cooldowns. Remember, you still have those 15-second death timers that you have to contend with, so it's an outside chance, but there is still a possibility. But look at the damage meters for Legendary right now. Like I was talking about, Igloo topping the meters on the Resto Shaman.
Oh my god. Yeah, Eagle doing insane damage here in that Rasta Shaman. Of course, some of it is also going to be on those Flames of Woe, which is not going to be the most important damage. But yeah, Perplex did engage the boss later. And in addition to that, they have the death differential, right? So Perplex somehow would have to do an insane amount of damage to catch up to Legendary here, and it's not looking like that so far.
딜이
Looking at Ryzen also doing 50k DPS almost, plus of course providing that PI on Perplex side. So both of the healers just absolutely blasting this
레전더리는
boss
지금
and the
15초의
tanks as
타임
well.
캡도
When you
갖고
look at
있어서
that, it's really crazy optimization of damage going on for both of these teams. Now we can see that Splat and Shine also did use their Incarn once more. So that means that, I mean, it should be back up for the Odin phase. Because usually once you pull Odin, it's still like 45 to 50 seconds until that first damage phase starts. And there's a little bit of an RP before the boss can be engaged. So the Incarn should be back for them, and the PI should be back as
근데
well.
복수리 딜이 진짜 세다 세기는.
But it should be fine.
And just looking at the slight differences in their team here, it looks like the thundering timing is roughly the same for both teams. So there's not going to be any difference of that extra damage amp buff coming out for either of the teams. It's going to come up at roughly the same time, which is going to be near the end of the damage buff on the boss. So not exactly useful for Perplex. They're going to need a lot of things to go wrong for Legendary here. A final DPS race to the end here. Legendary with a very solid 20-second lead coming into the final boss. And as we know, Odin is very, very quick, but there are a couple of nasty overlaps that could send you to the death realm here. Those marks do a ton of damage. If you don't get to that spot instantly, you could go down in a matter of seconds here. Fortunately, they have so many tools to make sure that could never happen. I would be extremely surprised if that were to happen, but once again, the damage meters for Legendary. Look at the burst coming out from Igloo on the Shaman there, almost peaking at 100k, still staying solid at 80. So much damage comes out of that Resto Shaman.
Yeah, crazy damage by Legendary. Of course, both teams are going to be able to one-face the boss. They're only going to need one set of brands, and that's going to be fine. Legendary already got the AoE and the ad to spawn. You can see they're just passively cleaving that ad while mainly DPSing the boss still. And those brands are going to come out in just a second. They do not have Battle Res available, but they have all CGs ready. You can see
저는 뭔가 반지 작업 안 할 거긴 한데 부단 도는 힐러들은 반지 작업 꼭 해야겠다. 이거 반지 때문에 이렇게 딜 나오는 것 같거든요.
And it's all going to be on Legendary to see if they can finish off this boss before Perplex.
And it looks like it's not going to be the best of runs. It's not going to be the
복수하고
fastest of runs. It's not
야드하고
going to be
딜
the cleanest
경쟁하는데
of runs for either team. But with this lead on the boss, with the 15 seconds of death timers, all Legendary has to do is keep it clean. No mistakes, no deaths. They have the lead on Odin. They should be winning this first dungeon here. And yep, it looks like it's going to be a 1-0 lead for Legendary.
That's right. Legendary takes Halls of Valor. And you say it's not so clean, Zyronic, but there were a lot less deaths in this one than the last time we saw Halls just a moment ago. So at least we've got that to talk about. But yeah, Legendary makes it happen. Perplex, unfortunately, running into some trouble earlier in the dungeon, losing a couple people here and there, but makes still a lot to talk about from that one, huh?
Yeah, I mean, I would agree that it was cleaner than other runs we've seen, but it definitely wasn't the cleanest. Starting us off with a death on Ryzen here, and I think that was the best case scenario if anybody was going to go down, because that allowed the team to still do damage then. tragedy strikes for Legendary. They have their tank go down here on Herja at the best possible time, are able to pick him back up without both of the melees being, target of some nasty boss melees, and they are able to kill off that boss. So both teams kind of getting away with tragedy at the beginning of
반지가
the key.
딜이
Now
엄청
here,
센가 봐요.
at this moment, I was like, what was happening to Splat? He got the first tick from an edge cast, and he was bolt casted on by one of these Valajar, and just both of it happening at the exact same time put his HP down to zero real fast, and they took a lot of time waiting for him to come back. He didn't release eventually, then
반지
he
말고는
did,
딜
and
설명이 안 되는데.
it looked like the game was going to go in the direction of Perplexed, but then this happens. Divine Field goes down. The rest of the team tries to salvage what is happening. They don't have a battle rest available. Shine and Swag will also die here, and then it's all Ryzen and Dr. Wolf Disco who are able to finish off that boss, but Legendary pulls ahead, is able to get through Fenrir cleanly, and then back to the Kings here, where they already had on the back of those death counters 15-second lead, and then another few in terms of dungeon progression, allowing them to get through that dungeon here in not the fastest time we've seen, but like Tettle said before, it's not about, being the best, it's about getting there. So they did get there.
Yep, that's right. At the end of the day, the team that wins the MDI might not necessarily be the team that did like a specific dungeon the fastest that weekend. They just won their match, they moved on, they won other matches until they finally won the last one. And whatever time it takes in that particular match is the most important time, ultimately. So, Nagura, thinking back on that Halls of Valor.
아까 에코가
Any comments
20분
going into the next
초반이었던 것
map? As we look
같은데.
ahead to Azure Vaults, anything we can take learnings-wise from that one into this one?
So the most interesting thing about Azure Vault is going to be if Legendary sticks to their very unique
루트가
strategy.
비슷하다는 거예요.
Because Legendary
그래픽가
is playing the
비슷하니까.
strat where they only use one single Bloodlust in the whole dungeon, and they try to kill Azure Blade before the intermission starts. The last time they played the dungeon, though, they did not manage to do that. They saved the Bloodlust, used it there, but then the boss survived with like 6% HP. So we'll see if they try and attempt to do that again, because I think it could be a really fast strategy if they execute it, but it seems to be a pretty high risk strat since they didn't pull it off the last time.
Yeah, we'll see. That's right. You gotta have the cat when it's around. It's very photogenic. When does does
to
the
be
cat
honest,
stream?
she looks just like Perplexed, right? Like their logo,
Yes.
it's the same face. So I kind of had to bring her in here. Same little grumpy face like that logo. But I agree with
here's a
her.
real
I
question.
really like the yes.
Never mind.
Is it a cat question?
Well, it was, and the question is, do you have separate social media accounts for your pets? That's the real question.
I do not. I'm sorry.
Okay, all right. I
have
wasn't
to
going to
follow
judge
the
one way or
main
the other.
one.
Just curious.
But
What were you gonna say?
coming back to what Nagura was saying, I really like that Legendary route, and I think if they're able to do that one phase on Azure Blade, it will be so good. We saw them also have a little bit of trouble with snapping, but they had basically all day today to prepare for this dungeon pull, so I think they might have cleaned up their Azure Vault.
Well, we're going to find out soon, because that's going to be the next dungeon that we go to, the Bursting Grievous Azure Vault. Tyrannical, of course, as well. And a lot of teams have been, doing a lot of interesting stuff in terms of snapping different packs down from level to level. We've seen a lot of different approaches to it this weekend. Cyronic, in your opinion, do you have a favorite? Do you have a specific way that this dungeon is run that you think is superior?
Oh, absolutely. Frog's last route, best route. I think we can all agree on that, right? Across the board. I know there are some people that disagree, but going Frog's last, I know people think that there's some backtracking that you have to do Frog's last, but realistically that amounts to clicking on the NPC to port back to the start of the dungeon, and then clicking on the NPC to port to where you are when you kill Azure Blade, right? So it's like maybe 5 to 10 seconds max, which, you could factor in, I guess, but the nice thing about doing the route that way is you don't have to kill every single mob you pull, right? It just ends when you get to 100% trash count, and that's pretty nice. Now, we have seen a lot of teams try to adapt to the strategies that we've seen come over the weekend, where we snap trash down onto the third boss, Talash Greywing. And there have been a lot of mistakes there, so I think that's something we're really going to have to key in on. After Azure Blade, where are the teams going? Are they changing the strategies? Are they sticking to what they did earlier in the weekend? Can they pull off that snap? Whichever team does that more clean will be the team that wins this dungeon for sure.
Yep, that's pretty much the idea with it. Whoever does it cleaner, does it victoriously. And I'm curious to see if we're going to see the same strat out of each of these teams, because we have seen that big variety. And will we see everyone drop from level to level safely too? We've seen lots of people die. Some people just run into packs accidentally. Sometimes a priest forgets to levitate somebody. There's a lot of ways you can just kind of die randomly in this dungeon too. We found with the strategies that the MDI teams are employing, and it's always fun to watch. But the players are loading into the game right now, and we should be moments away from starting the second map of the series and seeing if Perplex can tie things up, or if our final last stand team, our last stand team, makes it one dungeon further to get to the lower finals. Let's find out, see if Legendary can get the 2-0, or Perplex ties it up.
Ooh, I think... Oh, that's very interesting. I think Perplex actually changed their comp completely. So they did play Azure Vault before, but they had a really slow run. They had a 1409, which was really slow compared to the other teams. And they played Prot Paladin, Evoker, Feral, and Holy DK Shadow Priest. Now they changed it up. Now they're playing a Disc Priest and a Fire Mage on Perplex side. So really interesting. They must have changed their whole route. We'll see what they end up doing. But Legendary is sticking to the same comp as they were playing last time.
That is actually really crazy. It's very rare that you see a team completely change up a comp throughout a weekend, let alone the strategy they're doing. So let's see what they have cooked up for us here.
신기한 게 이런 플링에서는 용일이 그
onto the boss, both teams pulling the boss at the same time, both deploying that
딜이
snapping
더 셀
strategy,
거라고
getting
생각을
as
했는데
quickly as
생각보다
possible.
크게 차이가 안
We
나네요.
are off to the races going for similar strategies. Now,
이러면은
looking at the
마주가
team
좀 더
comps
이득이지.
now, who would you say actually has an advantage here between the team comps? Because they're running, similar differences in comps to what we would typically see in like Shadow and Burial Grounds or in Halls of Valor, right? We see the Fire Mage for Perplexed versus the Shadow Priest instead of the Disc Priest for Legendary. And also the question is, what does Legendary think is so good about Evoker in this dungeon?
Well, I still think that everything that Legendary is doing is revolving around this Bloodlust Azure Blade strat. And you can see they are sticking to it because they did not use their Bloodlust. Perplexed did use the Bloodlust on initial trash pool. They do have a little bit more, 5% more, but they're not too far ahead on the boss in comparison to Legendary, considering that Perplexed used Lust and Legendary did not, right? So I think for Legendary, it's all going to come down to that one moment where they are trying to do Azure Blade without the intermission. If that works out, I think they can be really fast, but I'm not sure, right? Because you lose one whole Bloodlust in the whole dungeon, and if it doesn't work out, then you're wasting a lot of time. And the last time they did it, it didn't work out for them. So that's going to be a really important moment for Legendary. But right now, Perplex, they are 5% ahead on Trash, which means that they can skip something later on that Legendary still has to play.
I like that. Okay, yeah, we'll have to see. That's going to be a big make or break point of the dungeon.
암사가 많이 너프가 되긴 했나 보네요.
Get to Azure Blade. I'm trying to look around and see if any other teams actually opted to play the Mage in Azure Vault. I can see that Thunder
마법
played it in
쪽이
one of their
딜이
runs.
훨씬 더 세기도 하고 램드도 훨씬 빨리 끝나네.
All weekend. I'm trying to think of what the strengths are for Fire Mage in this dungeon. It really, to me, just comes down to being one of the best first single target classes. But if they're not going for the one phase on Azure Blade, which you would assume they aren't because they don't have the Bloodlust, I'm trying to think of what the thought process is behind running that here. Now, I do know that it does make the intermission phase on Azure Blade go pretty quickly because you can do a huge combust on the boss right before the intermission, and then once the intermission starts, you can spread your ignite to all 4 of the ads that spawn in the intermission, and that's a lot of damage. You can probably do half of the health of each of those with that ignite spread alone. But outside of that, it just seems like it's potentially not the best pick. So we'll have to see what they have planned here. As we are, though, strats and routes look pretty similar between the two teams. Both of them opting to kill this Crystal Thrasher plus Fury pull here.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think the teams also, throughout the MDI this season, teams change their strategies a little bit to pull more trash onto the bosses here as well. And that is where Mage shines too, I guess. So maybe they thought that's why the Mage can be good here. Maybe they decided to pull more trash onto Grey Wing, onto Azure Blade. They also pulled some trash onto the first boss as well. So we'll see what they decide to do for the rest of this dungeon. But so far, both teams are incredibly
레전더리가 첫 경기를
even.
이기긴
Entering
했는데
this mid ring a little bit earlier, and
디테일이
they're not
컴플렉스가
pulling
좀 더
anything in
좋네요.
that first ring area because they have more trash on the board, as you can see. Legendary, though, they have to do a pull here, so this is going to slow Legendary down quite a bit, adding one extra pull to their route. Unless, of course, they skip the intermission later on, then they're going to be making up that time again. But Perplex already in that Azure Blade area.
Yep, here we go, Perplexed, like you mentioned, Azure Blade area. Let's see how this pull goes for them. I feel like we tend to gloss over this pull because it's just the typical thing that everyone does, but this is like 3 or 4 trash packs pulled together, and then, you know what, let's pull the boss on top of it for fun here. Gotta keep an eye on the health bar of Divine Field. There's so much damage coming out if he gets hit by too much of that spell frost breath damage, or if any of their DPS accidentally get hit by one of those swirls on the ground. This pull could go south very, very quickly for them. So far, the AoE burst damage seems to be there, and they're doing a great job of dealing with this trash, and the boss's HP is so low too. They'll very easily be able to two-phase, but no chance.
진짜 에코를 잡아야지 하면은 이번 대회가 좀 적기긴 한 게 던전들이 다 쉬워요. 루트들이. 루트들이 막 엄청난 연습을 요구하는 게 없어.
It's still alive. You definitely have to make sure it does go down very soon before Divine Field does run out of CDs. And then this intermission phase also does a lot of damage to the group. It's actually taking them quite some time to finish this off. And you can see there's a lot of Grievous stacks on Wolf Disco. He actually had 4 stacks of Grievous. He did not manage to get healed through. He did have Warf Rachel available. There we go. It's all on Legendary. They used the Bloodlust as well. Boss is down to 17%, but you can see the mana bar is gone. The boss is going to the middle now. Doesn't look that great. Are they going to make it?
Did they get Thundering Sun there at the last second? No, 3%, 2%!
Oh no.
Have to do the intermission once
레전더리.
again. What happened to them?
이거 타이페이
Legendary so close to pulling off the one phase and getting themselves back into the dungeon, but now they have to do an entire intermission phase that they weren't hoping that they had to do, and Perplexed is going to hold on to the lead. And more importantly, Perplexed is going to get that second Bloodlust at some point in the dungeon. Azure Blade does go down relatively quickly after the intermission phase. Legendary probably ended up losing somewhere around 20 to 25 seconds there getting that intermission phase they weren't planning on getting. But here we go. This is what we were talking about before the run started. This snap is so important.
똑같죠? 이거 몸 상태로 땡겨갖고 탱하고 있다가 보기 내려오면은
as that Feral Druid in bear form until Divine Field joins the team here. Divine Field, you can see his health bar dropping. He's pulling trash upstairs, taking a lot of damage. Gonna jump down, gets the grip from Ryson, and the trash will follow soon here. Now, have to keep an eye on the shield bash on this boss. Needs to make sure they don't get anybody knocked out of this field during Absolute Zero Crest. Looks like the snap has gone well for Legendary as well. Both teams able to pull it off cleanly.
Yeah, looking good for Legendary, but there's still so much going on this pull. You have the Grievous stacking up on everybody. You need lots of CDs on the tank so they can survive because there's just so much damage going on. And you need a lot of interrupts as well because you have these elementals that cast sleep that needs to be interrupted. Otherwise, somebody's going to fall asleep, and that's going to be really bad in combination with the other abilities from the boss. So it's looking pretty good so far for Perplexed. Some of the trash is going down. The bursting is stacking up. They have to use the Dwarf Racials or Master Spell to get rid of those debuffs to make sure they're not going down here. And it's looking good for Perplexed. Legendary also doing a pretty good job. But look at the boss HP. Perplexed doing so much more boss damage in comparison to Legendary.
So much more boss damage coming out from their team comp. I think that's one of the strengths of the Fire Mage here, because he's topping the meters here.
레전더리는 2층에서 전투를 한번 끊어갔는데 그만큼 밀리네요 지금.
Yeah, I was looking back at the run on my other monitor as well. It was Thundering Stuns at the very end there for Legendary on Azure Blade, stunning 3 of their players. And they got
화법이 마주까지 받아서 훨씬
that
더
is going
세요.
to be something that they'll look back on and think, man, if only we had gotten that matchup at the last second, but it wasn't meant to be here. Now, they're not out of the woods just yet, right? They're not out of this dungeon just yet. They are slightly behind Perplexed. 15% in boss damage. Perplexed does that have that extra death on the board, though, so you have to factor that in here. And there was a lot that could go wrong. in some of the
레전더리
massive
조금
pulls
아쉬운
here,
게
both
그
teams
이넴에서
maybe going
사이트
down to
한번 더
Umbral
본 거.
Skull first after this boss goes down.
그리고
They'll
그
both be ending off
이넴 전투 들어가기
with a
전에
giant
전투
frog
한번
pool.
끊어간 거.
Things can go wrong there. Remember, it's a
그거 두 개
bursting dungeon.
아니었으면은
That
레전더리가 그냥
bursting
이
can
경기 만에
stack up.
끝낼
If
수도
miss a mass
있었는데.
spell on somebody, they could go down very easily. We'll have to keep an eye very, very closely on how this goes.
There's a little bit of a difference still in the rest of the strategy. So
확실히
Perplex
단수가
is gonna have
20단밖에 안
Bloodlust in
되니까
just a second. So
택틱을
they will
바로바로
be
카피를 하네요.
pulling 5 breakers
그리고
into their
카피한
front pool, and
택틱에서
they're gonna be
미스가 안
lusting
난다.
it to execute it. Now Legendary though, because they do not have the Bloodlust for the breaker pool, what they are doing, or at least what they were doing the last time, was Lepan was actually pulling 2 of the breakers and they snapped them to Umbral Skull. So they don't have to deal with 5 breakers later on. And it looks like they are doing the same thing again. There we go, the 2 breakers are appearing on the right side for Legendary. So they're dealing with those with Umbral Skull. But in my opinion, that is a slower strategy, right? It slows you down quite a bit on Umbral Skull in comparison to just playing them with the other 3 breakers in the frog pool. But yeah, because they play this Asher Blade strategy with the Bloodlust, they just can't do it. And because they didn't execute the Asher Blade strategy because of the Thundering Stun, this is just going to slow them down even further.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, looking at the state of the game between both teams, you definitely do have to hand the favor towards Perplex. Yes, they have the death on the board, but that second Bloodlust coming up for the frog pull is going to give them so much more safety in that pull. Now, one of the questions that I have is how much did they actually have to change when they swapped their comp over to this
지금
strategy?
이 플링에 이 요가리 두 마리 붙였는데 근데 이거 두 마리 붙이는 거 크게 의미는 없거든요.
Bryson on the evoker, right? And
그냥 뭐
with the
자원으로
evoker,
쓰는 정도?
you can let your healer be the person that backtracks through the dungeon, right? They port down to the third boss, but then they backtrack, pulling tracks, trash and frogs to meet up with the team. Shine is going to have to be the person that does that now. And if there's any inconsistencies with how he does that instead of Ryson doing it, that could be an issue for them.
Yeah, you are right. It's not the easiest thing to do as a Feral because, of course, you have to try to run through them. You somehow have to tank some of those melee hits from the looters and from
어차피 개구리방 플링을
frogs
한번
as
해야
well.
돼서
So you have to make sure you survive that. You can see Ashine is holding on to all of the defensives. He does have Bark Skin and Survival Instincts available on that druid there. It would be nice if we could maybe get a POV from Ashine so we can see how he gathers up everything. But for now, we can see the rest of the group. So we'll see a Mind Soothe being used on this breaker just so... Actually, never mind. They're not even bothering with that. They're just carrying it instantly into the pool, and they're going to be meeting up with Ashine at the bottom of the stairs, and then they have those 5 breakers. But keep in mind, that's still a very dangerous pool. Even though they have Bloodlust, having 5 breakers is so hard. There's an unavoidable AoE cast they do, plus they cast a Shoulder Slam onto players. They only have 1 Shadow Melt from Ashine that can avoid it. All the other players are going to have to deal with that Shoulder Slam.
Here we go. Everyone back together. The trash that Ashine has pulled is with the group. The Bloodlust is popped. All of the cooldowns are available across the board except for the Army of the Dead, but that's not too big of a deal here. They're just going to have to burst as much as possible. Look at the damage coming out from the breakers here. Every single one of those Bestial Roars doing so much damage to the group, especially when stacked. If you get hit by that, plus a Shoulder Slam at the same time, you could very easily go down, even on a Tyrannical 20. Lowest key level. The trash not doing increased damage. The bursting stacks are up. There's the Mass Spell on everybody, getting rid of a 9 stack. Great usage of from Ryson. Look, the Dwarf Racial's also coming back out to get another bunch of stacks off. The Legendary is onto the pull as well, but it's so much later on, and there's no Bloodlust for them. All Perplex has to do is finish off these last couple of mobs, and that is going to be all she wrote. 5 seconds still on the board for Legendary, but there's no way they get this trash down in 5 seconds. And we are once again this weekend going to be going to a deciding Game 3.
Yeah, Perplexed back in it, and man, it was so close. Like seeing Azure Blade for Legendary sit there at 2%
무난하게
mission was
무난하게
kinda
잘해서 무난하게
heartbreaking. But then you
이겼다.
look at the Thundering Stuns, you're like, oh well, I guess I could see how that happens. But a lot to talk about in that dungeon, so Makes, take it away.
Yeah, thank you so much. So starting us from the get-go, you both mentioned it as well. There was a little bit of a comp change on the side of Perplex, and I am a big fan of that for multiple reasons. I still like the Legendary tech, but this is now the second time we haven't really seen it work out. They need to pull this trash pack here, because later on they kind of need to have more trash done because they can't go as big. Now, here was a little bit of trouble for Perplexed. They did lose Wolf Disco, but were able to pick him back up with that battle rest that they had while grabbing these extra mobs. So really not too much loss there, just a little bit of extra damage time. And then on the other side, we saw the big kicker, right? Wexy, Tobo, and Lepan all got stunned by Thundering while Azure Blade was running. And I think if they had been active, they could have actually finished this off. So maybe a little bit of greed, maybe a little bit of everything happening at once way too fast, or being used to a different timing sends them into this phase here, delaying them by about 20 seconds. So I think they would have had the faster route, but I do like the mage for the single target damage that they get out of these bosses, both of them opting to snap onto Talash Greywing, something we've now seen multiple times. I think it's really cool. It's really awesome. You have to survive so much. It's a big challenge on your tank to do that. And the Prot Paladin just a little bit more stable, whereas the Prot Warrior is better for other pulls like the Frog pull, I think personally. Then from Legendary, we are seeing those two breakers because they can't do them with the Frog pull. It's just not possible for them without having that extra bloodlust. I think you explained that as well, Nagura. They need to grab them down here, which I like because I like pulling stuff onto Emerald Skull, but it just means that the other team did have their bloodlust for that very final frog pull. And I think if your entire strategy banks on getting that one phase push and it doesn't work out, that's kind of the moment where you say, okay, we're just going to run it down. Hopefully it works out. Here you see how a Shine brings back the breakers and the frogs from all the way across these rooms to the rest of his team. He does a big run, and that's how they group up the frogs very quickly. But yeah, making out the 1-1 between Perplex and Legendary.
Yeah, it's tough. You can't blame Legendary for trying to kind of like eke every last little point of damage out of the Thundering Affix, but at some point you gotta clear it, otherwise that happens. But so close, but yet so far. Either way, they are not done quite yet. We are going to that third map. Before we do, I mean, I'm curious. I want people to actually make some predictions. I'm going to go around. I'm going to ask everyone who they think is going to win this match. I think it's very difficult, but I want you to tell me who it is and why you think it is. I'm going to start with you, Zyronic. You can't get out of this.
It's going.
Quick question. They're playing Temple, right?
They're playing Temple, that's right. Temple the Jade Serpents is next, yeah.
I'm going to go with Legendary. I don't know. I just feel like they've been the better team all weekend long in terms of how they play. Yeah, Perplexed had that sick Ruby Life Pulls run, but other than that, they've had some questionable routing. They've had some pretty rough mistakes in certain scenarios. I mean, they've definitely been looking... This is the best they've looked in a couple years, don't get me wrong, but I don't know. I just have a feeling like Legendary is going to take this one.
Okay, so Legendary from Zyronic. Nagura, what do you think?
It's difficult because Legendary has not played Temple yet at all, which doesn't necessarily mean anything because they didn't ban it yet, so it might be that they have the best strategy ever. And Perplex did play the dungeon, and they had a lot of issues. So I think I'm also going to go with Legendary here in this one. I think I like their just routing and their strategies a bit more over what I've seen from Perplex.
All right. Well, Megs, do you agree? Are you going to be the third person to go for Legendary here?
See, I know that you voted for Perplex, so I have no shame in saying that I'm also Team Legendary.
I have to go Perplexed.
Okay. I think the big kicker has to be, we saw them in the last stand in that temple, and they looked incredibly good in that temple. They figured it out really fast. They had the fastest time in that temple out of all of our last stand teams by like 30 seconds. And I think this is a dungeon that really plays into the strengths that this team has. Now, of course, it is an elimination game in the global finals, which means, I think we talked about this, Doa, you have to go big, right? There is nothing you can do other than just full send it, make sure it works out, and that's why we are seeing so many deaths and so many oopsie daisies everywhere. So there is still a certain level of volatileness that we
이번
can't
경기에서
just
이긴 팀하고
get out of the room, right? There could still stuff be going wrong, but I'm pretty confident that Legendary's Temple looks good.
Well, we're going to find out soon. I do have to go for Perplexed. I mean, They were my
응용자가
runners up that I
구경할
picked way
거리가
back
좀
at the
있는
start of the
던전인데
weekend.
이게
I think
21단
there are moments
폭풍이라서
where they could look like the best team in the
너무
world,
뭐가
and then
없어
obviously there's
복스가.
moments where they look like maybe not so much the best
21단
team in the
폭풍은
world.
진짜
Either
사고
way,
날 게
you can't
없어요.
deny their skill. They have made it this far. They've tied up the series, and so now we get to see if
한
they
번에
can close
1렘
it
붙이기 이
out.
정도 하나?
But we'll see. I'll too. We'll find out as we're getting into it. What are those dudes
Well, also,
juggling?
just like from a strat-wise level too, this is one of the dungeons where we were really confused with Perplex's strategy, right? Every other fast run that we've seen in this temple has the teams pulling all
어제
of the trash
응용자
together
경기를 안
in the
봐가지고
last boss room.
어떻게
Right?
돌아가는지 잘
Whereas
모르거든요.
Perplex, they opt for like a small safety pull beforehand.
1렘 전까지
Then they
한
pull
방
the
하나.
rest of the trash beforehand. If Legendary is able to go for all the trash together and they
조합도
pull it
좀
off,
궁금하고
they're a
복수라는 좀
shoo-in for
살리기
winning this
빡세긴
dungeon
하거든요.
because that extra pull for Perplexed, it just costs
복수리네요,
so much
역시.
time. But here we go. We are into the
근데
dungeon here.
한쪽은 부지고
Warlocks for
한쪽은
both
야드네.
teams. Similar comps. The only difference being the Unholy DK for Legendary
야드
instead
쪽이
of the
조금 더
Feral Druid
안정도가
for
좋긴
Perplexed.
해요.
I do love the Wolf Disco Warlock versus Splat Warlock timeline, though. I think they're both amazing Warlock players. So we'll see how that works out. Now, yeah, as you said, they decided to go with the Feral for the Mark of the Wild. And on the other side, Legendary is playing that Unholy DK. Very interesting
첫
to see
사이클이
the
흡수를
difference there.
아꼈네요.
While both of them have the Shadow Priest with the PI, they can
흡수는
buff
안 주나?
either of those damage dealers. Perplex still dropping a little bit low
줄 때
with
된
all
것
of that
같은데.
damage coming out of that pack. Legendary actually dealing with this first trash ball quite a bit quicker in comparison. That might be the Unholy DK difference, right?
뭐
Unholy DK,
안쓰나
of course,
잠깐
having the
봤더니
potential
플레이
just to do
끝나버렸네.
so much AoE damage.
Also, Splatch is doing a lot more initial burst damage on that pull. I want to take a look at the talents in a bit here and see if they're running similar things or if it's a little bit different on that MDI companion tool. Of course, you at home can take a look at that too. In the top left corner, there'll be a little arrow you can click if you're on the official Warcraft stream and check out the talent and gear loads that the players are using. onto Wisemari here
지금
for both
퍼센트가
teams,
살짝 차이가
though.
나는데
Yeah, Legendary's
퍼플렉스
holding
쪽은
on to
흑마가
that
이
very,
물방 한
very
마리
slight
정배를
target
했어요.
advantage. Unfortunately, Igloo going down for
정배를
Legendary, but another
수납을
death as
했어.
well for
자원을
Perplex.
쓰기
Both
위해서.
teams trading blows back to back here. The difference is
양팀 다 지금
Perplex
1대씩
has
사고
to use the
났네요.
battle res, whereas for Legendary, it was just an Ankh that they had to commit, so they still have the battle res in their back pocket later on if they need to use it. Once again, Perplexed for the next 9 minutes of the dungeon just don't have a battle res.
파악이
This is not great
너프가
for
좀
Perplex at
있었나요?
all. I mean, it's not great for either of the
파악은
teams
너프
to
없는 걸로
start
알고
this
있는데
dungeon with
보호가고
death.
아크만
This
너프되고
is the most important game for them, right? This game is going to decide who moves on and who is going to be out of the tournament after this one. So having a death here at the very start must be very dangerous. You have the Quaking come up here as well. Quaking can be so dangerous on Wisemari in combination with
다시 타겟
wash away
광이
coming out. But it looks like Perplex dealt with it.
파악이
pretty
워낙
nicely.
세긴
But now
해가지고
Legendary 15% ahead on boss percentage because they did have a death too, but it wasn't their healer, and they had an Ankh that they could use immediately. But Perplex lost one of their damage dealers, and whenever you lose a damage dealer, you might be losing resources, you might be losing certain cooldowns that were up at that moment, so usually that's a little bit of a bigger time loss in comparison.
Yeah, definitely a bigger time loss for Perplexed, but it looks like on pure single target
파악은
damage,
또 버프예요?
the Feral really kind of keeping them in things here. Unholy really didn't want to pop too much extra cooldowns here, and even though they had the DPS death instead of the healer death, they're keeping
다른
things
클래스들
very,
그렇게 버프해주면서
very close.
용일은
There
왜
was a
그렇게
little bit of,
똥납부
like,
시킨 거야?
micro single target increases that Perplex was getting at here. They had a corrupted droplet banish, so that Wolf Disco could actually get full Havoc value every single time that cooldown came up every 30 seconds. Get a little bit of rolling Havoc stacks. get some
용일
extra
똥납부
mana
돼서
life,
너무
so a little
힘든데
more
지금.
single target damage. So that, little optimizations like that were definitely keeping them in things. But here we go into the second boss room here. What is the pull routing going to look right here? Who is going to get onto the boss first?
건너편에 있는
Probably
쫄을
end up seeing
땡기네요.
both of the healers hopping up on the ledge here using their desperate
이걸
invokers
한 방에
as well as
다
their
가네.
single target damage just to get that book down as quickly as possible. Here we go into the first
I
big
saw
pull from
something-
both teams. Got to keep an eye on the burst from Haunting Shaws.
I saw something really cool by Legendary there, actually. So Splat
힐은
tagged
알아서 하라 그러고
the
복수를 랜드
last
파먹하고
free
있어.
mop pack over the wall, like over the bridge. He was tagging it, and they have everything in there. They have the cat in there. They have the
Oh, you're
the
right.
crab in there as well. They have everything in this pull. While Perplex did not pull that last trash pack there. So that means Legendary gets all of their AoE damage with their cooldowns on all of this trash. I really like this. This is very dangerous though because you have so much going on, literally just pulling everything together. And look at Legendary. They executed it so well and they finished off the book as well. But Perplex finished off the book a little bit quicker. They're already in combat with Strive and Peril on their side, but they're not down yet and they still have to pull that last trash back
레전더리가
as well. But it's going to
건너편을
be a
바로
little bit dangerous
플레이하는
and Ryzen
걸로
cannot click the
역전을
gateway at the
했네요.
moment. They need to get Ryzen
no.
down there, otherwise they don't
혹시
get
지금
heal on
방금
the
못하고
roof.
있다. 씨.
He's a goblin. He can't click the gateway. He's
유익이다
a
이거.
goblin.
흡선하고 자격
His
들어갔네.
character model's too small. His team is going to be taking so much damage without a healer there. They're trying their hardest with Nature's Vigil and VE.
아, 썬더링.
Nobody alive, but
아.
the Thundering was still on him. He stuns himself.
아,
Who is stunned
퍼플렉스.
downstairs? Wolfdisco is stunned. Swag has gone down. They have the Ankh, but that's going to be a DPS dead for the entire Strife and Peril encounter. And they still have the trash up, the Golden Beetle. Very, very alive. It's going to be doing extra damage to the team. Whereas Legendary, all their trash is dead. All they have to do is worry about the bosses. Legendary are so far ahead right now.
This is just
아,
so bad for
컴플렉스 이건
Perplex.
운이 너무
Ryzen not being
없었다.
able to click that gateway because of line of sight. Your character has to be in line of sight of the receiving gateway for you to be able to click it. And because he's playing Goblin, as you mentioned, not being able to use that and then having the blue debuff of the Thundering as well, a little bit unlucky there. If he had the red debuff, it would have been fine. But with the blue debuff, you have to clear it, and he just didn't manage to get there. And yeah, that one death, because they had a death previously, they don't have a battle rest available. So this means, as you said, it's just going to cost them so much time. Legendary, on the other hand, no issues whatsoever on their side, as Peril and Strive do go down now. They do have the gateway as well from Splat, so they
진짜
can skip
생각지도
this
못했던 사고가
faster here,
났네요.
and they don't have to worry
방금
about patrolling,
미스라니.
they don't have to worry about walking around. So this is going to save them another couple of seconds. But Perplex, of course, also has the gateway on their side once they're done with the boss.
Oh, that is just so unfortunate for Perplex, but Legendary blazing ahead here. They're not done just yet. These trash pulls can be very, very dangerous. Igloo is going to have to play perfectly to keep everyone alive here. First curse goes out onto Igloo. We'll see a decurse on himself in a second here.
레전더리 혹시 여기서
As these haunted
공포짤
shots go down,
흘면은
we'll see the personals across the board committed. AG up for Igloo. We'll see a Spirit Link going down here very, very shortly to keep the group topped as these Shaws start to
레전더리 지금
die.
경고 없거든요.
There's the VE from Wexy as well. The AMZ going down. And here comes the damage. The Haunting Shaws explode on the group, but the damage mitigation is there, and they're all very healthy. This pool is looking
잘
great for
마무리가
them.
됐네.
This is looking so good. I mean, all of the pulls that Legendary have been doing are so insanely crazy. I mean, that pull before Strive and Peril was just insane, and it's looking so clean from Legendary. They really, it looks like they're using their defenses
이거는 뭐
perfectly.
끝났다고
Their
봐야죠.
HP bars are barely moving, it seems like, just because they're using everything so perfectly and they're handling everything really well. Now, Igloo is pulling those last two mobs that they still need onto the boss, as Lepan did pull the boss already now. So they're going to be dealing with the trash, and the boss should be okay for them. But yeah, it can be a little bit dangerous, this boss. And they almost did. Oh, Igloo actually went
Igloo?
down there.
Splat?
Where's Lepan? Is Lepan deceived? I think Lepan is
No.
deceived. I don't see him anywhere.
레전더리 무슨 일이고?
Oh my god, that is so incredibly unlucky. They tried to somehow salvage this, but Lepan is not in the game. I just saw his character standing around there doing
그래도
nothing.
윤회가 살렸네,
This
윤회가.
is heartbreaking for Legendary, but
아니네.
Perplexed, they are
힐러만 찌는
now
거네.
back in the court. They still have to do this whole pull though. Legendary already did this pull, so Perplexed on the left side now trying to execute the same thing.
아, 이거 어떻게 될지 모르겠네요.
Igloo released,
퍼플렉스
getting
이번
back
플레이에서
to his team,
사고만
being
안
able
나면
to get
아니에요.
the
이거
mass
역전
res
될
out
수 있어요.
very shortly. Hopefully that
이거
gateway is
여기서
still
가능하면 이
active,
플레이
so they
금방
can go ahead
끝나거든요.
and get back to the group quickly.
이거 뛰어가는 게
They're not
생각보다 시간이 엄청 오래
fully done
걸려요.
just yet. Hopefully Le Pen is back with the group. I believe he is. We can see that interrupt meter filling up. That is incredibly unfortunate. Fortunately for them, they're through the big AoE pack. They just have to get onto Lou Flameheart here. Perplexed
아,
on
레펜
their side now,
인터넷이에요?
dealing with his massive pull. The burst damage from the Haunting Shaws going down has been dealt with. So they will be right back in the midst of it here. It's going to be very close. And now also we have to mention it, the 2 extra death timers for Legendary are going to come into play. It's going to be very, very close now.
Yeah, this is so close because Legendary is still going to be engaging the boss first. So even though they deceived and had a full wipe,
램프플린
and
거의
even had to walk
비슷한데
all the way back,
데스
they still
페널티가
did
레전더리
engage the
쪽
boss. I mean,
15초예요.
Perplexed now too, though. did engage the boss. So it's going to be so even between those two teams, just as you said. Divine Field dropping a little bit low here at the very start as they get this trash pulled in. They do have to dispel all of those curses, plus the magic effect that is going to be applied to the tank here. Looking pretty good for both the teams. Of course, both of them on similar percentage too. Igloo now trying to get this trash pack that they pulled earlier again into the group. They have to be a bit careful though, because the Mistweaver can cast this one channel. Igloo does have an interrupt though to deal with it.
Also has to be careful that the fire wave's coming back, but it looks like the timing is right. He got the gateway as well from Splat to make sure he was in a good spot when he came back into the group. Got the Thundering Clear off too. We'll get the decurse as well. Actually didn't even decurse himself, just gonna heal through it. Not that big of a deal. He's a shaman. He will heal. And we are back to equilibrium here. Now, remember,
이 정도 격차면은 그 막내는 가는 길 한 방 해야 되는데 한 방 하나? 21단 폭군이라 할만할 것 같거든요. 막내 막 한 방 하는 거.
I still think that they have a very significant advantage over Perplexed. We're going to have to pay very close attention to how Perplexed pulls.
할만한데 엄청 어려운 플레이라.
Dungeon here. We're not done with the boss just yet. These Jade Serpent Kicks do a ton of damage. You can see the Absorb Shield that goes out on both tanks is massive, plus the damage that it deals to them. That dot has to be dealt with by the healers perfectly, but Prop Paladin's strong enough to overcome it both times, and here we are into the last phase of the boss. A little bit of breathing room. Calm down, take it easy, get yourself mentally reset and prepared for the last pull of the dungeon.
Yeah, this is so important. We need to have the defensives available on the tanks as well, because there's just so much damage going on to the tank. It's absolutely crazy. You have those doubts constantly casting claws. You have the Shaz casting the gaze as well. Just so much tank damage. And then you have all of these tiny Shaz that are exploding as well. Plus, you have the boss's abilities to deal with.
아, 이제 다음 플링에서 정해져요, 결과는 진짜.
Dispel, plus the Master Spell as well. But when all of these Shaz spawn, the Shaz from the affix, then you also have to deal with the fragments of the intermission phase of the boss too. So let's take a look at Perplexed and Legendary to see what kind of pull they're doing. And it looks like Legendary is doing the big pull.
근데 퍼플렉스는 한 방 안 해요. 달렸어요 지금. 레전더리 이거 사고 안 나면 이기고 사고 나면 져요. 레전더리.
They're going to DPS this trash down a little bit here. Get it all to around 30-40%, and then hopefully we'll see the boss engage for them here as well.
레전더리 심지어 블러드도 안 썼어요.
Also dropping pretty low on their pull too. They're dealing with a lot of those
이걸 한 방에 갔는데 블러드를 안
that big
썼어.
of a deal here.
아, 퍼플렉스 이것도 아쉽네요.
Legendary. They only have the Shambling Infestor left alive.
아, 이거 21단 폭군인데 이걸 왜 안 해?
For Legendary, they have engaged the Shaw of Doubt first, and the Spiteful Shades
좋네요.
are going to be despawning by the time they get to this very first intermission phase. This execution was perfect for them.
이거는 레전더리가 진짜 깔끔하게 이겼네. 아, 잠깐만. 퍼플렉스 이걸 랜드에 붙이면서 바로
Remember, they do have to kill this boss at least 10 seconds faster than
이거 몰라.
Perplexed here. Otherwise,
레전더리 냄새
Perplexed could win off of
단독이고
death timers, and it's going to be
퍼플렉스는
very
냄새에다
close.
붙였어요.
Not out of the woods just yet, though. Their trash is still alive as they pull the boss here, and as this trash goes down, Spiteful Shades will begin to spawn.
이론상 퍼플렉스가 더 빨라요. 퍼플렉스랑 냄새들이 더 빠르죠.
Look at Perplexed boss damage. Perplexed pulled the boss so much later, but they fully focused the boss. The boss is already lower for Perplexed than is for Legendary, and neither of the teams still use Bloodlust.
쪼를 녹여야
Legendary though is
되거든요.
already out of the intermission phase, so if they last here with their next set of cooldowns, they could be able to finish off the boss 15 seconds faster than Perplexed, because Perplexed still has to finish off this Infestor. Because if they don't finish off the Infestor, they're gonna get more
양팀 다
shots
블러드는 아직 안
spawning,
샀어요.
and they got another set of shots actually.
베스트 페널티
This is
15초
pretty
차이.
dangerous for Perplexed. There's just so much AoE damage in the group whenever these shots explode. They have to finish off this Infestor.
이거 약간 사이피 한 번 더 보냐 안 보냐 그 차이거든요 지금.
At the same time, we have the 15 seconds in favor of Perplexed though. So this is going to be such a close race between those two teams.
When is the Bloodlust going to come out for both teams? I'm looking at the Power Infusion as the marker for when they probably will end up using that.
두 번째
Bloodlust.
사이트에
It's probably going to be
49%지네.
after this intermission for Legendary and after the next intermission for Perplexed as well. And if that's the case, Legendary have a very significant advantage here, because this boss is going to melt the second they get out of the intermission phase here. Here we go. There is the Bloodlust. There's the Army of the Dead. The power infusion used on the DK, and the Shaw of Doubt is going to melt as Perplexed gets into their intermission phase here. This could still end up being incredibly close here, because the same thing is going to happen for Perplexed the second they get out of this intermission. The Bloodlust will be popped, and they'll be off to the races here. Remember, 15 seconds of death timers separate the two teams here. It's going to be extremely close here at the end, Nagura.
Yeah, they have Bloodlust now popped as well for Perplexed side. Legendary still has 3% to go through, and then the 15 seconds timer is going to count. There we go, Legendary does have the boss at 15 seconds for Perplexed to finish up the boss. Bloodlust is still running, they have all cooldowns available. They only have 6 seconds left at this point, and I think it might be Legendary. After a DC and a full one, it's still Legendary, winning against Perplex and making it to the next game. Absolutely incredibly close game between those two. Wow.
Wow, that was as close as it gets. What can you say? We were watching the boss damage too, and even then, it looked like Perplex was just straight up doing more harm to the boss quicker than Legendary could, but the PI timing, the Bloodlust timing lined up really well, and Legendary able to take it. Makes, tell us about some big moments from that dungeon.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm still a little bit stun-locked by what just happened there towards the end, but we're going to start, of course, at the beginning. Perplexed falling a little bit behind right at the start with that pull, and pulling Wise Mari later, and then here's where stuff went pretty weird. On one side, we're seeing pulling everything. So they had all of the upper floor in this library pulled together, which is a ginormic difficulty that they're doing here, and they were able to execute that cleanly. On the other side, we saw them skip the very last pack, so splitting this floor up into one big pull, and then the last pack that you can see running down there in the background with, like, I guess the mini bosses, the Tiger, the Beetle, and Ryzen was just not able to take that portal. So they had a little bit of trouble, then a death here, but because they already engaged Strife and Peril, they couldn't rest, and they had to 4-man this boss, which cost them infinite amount of time. There was a Thundering Stun involved there because Ryzen, of course, had to run around, and then that was also problematic, so just did not go well for Perplex, okay? It was bad. Now, here, you can see Lipan must have DC'd. I have no other explanation for what happened here other than this. This was a passive heal that just happens when he takes damage. The rest of the team is engaged with Leo Flameheart already. That's why he doesn't take any damage. He's not in fight. He just takes a hit, and then in the end, the Mistweaver and the Guardian finish him off. He does log back in quickly, though. They can finish the boss off and kind of go neck and neck with Perplex, but here comes the big difference. Legendary actually opting to pull everything before Sha together is what I think saved them here.
퍼플렉스도 마지막 조를 냄새 썼기 때문에 뭐 딱히 풀링의 후기가 그건
and the
아닌데
fact that they had their PI better aligned and better ready for the end of this fight here, and therefore could Bloodlust just a little bit earlier.
레전더리가 좀 더
Basically,
잘했다.
I don't want to say carried them, it pushed them across that finish line, which seemed to be impossible there for several minutes toward the end of that dungeon.
It does seem like it is one of the things that maybe made the difference. Do you think, what do you think, Nagura? Do you think the Bloodlust timing, if maybe Perplex popped this a little bit sooner, do you think it's possible they would have been able to just get the boss done in time?
I mean, it's possible, but obviously the biggest mistake for Perplex was the mishap that they had with the gateway and Ryzen, right? Ryzen not being able to click the gateway, getting stunned by Thundering there, and having that damage dealer throughout the whole second boss phase because they didn't have a battle rest, because we also had that on the first boss too. So that was the biggest mistake for Perplex, I think. Otherwise, they definitely would have won. And yeah, the slow pull at the end, it's definitely slower than the other teams, but they knew that. Like, and we've talked about this the last time.
인터넷 튕겨서 멘탈 되게 흔들렸을
they
텐데
had time to improve.
그 상태로
But I
그
guess
막내막
they
풀링
maybe
미스 없이 한 게
focused more on
대단한데
pressure vault, because they changed their whole strategy there, right? So that must have cost them a lot of time improving their strat there, and maybe they just didn't have enough time to improve tempo.
Yeah, it's quite possible. Either way, Legendary the team to move on, and that means we've got a mandatory versus Legendary lower bracket finals. And that is actually a rematch of one of our first matches from earlier in the weekend, back on Friday, which was one of only two 2-0s we saw all weekend. Mandatory did 2-0 Legendary the first time they met back on Friday. So you know that's got to be fresh in Legendary's mind. Zyronic, after what we've seen Legendary do since that 2-0, do you think they're going to put up more of a fight, or do you think it's just going to be Mandatory breezing through the finals? It was still
I
close
think it's
2-0.
again going to be incredibly close. It was a 2-0, and we've talked about this all weekend. It was the first 2-0, like the only 2-0 of day one. We've only had two 2-0s all weekend long, right? Like,
이제
so
만다토리랑
you
레전더리
have to think
패자조
Legendary
결승.
either played poorly or Mandatory just completely outplayed them, but that's really not the case. They were really close together in both of those dungeons. Legendary probably played Mandatory the closest of any of the matches we saw on day one. It's just Mandatory happened to be that much more cleaner, just barely in those two dungeons. So this matchup prepped to be an
사실
absolute banger, and of course Legendary running high off that
이런
victory
얘기하기
just now.
뭐하지만
I don't know, they
MDI
could have a little bit of momentum coming into
훗날
this
중계할
series.
때부터 얘기했던 거예요. 어차피 결승은
Yeah, so
에코랑
That's
I
the
personally
question.
think
만다토리다.
that Legendary also has a chance. The only thing that is
이
a
에코랑
little bit unlucky
만다토리의
for
최종
Legendary, I
결승을
guess,
보기
is
위해
that
진짜
Ruby
많이
Life
돌고
Pools is the first map
돌아왔다.
that is unbannable in that series.
돌아오는
And I think
마지막 경기.
that's their worst map. Like, we have seen them ban it a few times, and the one time they played it, they wiped multiple times. So I don't think it's their best map, and that is, yeah. We'll see, though.
Well, they did win it versus Sloth, at least. That was a 15-30, so definitely not the fastest Ruby Life pools we saw on the weekend. That's for sure.
I remember that
And
Ruby
then,
Life
they
poll.
banned
It
it two
was
other
not
games.
nice.
Yeah.
They,
That was a
if they
bit of a rough
can,
one.
they should ban it.
Yep.
That's the thing we took away from that.
They did the two other times. They had a chance to, but it's unbannable this time. Like we mentioned, it is the first dungeon, so no avoiding it. But we'll see if they've adapted. We'll see if they can do a little bit better here. But we'll find out. In the meantime, we are going to take a quick break. It'll be a slightly longer break because we do want to give Legendary a few minutes.
사실 그 레전더리랑 퍼플렉스드 하늘빛 보관
It's not going to
절대
be too long before we move
딱 졸았어요.
into our lower bracket finals here in the Mythic Dungeon International Global Finals for Season 1. So do not go anywhere. Or at least if you do, come back real fast. Because
이
we're going to be
말을
back.
막 많이 못하니까 지금. 목 아파서 지금 물만 한 2리터 먹은 것 같은데. 경기 하고 나서 바로 레전더리는 2경기 연속을 하는 거라 그 브레이크가 7분이네요. 7분 뒤에 봬요.
Well, here we are. Only 2 matches remain at the Mythic Dungeon International Grand Finals. Your host, Doey, here along with Tettles, Dratnos, and Zyronic, and we're about to see Mandatory versus Legendary. Again, a rematch of a match we saw on Friday, in which Mandatory 2-0'd Legendary, but things have changed a bit since then, I feel like. Legendary has found their footing almost a little bit more. They did just come off of a big win. I mean, Dratnos, what are your thoughts coming into this one?
Yeah, I mean, Mandatory are a huge, scary team to be in this weekend, right? A lot of us came in with our predictions and we're thinking Mandatory was potentially going to challenge or even beat Echo in the grand finals here, like in the next series, which so far it's sort of looked like that's what the tournament's moving towards, right? They fought in the upper finals. Often the teams that fight in the upper finals end up fighting in the grand finals as well, but
yep.
On the other hand, Legendary has looked really, really good in some of their runs. And Mandatory hasn't looked infallible either, of course, losing series to Echo, but also dropping games in some of their other series too. So I would say I suspect Mandatory or maybe something like 60-40 or 70-30
루비를 무조건
favorites
잡아야
in
돼.
this series, but it
루비에서
can't be
지면
much more
어떻게
than
될지
that.
모를 수도 있고.
Historically,
It kinda feels
last
that way,
stand.
but, yeah.
레전더리 같은 경우는
Historically, last stand teams have come in 3rd place too. So the last 2 MDI
이게
tournaments, we've had 2 last stand teams. They've also come in
레전더리
3rd place with
일정인데
World Mega
어제
Level and
보시면은
Ambition.
The prophecy.
Is Legendary going to be able to break that curse, or is the prophecy been foretold?
이거 어제 막판에 요 경기 하고 요 경기 이기고 지금 여기까지 올라온 거예요.
Straightforward pick bans that I think I've
세력이
ever
지금
seen. Mandatory
굉장히
saw
힘들
Legendary's
거거든요.
Corda Stars yesterday. They matched up against Cheese, who we thought had a banger Corda Stars.
아침에
Legendary's
마지막
like,
경기까지 하고
"Oh, my bear,
오늘
we
또
got this."
경기하는
Kiting 3
거야.
mini boss. Mandatory wants no part of that. Legendary saw Mandatory's Shadow Moon Battlegrounds today, where they popped out an 11-26. No part of that.
Wow.
Perfect
We're in
bans,
there.
but we're already into the Ruby Life pools.
And this
레전더리
is going to
뭔가
be one of the
안타까워서 응원하고
most
싶지만
MDI maps that we have in terms of
그래도
the
에코를 꺾을
speed of this
가능성이
dungeon
있는
on a
거.
20 key level. It is huge pulls all the way through. Time to beat is something like 9 minutes and 16 seconds out of Perplexed, who are no
만다토리가
longer
좀 더
in this
높다고
tournament, but
생각하기
we'll
때문에.
see if either of these teams are able to put up a competitive time with that, both getting started with basically every trash enemy all at once into the first boss is the idea here.
And this is a pull that we've actually seen wipe teams multiple times. I think that last time we saw this dungeon, it was like a
보스 툴링 똑같아요.
a series with like Sloth and Legendary, and I believe that both of the teams ended up wiping to this pull. And so
양팀
for
조합
Legendary,
똑같고.
they need to be able to surge back and just have the
진짜
confidence to be able
실수
to pull
조심해
this,
실수.
pull off and make sure that it is clean. Because like looking at the person who's most likely to die here, it's actually your tank on both sides, with Skylark and Lepan taking just an intense amount of damage, not only from the boss,
짤
but you have,
바닥이 몇
like
개야, 진짜.
Dragcar. There's this primal juggernaut that just melees you for infinite amounts of HP, and then at some point you start rotating through your defensive cooldowns, and whenever you start running out of things, just such as that shield wall that just fainted for Skylark, now we're in a scary spot.
Yeah, looks like no shield wall charges left for Skylark as well. Lepan falling out of shield block as well. Lepan did a good job of holding that shield block for pretty late here, so he was
너무
actually pretty
잘하네요.
safe most of the way through. Skylark
단수는
also doing a
낮아도
good job,
이거는
though,
확실히 어려운
rolling
플레이
through those
맞아요.
defensives as they come
신경 좀
back.
많이
He's
필요해.
now under a lot of pressure, though, as there are still a few enemies left, and the boss itself just does so much damage to a Prot Warrior whenever spell block and
모든
spells
바닥들이 다
left
맞으면
aren't
원방
up.
나는 바닥들이라서
Lepan, on the other hand, back into shield wall now, totally chilling. However, Mandatory look like they're going to be able to get this boss done faster.
그래도
Defiler
딜은
Dragcar at
확실히
a higher health value than Meladrussa for
만다토리가
both teams
빠르다.
as well, so they'll be able to finish it off during the RP of these dragons flying down to pick them up.
But a downside is that it's spiteful.
Oh,
on this,
레전더리 사고 났어요.
affix combo, and whenever you have spiteful in this affix combo, it
전부를
actually
쓰네요.
also delays you from being able
방금
to
전부
click these
쓴 건
breaks.
살짝
but
아깝다고
Mandatory
보긴 하는데
clicked them
저는
all instantly, and so that
어차피
was well
보스
timed.
지금 바로 일어나면 여기라.
Look at that, Legendary setting up for the same thing as well. You can see they're all pre-spread,
레전더리 지금 전부
and
쓴
you get about a
거
second from the mob
약간
dying to
스노볼
the
부를 수
spiteful
있어요.
spawning, during which everybody can click and avoid potentially getting in combat there. So both
저
teams going to be able to head
같으면은
upstairs
아
here.
모르겠네요.
Mandatory 5
안 쓰는
seconds
게
faster on their
맞았던 것
boss
같은데
split.
그래도.
Also didn't have a death used there. Splat ended up going down for Legendary. Looks like Splat maybe didn't consume a battle res though based on when he died. So it's possible here that Legendary are still going to have that available to them. Both teams now looking at what they want to do next. It's going to be double Destroyer on the left. Nobody interested in pulling Thunderhead. But they're going to fight basically everything else that is on this side. Pretty massive pull here.
All right, so this double destroyer pull, it is a 20 fortified, which is one of the lowest key levels that we see on the weekend, but the double destroyer, just the amount of damage that comes out is an insane amount. Couple that with the fact that you are playing a disc
전부
priest, which
취소했어요?
isn't known for
전부
being
카운트
like
안
the
됐구나.
highest
밑에랑 헷갈렸네.
HPS throughput healer, and you have to be able to rotate your
네.
defensives perfectly.
맞네.
If you are
헷갈렸어요. 제가 위에
DPS
카운트랑.
mandatory. The Inferno cast is
전부 안
incredibly
썼어요.
scary,
죄송합니다.
and then couple that with any of the bombs that are going off onto these players, and
그치,
that
전부
can
안 쓰는 게
cause deaths,
맞지.
but mandatory, able to make quick work of that double destroyer pull, where on the right side of your screen we see legendary, and they maintain about that 10-second disadvantage that we saw coming off of Meladrusa.
Yeah, they're going to be taking these Scorchlings with them further forward into their next pull. Mandatory also going to be starting this next pull. Neither team interested in the
레전더리
Flame
그래도
Dragon here. Flame
한
Goulet,
번
as
죽은 거
Zyro calls
말고는.
it. That one is in a good spot as well. Neither team delayed by it. They'll be fighting off this solo destroyer pull.
만다토리도
This is
한번
pretty much the pull you
삐끗하면은.
do on live, right? Just one pack. Couple
Yeah.
of Scorchlings. It's pretty hard to go any bigger than this because Flame Goulet is in the way.
I mean, we saw where Flame Gullet was whenever Mandatory was walking up. We saw that they had to just like wait a couple of seconds. They lost like 1 or 2 seconds waiting for that mini boss to land. Now maybe if they were a little bit faster, they could have somehow dragged that pack through the Flame Gullet area. But right now, as it currently stands, just with the timing, this is the strategy that they have to implement. And now they are doing a double pull. They're doing the patrol into this Blazebound Destroyer, and
Well,
I mean, this is
it looks like no
incredibly
patrol
scary.
actually for mandatory.
Oh,
Looks
yeah.
like they mind
Those are
choose
just
the patrol
Scorchlings.
to avoid it. Yeah, exactly. So
Okay.
so that patrol is just not going to get pulled, or if it is going to get pulled, it's going to be later for them. Legendary also not interested in that patrol right now. They're just fighting the destroyers. This is going to get them to that 70% trash count mark. We'll see what they decide to do with the patrol, though. It's in a slightly different spot for the two different teams. And it
만다토리
looks like
이랜저트
Mandatory have
시작했고.
that patrol pulled with the start of the boss. They're going to pull back over to the side here. Now, they do have to be a little bit careful of Spiteful Shades during this moment, as there are still a few enemies from that last Blazebound Destroyer pull that are now dying. Those Spiteful Shades need to be carefully managed.
이게
One running
단수가
after
조금만
Crims here.
높아져도
It's going to be a Frost
그
Nova, but
공간
actually
활용에
breaks out
대한
of that
그런
Frost
제약이
Nova.
있는데
You can see just hunting Crims down, forcing him
20단
off his root
정화라서
tower. That can't be ideal.
공간을 좀 넓게 쓸 수 있죠.
Another thing too that you have to think about is whenever you do this on live, a common
실제로 좀
strategy is
첫날
to utilize a
대회에서
large
이 공간
portion of
문제
the
때문에
ring,
사고가 좀 많이 났었어요.
area before you were able to kill off Kokia. But what these MDI teams do is they have optimized their boss movement so heavily and where they're spawning these Blazebound Firestorm ads to where they basically kill Kokia up against the gate. And that saves you an insane amount of time just in regards to travel time, because you're utilizing the room as travel time. On top of that, they do have double dragon up, and so like if they didn't play it perfectly, there could be a problem where they pulled Thunderhead and they ran out of space. But both of these teams have like such a high level of skill and such a high level of play that they know exactly where Kokia is going to die, and they know how much damage everything is going to take. As that boss is going to be going down for Mandatory, I think that it's just one pull and one boss that separates Mandatory from being able to finish this dungeon, and we are only 6 minutes in.
Invis pot's going to be used here. No rogues available, so no shroud. At 76% count, they can skip this Tempest Channeler, and now they'll be fighting basically all the rest of this stuff all at once with their no bloodlust either, so just cooldowns. Look for Vampiric Embrace and Nature's Vigil to help carry them through these lightning storms. Then once those expire, things are going to start to get pretty dangerous here. It's going to be Vigil first for Mandatory.
단수도 낮은데 치명이라서
from mode as well, not from
빡세요.
a Shadow Priest, so it's a little bit less of an off healer CD, but it is now deployed as well into that barrier also. Legendary setting up this same pull, but like you said, now 20, 25, maybe 30 seconds behind.
Something that's also important for Mandatory, and it's actually something that we don't see all too often, is they're running 2 Blood Elves on their composition with RX and Skylark, and that's
첫날 에코가 여기서
the most
10분
important part of that is
30,
for
30초?
the mini boss here. Being able to belf off the shields from those Stormling ads allows the mini boss to not gain a shield, and that actually saves you
첫날보다
an
뒤로
insane
더
amount of damage.
빠르겠는데요?
You could Mass Dispel it off, but Mass Dispel is pretty costly in the mana department, and we know that Disc Priest not really known for having the most amount of mana, and while it is something that can be used every other Tempest Channel phase, it's if you can just utilize Blood Elf Torrent,
만다토리
especially since you
뭔가
also need it
에코랑 할 때
it
실수가
makes
좀
sense in this
있어가지고
dungeon in particular.
Yeah, Legendary only on the one blood elf
살짝
with
불안했는데
Tobo,
와
whereas
루비에는
Mandatory
너무
have
완전
two,
무결하네.
So Lepan instead opting for that dwarf racial for a little bit of physical DR, and it's also actually really good against several bleeds or stuff that you can get with it, like the second boss's dot on you is actually a bleed in this dungeon, so pretty big value to play dwarf against that. That being said, though, we are going to see this boss just melt for Mandatory now as it enters the second phase here. And they are just focusing on some nice even cleave here between the two. It's a scary phase, especially with Grievous, but they only have to survive another 30 seconds or so.
The best time to beat again is 9:16 on the weekend, and if Mandatory are able to get out of this without any deaths, they might be in the position to be able to beat that time. As both Urquhart and Karaka are sub 10% now, there's a chance that we see a sub 9. There was a question as to whether or not we see a sub 9. But Mandatory
No way.
and do this dungeon in 8:54. Wow.
They did it. The sub
첫날
9.
레코보다
It
1분
happened.
30초가 빨라요.
8:54. I can't believe it. Like when I asked yesterday, will we see a sub 9? I did not think we would actually see a sub 9 finish, but Mandatory has done it. And Legendary, a couple deaths there, but like it's over anyway. But man, like,
레전더리도
what do you do?
정상적으로
That was
진행했으면은
pretty
9분
perfect
때
run from
나왔겠는데.
Mandatory, wasn't it?
It was the perfect run from Mandatory. Again, these guys are on another level when it comes to doing these runs cleanly. They've been the most
만다토리
clean
뭔가
team all week.
결승 직행하지
You know,
못해서
apart from a couple of
굉장히
mistakes
빡센
against Echo, they
듯한
could very easily be that team sitting and awaiting in the grand finals. And we talked about it earlier in the weekend. That 9:16 run we had on Ruby Life Pools was the fastest run ever in MDI history. 2 days later, we now have a new fastest run in MDI history. Sub
약간
9
에코 니네
minutes.
긴장해라
Absolutely
시전했죠
insane
지금.
performance from Mandatory. And you know, it's kind of hard to talk about what went wrong for either of the two teams here, because really the only mistake that was made the entire dungeon was this death from Splat at the very, very end of the first boss, right? But they didn't even have to expend a battle res for it. The boss died, and he could just
레전더리
release
약간
because
힘들게
the res
올라왔는데.
point was set here. So 5 seconds on the board, maybe a couple seconds of him not damaging the boss, not that big of a loss from them. And honestly, I don't think Legendary's strat
이번
was
주 저
bad.
쐐기 주차 한
They
판도 안
played
했는데
fine. They played the same strat as Mandatory. It's just that Mandatory was that much better overall. These guys
얘네한테
just
주차
destroyed
그
this dungeon.
버스 가면은 한 캐릭터당 10분의 1 이렇게 해주는
Yeah, I
건가?
mean, at the end of the day,
Specials to say.
like Legendary. Well, Legendary was still going to put together a really good run themselves, you know? I mean, if they had finished, they would have
말도 안
had,
되게 빠르네요.
it seemed like pretty easily a sub 10-minute time, which we thought yesterday was just like the best thing ever, right? But apparently now you need to be like sub 9 to even compete against
딱히
Mandatory
뭐
now.
위기도
So
없었어요.
yeah, still a fine dungeon for Legendary, but just at this level, at this point in the tournament, just not going to be enough.
진짜 뭐 눈 감고도 돈다 약간 그런 느낌으로 도네요.
Pretty interesting.
Sets us up to go to Algathar Academy for Mandatory versus Legendary. And whenever we saw Alg Academy earlier for Mandatory, they looked like they were pretty good in there. They did seem like they were a little bit slower than Echo's time. But the big question mark is, like, what is Legendary going to be doing in Alg Academy? Because we haven't seen them there this weekend. Like, are they going to be busting out anything that's like a weekend best time? Are they going to be able to maybe play a similar strategy to Echo, which
심지어
again,
레전더리도
we
너무
heralded as better
잘해가지고
than the mandatory strat for there. But it's going to come down to consistency, because that is a 23. It's one of the hardest keys of the weekend. So both of these teams, there's a lot of room for error. But hey, this is why we're in the global finals. They're up to the challenge.
Yeah, imagine being Legendary here. You just put up this run. I mean, you're gonna have a run as fast as Perplex yesterday, and then before 9 minutes have even passed, you got the little message in your chat that says the other team has won. Like, oh wow, that has got to be just incredible. Yeah, you look at the dungeon timer, you're like, what? Huh? How?
You're probably thinking the whole time, you're like, oh, we're cruising. We're in such good shape.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I mean,
yeah.
Because in an MDI, right? Like when you wipe or when you know your route is slow or whatever, and you know you're working on the last boss, you got that message. You're like, okay, that makes sense. But here it's like you had one death, and otherwise you were
진짜
you were
8분 때는
zooming
좀
and just I don't know, man. Mandatory built differently.
Check them PC.
I mean,
check them PC.
That is not normally.
Algathar Academy, though, I mean, that's a whole different beast when it comes to dungeons. We kind of have polar opposites, right? Where Algathar can be a little bit longer. It can be a lot of really kind of dangerous trash pulls. So it kind of tests almost like a different skill set in a way, dungeon to dungeon. So if you're Legendary, sure, you might have been a bit shocked that you lost that last one, timing-wise, but at least you're not out of it yet. you know, pretty much every series has gone to a 3-game set, and this one I've got a feeling will be no different.
And we're getting to a bit of
만다토리가
like a
아까
struggle point
대학에서도
here
좀
for Legendary,
절었거든요.
right? Because you're already down a game. And now you're playing an
대학에서도 안
Alpha
절었을
Academy. They
때
haven't played all weekend,
어떻게
right?
도나
We haven't
한번
seen a
봤으면
single one
좋겠네요.
from them, so we don't even know what the
이게
strategy
대학도
strategy
그렇고
is. And I remember
용맹도
we were
그렇고
talking
아까
about this
다
before the weekend. I think
만다토리가
it was you,
절었던
Kels, was
던전들이에요.
talking about this, how there was a very distinct difference in prep
그러니까
strategies going into
만다토리는
this
그러니까
dungeon.
별궁을
Some
아예
teams
준비를
were
안 한 것
prepping the
같아요.
Hunter,
별궁은 다
some teams were
밴때려버리네 그냥.
prepping the Warlock, and we've seen the Warlock be more of the premier pick throughout the weekend. Do we know anything about what Legendary has prepped here?
I mean, I haven't really heard anything about like what they would be prepping. I think that compositionally, I mean, just looking at the people that are on their team, like they have Splat, Tobo, Wexy as their DPS, so they have the ability to be able to play Fire Mage plus AF Warlock. I think that seems pretty reasonable because like Splat's like a long-time Warlock player, and then Wexy can play that Fire Mage. Oh, actually,
Oh,
Doctor
like that's
Tobo.
what we're seeing, maybe. Wow. All right, let's see if
Tobo.
Legendary ties it up.
Wowie.
Okay.
Okay, so Legendary are saying, yeah, we're going to combine that Affliction Warlock with that Fire Mage. We're going to hit them with the power infusions as appropriate. We're going to do huge damage with that. We've got the Prop Paladin as well, bring us extra control, extra ability to set up some of these large pulls with a lot of interrupts. Whereas Mandatory are saying, you know what? We are going to play the Warrior Hunter instead. Now, Warrior Hunter, a little bit of a synergy there, right? Battle Shout, attack power. I guess
Okay.
attack power is not as important for BM Hunter, but still pretty good, you know. Does do some does scale a little bit with that, so not
만다토리가
bad.
아까 이 플링에서 피용 때문에
You do
시간이
have a
끌려서
Feral
좀
Druid as well on
망했었거든요.
both teams and that Fire Mage, so this is going to be really interesting. Both teams are starting off with this
그리고
Veximus
아까
pull that is really,
막내
really
플링 할
scary. This is a
때
lot of enemies. This is a lot of sanguine healing as
전투
well.
한번
If you're
끄는
not
게
careful, so
손해라는
let's watch
거를
for these mobs dying, how they handle the
인지를
sanguine.
했기 때문에
Wow,
아마
look at
플링이
this
좀
one.
수정이 됐을 거예요.
Mandatory.
이번에 피용
Their
진짜
comp
깔끔하죠 만다토리.
does not have a lot of CC for that
사고
pull.
없어요, 이번에.
With that BM Hunter, like I guess they have Binding Shot, but they don't really want to use Binding Shot on Sanguine. It does have some value, but it's not like insane.
He also just used high explosive trap. High
사고
explosive
났어요.
trap
This is
as a
This is bad,
anti-sanguine
this is bad.
knockback. Yeah, Maystein down here.
베이스팀
Going to
낙사했네.
have
So
to spend a long time on this res.
Well, in addition to that, now Skylark has to be the person
원래
that's
한
pulling
마리가
this pack
품목이
that is back to the
들어갔었거든요.
group. So they lost Maystein's ability to be able to grab that pack and the 5 seconds of death penalty, and this propels Legendary to be a bit in the lead here.
지금 만다토리가 원래 계획했던 플링보다 한 마리가 많아요.
Definitely a
많아
bad trade
공허돌이.
for Mandatory. At least they were able to save that battle res, but you know, if this game is as close as that Ruby Life Pools was, and teams make as few mistakes as they did in that run, that will be by far enough to make the difference. Just that early exchange there, but there's still
그리고
a
막내
lot of
플링에서
dungeon
한번
ahead of us
끊어가는 게
here.
손해라는 걸
First
알았기
check for
때문에
Legendary was the sanguine
거기에서
healing
어떤 수정이
on these
있었어야
worms that they
되거든요.
brought in. It has been succeeded. Now Mandatory are going to have the same challenge. For them, it's going to be a little bit harder, though, because they brought in this bridge pull instead of the worms. So they're going to have to deal with the sanguine from a few more casters and from a few mobs that live a little bit longer than those foragers do.
They're going to grab the Foragers late into the boss as well. So they're going to be coming off of this boss with a little bit more trash.
Yeah, that's going to be something to look out for. Skylark here, in a lot of pain, does have Spell Block available, lands the pain suppression as well from Mode. Spell Block, okay, not even needed here, just Last Stand and Spell Reflect against that frontal from Veximus. What are the strengths of the Paladin versus the Warrior? That frontal from
근데 어떻게
Veximus,
매드가
a lot
됐었네요.
scarier on the Warrior
태어났나?
than it is on the Paladin. On the Paladin, just as long as you're in your Consecration, you're going to be fine. If you're on a Warrior, you usually are going to want to press something for each of those.
Yeah. So now Mandatory is going to be grabbing the Foragers with this Mana Fiend, and it's just like super efficient cleave for them to be looking to do this. Now the downside is it opens them up to the possibility of Sanguine Healing, and there's also going to be an explosive going off on the far side of the room, which drops some of the players from Mandatory low, but it wasn't coupled with a Mana Bomb, so it looks like the members of Mandatory with that barrier from Mode
that
are doing
barrier.
a great job.
They had 3 different mana bombs and they formed up inside the barrier so that they wouldn't cleave each other, but they all still got value from the barrier DR as well. Just little optimizations. It almost looks like strats you see people do on raid bosses, right? But they're doing it here on M+ bosses because that's the level of optimization that they've reached here.
Okay, so Legendary going to be able to down Veximus first. Now there's a question as to what they are going to do on this next bridge area. We have seen things such as the classic Priest Shroud, where they fear the pack.
Oh.
They get bopped, they fear the pack, and then they meld it off. Is that what Legendary is going to be looking to do here? Do they have something different in mind? Are they going to be potentially pulling this pack? Are they going to be Invisibility Potion? Actually, those aren't even up, so can't
Okay,
use
it's
that.
going to be the bop, yeah. So this is the strat that you can do if you have the prop paladin, right? Because you can bop Igloo, Igloo can run through, and then meld on the other side and drop combat by doing that. You can't really do that if you're Mandatory, though, but Mandatory don't have to because they already pulled that pack. So again, we're seeing different strategy informed by different composition.
Yeah, and now you're definitely going to start seeing a divergence of strategy here. Mandatory, with that Beast Mastery Hunter, they're going to be using Misdirection to be able to snap a bunch of mobs to the Guardian Sentry from this platform, where Legendary on the right side of your screen here, they've already engaged a lot of these mobs. They're going to be playing this Ravager pack, and they're likely to be looking to snap some of the overgrown Ancient trash into that Guardian Sentry. And so it's just a little bit different in strategy. Where the mobs are getting snapped is also a little bit different. But look at this, RX is off the other side. He has that Misdirection already applied to Skylark, and here now the Foragers, the Ravager, all of those mobs that they were looking to snap have arrived.
Yeah, Crim's just backing away from the edge of that circle. Meanwhile, Legendary finishing off here. A little bit of Sanguine Healing, but not too bad. It's not landing on anything too important. That Spellbound Scepter, the worst target that did get a little bit of Sanguine Healing there, but it is okay. They are going to finish this pack off without losing too much time at all. Not more than a million Sanguine Healing there for Legendary. That is fine.
That's not bad.
Hard to do better than that on a pull of that size. They now make their way up to this platform as well. We'll see if they bring in. Yeah, they probably are going to be bringing in the 3 other mobs at least, right? Splat ended up getting the old Warlock snap.
Yeah, that's that utilizes like Warlock Pet to be able to snap those mobs up, and so. Yeah, Legendary do a great job. It's a little bit smaller than what we've seen from some of the other teams where they are snapping like all the Lashers. I wonder if Legendary have found a way that they're happy with how they're able to snap Lashers to the cross platform, because if Mandatory, we know that they have an easy avenue of being able to do that with that Beast Mastery Hunter. RX is off to the side. He's going to be using like a Eyes of the Beast tech to group up all of those mobs and then misdirect them over this platform. We're going to see those snap in a second. Does Legendary have something similar planned? What is that going to be looking like for them?
Yeah, we'll see. I don't know what exactly it would look like, right? Because they don't have any threat redirection abilities.
마이크가 꺼져 있었네.
Looks like they are just going to be doing those mobs later. Now, I got to imagine that this is going to be a time loss, but we'll see how it works out, because maybe they can do something like a big Echo Knights pull with that. Although I don't know how this comp would grab Echo Knights either. Usually you see something like an Evoker flying up and around the side.
만다토리가 루튼성을 할 줄
That is going to be something
알았는데
to pay attention to.
루튼성은 안
Maybe they can
했네요.
just burn everything down faster and get through the dungeon a little bit faster that way. Maybe they think, oh, you know,
아까
those
에코한테
snaps,
그
that's
막내밥
just too
팜플링
that's
그거
too
한 번
fancy,
더
right?
해서
Doing that, you're just going to lose time.
거기서
Just
좀
keep your group of
밀렸었거든요,
5
에코한테.
doing damage, doing effective damage the whole way through, and that will be our fastest way through the dungeon.
Where did the Lashers go for Mandatory?
그러니까 전투수는
I'm not sure.
똑같은데
I thought they snapped them in
전투 한 번
here.
더 하는 게 막내밥 전투가 조금 오래 걸려요.
Okay. Well, that's got to be really bad for Mandatory.
That is really bad.
Now, sometimes we see them snap away and then come back later. I still have no idea what causes any of that to
아까
happen.
130 잡을 때 야드가 낙사했었죠. 원래 뿌먹해놓고 전투 시작하려고
I can see
했었는데
that. Or like if
그
one
한
of them
마리를 아마
refuses to snap,
양꾼이
and then that causes
덫을
the rest of them
해놓고
to
전투를 동일하게
all
진행했던 것
come
같고
back as well. I'm not sure either. That'll be something that maybe we can see exactly how it went down in the replay afterwards. Although, either way, that's got to be terrible news for Mandatory, right? Because they spent
really
time
bad.
trying to set up the snap, and then they weren't able to get it done. RX is actually dismissing his pets
지금
now and
평균이
resummoning.
34초거든요.
I think
not sure.
I think that Mandatory are still in an okay spot. So look at this.
이거를
Legendary's
첫
gonna have a
천둥에
little bit of a
올인할지
counter
아니면 두 번째 천둥에
and
올인할지.
we know that Mandatory has to do an additional pull over Legendary. We know that they have to do an additional pull over Legendary before Echo Adorgosa, but I think that with the amount of time that they are pulling Cross in advance, I think they should still be okay, because both of these teams have to do that Lasher pull in front of Overgrown Ancient. Now that is going to be a mandatory pull, not mandatory the team, is going to be a forced pull for both of these teams.
Yeah, we'll see how much time loss that costs both teams. I think I like Legendary's spot here because Legendary planned to do that, right? they never tried to skip, whereas Mandatory did try and snap those mobs on here. So they're more likely to be off of their plan here. That being said, I agree they don't look like they're in that bad shape when you look at all the fundamentals of what's going on here, right? They have 20% of a boss's health in their favor.
마주는 와 있고.
Against them, though, is 6.4% count. So all in all, I would say it's a tied game right now. But I do think I would rather be Legendary here, knowing what I know.
Mm-hmm. I think it's going to be very close. But Mandatory here, with that Beast Mastery Hunter, he's going to be able to do just an insane amount of damage to Croth. Like, looking at this, a lot of the times we have like mixed damage meters that have like trash attached to them as well. You're not able to see exactly how much boss damage is going on, but we're going to be able to see just how much damage RX and Crims are able to do to this boss for the side of Mandatory. And we're going to be able to look at the same thing for Legendary. Now, Mandatory haven't thrown that stun fire gate yet, so that also makes Croth take increased damage for the duration of the stun, and so that's something that you have to factor in.
They actually went for the goal of rushing winds first rather than the searing blaze. So a little bit fine, you know, like that. It's something you maybe wouldn't do if you were playing the Aflock, right? Because the Aflock doesn't want to have to be running against these winds for the rest of the fight. But if you're playing the BM Hunter, they do not care at all about the movement from the winds. It costs them exactly 0 damage.
Yeah.
Looks like they're getting ready to dunk this final one in here. RX holding on to one of those orbs. Probably will be sending it in. Getting a little bit zoned by those tornadoes, though, potentially stopping him from going to that goal. Has to be a little bit careful, but does throw in. So that's going to be the stun and damage and phase for Mandatory. Legendary, on the other hand, haven't activated either goal yet, so they are getting to do this fight without doing any movement to dodge swirlies or move against the winds. But you have to think that they are going to activate at some point, and here it comes. It is going to be the winds first for them as well. They're going to pick up that haste buff, but Wexy actually goes down here. That is very bad news for Legendary. They do have 2 battle reses. They're going to need to use one. Lepan, a prop paladin, does have access to battle res now. Needs to build up some holy power to be able to cast it. There it goes. Wexy is back out. That holy power actually a little bit scary to spend on the res. But Mode goes down for Mandatory.
That's likely
and Mace as well.
탱커.
Okay. Skylark dies to the bleed now as well.
That's not great. However,
so
Mandatory 2데스.
Yeah, 4 deaths on the board now for Mandatory, I believe, once that updates. That's going to be quite rough for them on the timer, but the good news for them is that Legendary also had that death, so only going to be 10 seconds between them. RX actually heading back over, and they are going to be taking 2 foragers, or maybe some more. Nope, it's exactly 2 foragers.
만다토리 스피닝 바꿨어요.
He MD'd Crims, by the way, because Skylark, Mode, and Mace Team were dead.
Because Skylark wasn't there.
So yeah, exactly. So they snapped a Crims now, which is, it's not ideal. It would be kind of scary to have those foragers land on top of your mage's head and Crims dies.
Yeah, okay, they're getting this big pull going. The foragers are involved in it as well, but this is really, really ugly for Mandatory having to have it set up this way. Something that they're going to try and keep going, but this is very sketchy already. Now 5 deaths on the board for them as well, so that is minus 15 seconds relative to Legendary. Legendary entering this area as well with a little bit more count. No need to set up any weird shenanigans to snap those 2 foragers in as well. They are just going to get this pull started, grouped up in the middle. And not pulling all the skitterflies. Some of those want to come with boss. Yeah? Oh, yeah, he is. Wow. 1 million DPS on Maystein here. Unbelievable.
지금 레전더리도 이 코플링을 앞에서 안 해놔가지고.
It may well be. Yeah, Wexy starting to ramp up as well here for Legendary. I think probably what happened is we only started getting in range for details once Maystein was already ramped for Mandatory because we were following RX. I think there may be some cheating involved here, but I'm not 100%
좋은 거는
sure.
제가 봤을 때
Dude, don't say that.
양꾼이 원래 탱한테 그 눈속을 주고 뭐야?
Oh no!
An explosive went off.
Was that explosive? That looked like maybe it was one of those green swirlies from the plant, but maybe it was invisible because it was on a higher elevation. I'm not sure.
I have seen that. I've seen that before too. But 3 people died to the same one then?
Yeah, because they all exploded at the same time. But I think that's what happened. Maybe we can get a wipe scene investigation later on that one. But looks like Mandatory are going to be okay at least.
I mean, look
They
at the
get
count
that
difference,
kill.
man.
Yeah, they're behind on count now. They're much
이게
behind on deaths. Legendary
만다토리가
just have to
퍼센트가
hold
적어요
on here.
지금.
Mandatory needs to kill this boss, and then they probably need to take everything into the last boss if they want to have a hope of winning this outright. I don't think that's part of their plan, though. I don't think that's something they're going to be ready to
아까
attempt.
그
So
양꾼이
realistically,
원래
I think that
탱커한테 눈속을
Mandatory are going to be
주고
hoping for a legendary
이
wipe
방으로
at this
넘어갔어야
point.
되는데
It was indeed the seed detonations
탱커가
that got
죽어버리는 바람에
Baseline mode and RX
법사한테
there.
눈속을 주고
Not an
쫄을 붙인 것 같아요.
explosive,
근데 법사가
an
넘어온 쪽에
elevation
오자마자
seed
바로 막
detonation.
죽은 것 같아.
I mean, look at this. Mandatory lusts this boss, and so like you were saying, they might, if they want a chance to be able to win, they might have to take
이거는
the
만다토리가 많이 앞서고
27%
있는 것 같아
remaining
보이지만
count they would have needed
흔들링
into the
플러스
boss. However, that's
There's
not on the
penalty.
table for them. Instead, they lust this boss and they just try to burn this guy as fast as possible. Where for Legendary, with their lust available, they're positioned to be able to take the remaining 22%
만다토리가
enemy forces
뭔가
that
잘
they need
실수가 많네요,
into that
대학은.
Echo Adorgosa. Now, that is a pull that we have seen cause problems across the whole entire weekend. Getting the pull set up in particular is one of the most dangerous parts. We've seen people die to the missiles from the Invoker. On top of that, if you accidentally Sanguine heal the boss, that can become a catastrophic mistake, especially with that many mobs. And so I think the ball is in Legendary's court right now as to whether or not they are going to be able to win map 1. They have 35 seconds of death differential in their favor also. So there's just a lot of things that are going for Legendary in this position right now.
Yeah, the downside for Legendary is that they have the more dangerous end game in this dungeon, right?
Yes.
They have trash onto boss in their future. That is something that we've seen take out teams of
이거는
all
레전더리가
skill
막내
levels, all the way up to the
한
very,
방에
very
가는
top.
사고만 안
So
나면 될 것 같은데.
Legendary are going to do their best to make that work, but ooh, they need to make sure they get through this boss first as well. Without lusting it, this boss is also kind of nasty on 23 Tyran. Not a lot of people in the world that can kill this boss on this level, let alone speedrun it, so very scary for Legendary here. Lepan ends up having to dwarf off that bleed right towards the end of its duration as well. Unfortunate for Legendary. Meanwhile, Mandatory getting this pull started. It's going to be a medium-sized pull for Mandatory into a small pull onto boss. And if they can
Hey, Dran,
avoid
I have a
Sanguine
question.
healing here, they'll maybe be in position to capitalize on a small mistake from Legendary rather than needing a wipe.
What's your highest tyrannical Algothor Academy that you've done?
I believe it is 23, so I believe it is this very level that they are speedrunning.
And what time did you do that in? Can you give me a number?
Let me pop open the Raider IO here and give it a look here. For reference, this dungeon has a 32-minute timer, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, my best tyrannical Algothar is a plus 23 in 27
근데 이거
minutes 24
레전더리도
seconds.
나눠가네요.
So still a solid 10 minutes from here where these teams are.
Oh yes. All
어떻게
right.
될지 모르겠네.
I mean, these affixes are brutal too. Sanguine explosive in this dungeon is really tough. Dude, wait. Legendary isn't taking the trash into Echo Adorgosa.
Okay.
I think this might be a mandatory win then. Because look at this, mandatory.
Well,
they're getting ready to pull the boss here in just a couple of seconds.
oh, this is going to come right down to the wire here for Mandatory. They are going to take these two trash pulls into the boss, and they are definitely in position to kill the boss
이거는
first. But are they
만다토리가
in
이긴 것
position to
같아요.
kill it 35 seconds faster than Legendary? Because Legendary crucially still have lust here. Look at this Sanguine healing for Legendary. That's going to be the big thing they need to make sure they avoid. Echo Knight is dying. Is it going to die this second? Oh, it gets a little bit of Sanguine healing. Okay, minus 5 seconds to that one. They now will have the opportunity to mount up, get this pull started as well. Are they going to be able to kill it enough faster than Mandatory? In their favor are 35 seconds and also Bloodlust here. And also, they don't need as much trash into this boss, right? They only need
Yes.
1, maybe 2 packs in here, whereas Mandatory need 2 or 3 instead. So this is going to be so close. There is the time warp for Legendary. They need to get this boss killed very quickly to catch up to
내가 봤을
Mandatory.
때 만다토리도 저거 한 방에 가려고 뭔가 힐링을
Just the
하나 시도를
smaller pull with
했는데
the lust.
아까 탱커가
I think that
죽으면서
they should
그게
be able
미스
to
났던
kill
것
I think they'll
같아요.
catch up with the death timer.
Yeah,
Exactly.
within 35 seconds.
아,
I don't
연습할
think they're
시간이
calling
많진
the boss
않으니까.
ahead, although I think it's
Oh,
close.
well, look at this damage.
연습을 하긴 한
They
것
are almost,
같거든요.
they're within 10% now. They pulled about 20% behind. They have closed that gap, though, already. They are just nuking damage into boss here. However, Their Bloodlust is expiring soon. Their cooldowns are expiring soon. Mandatory are going to be getting a
근데
second set
냄새피가
of some of their
생각보다 차이가 안
cooldowns
나네.
towards the end of this one.
아,
Maybe
냄새
they'll be able
피용으로
to use this to
찼나?
get the win here, but it's going to be so tight. Again, 35 seconds is just such an
이거는 레전더리가
unbelievably
이겼네요.
high amount
이겼어.
of time to overtake here. Mandatory probably need Legendary to have a death or two to catch up on this one. Looks like Legendary... Oh, I thought for a second there they were actually gaming that bomb to get extra stacks, but no, they're not interested in intentionally getting any stacks here. Just want to keep their floor nice and clean.
Do Legendary kill the boss first? Look at the Echo
플링이
Door
훨씬
goes to
빨랐는데
HP. Legendary's about
냄새피
to
보니까
match
피용을
where
좀 많이
Mandatory
먹었나
are
보네요,
in
냄새가.
regards to HP. Ooh, and
Oh.
RX goes down. They do have a battle as available as Mace Team does
Yeah,
res
that's tough.
RX, but I don't think that they can afford 5 more seconds.
Look at the count, though. Legendary are sitting at 99.11. They do have a Restorer, that diamond-marked mob,
오늘
so they
경기가
do have to
전부
kill
다
that one off. Both teams
꽉이네,
will
꽉.
get count once they kill off those Restorers, but what they've been doing is having their Priest cast Dominate Mind on those Restorers so that they can get those Celestial Shields, which are a 50% spell haste buff. That is a pretty powerful effect to be able to get access to, but at some point they're going to need to break that out and kill it. Both teams will need to do that to stop the clock here. Mandatory actually have already been cleaving it down. Legendary are dropping it now and are starting to cleave into it. So Mandatory, I mean, there's just no way, right? 35, 40 seconds now of death difference. I think this one is going to go to Legendary. Wowee.
만다토리 진짜 루비는 그렇게 잘하더니
Just a
태양은
formality. I mean,
진짜
it's the
완전
And Legendary are
개판쳤네.
somehow killing the boss first. That is crazy. Wow, the speed out of
basically-
Legendary.
Basically identical both deaths, but yeah, the death timers make a huge difference and give Legendary the win and send us to a third map in the series again today. But who's really surprised by this? Not me.
What a
I'm
wild
surprised by Mandatory
dungeon.
having so many deaths on that map. That's what I'm surprised about. It's ironic.
This Algathar Academy all weekend long has just been a grounds for some of the most suspect and crazy things to happen this entire weekend. I don't think we've seen a single completely clean run of this dungeon all weekend long. But let's talk about what happened for Mandatory in this run, because honestly, it was a freak set of circumstances and events that led to the mistakes happening here. The snapping technology in this dungeon is largely unknown exactly how things work. Of course, we'd love to see the Eyes of the Beast tech. That's all great, that's all fine and dandy, but the big issue for Mandatory was that while they were on cross platforms, the Vile Lashers despawned on them. They didn't know that there's a particular spot that you can go to, which will cause the Vile Lashers to despawn, so they end up not being able to kill the Vile Lashers on this platform. They lose trash count, and that sets them up to have to do an entire extra pull later on.
꽃이 안 와서
That's
망했네.
not usually in the route that they're not used to dealing with. So when they do get to the Overgrown Ancient Room, and they do have to do that entire pull, they realize, okay, our count is off here. We have to snap more mobs. And in the process of snapping those mobs, Crims dies. He loses his combust. His damage on this pull is below the tank. And this pull gets kited out to a point where they're not comfortable with the pull, and they end up dying to seemingly invisible detonation seeds that, in the first place, they probably shouldn't have ever had to deal with if their snap pull earlier in the dungeon went correctly. So... honestly, I feel bad for Mandatory. Their route in this dungeon, their play in this dungeon this weekend has been great, and I would hardly expect for what happened to them in this run to ever happen again. But in the moment, this is like the worst set of circumstances that could ever happen to them. And it gives Legendary the win. And once again, in this crazy weekend that we have, we go to a deciding Game 3. It's going to be a crazy one.
Just like, how do they snap back? Clearly, it's a situation where that snap is a lot more challenging than the MDI teams make it look in some specific situations. Because the fact that we saw something weird happen to Echo earlier today, where the mobs snapped back and then they re-snapped to them. Like, that clearly wasn't intentional, but it worked out in Echo's favor. And then with it happening to Mandatory here, maybe it's just something that's not super consistent.
Yeah, could be. I mean, that's the thing with snapping is that, like, you can do it a bunch of times and it may work one way 10 times. Then the 11th time, something new happens, right? It's just kind of the nature of the beast when it comes to it.
Zyra, you said there was like a spot that you had to not stand in that cross platform that would cause them to go back. Was that
확실히 양꾼이 전체들이 좀 약해서
some spot
저도 속튀김 하나를 데려가는 건데
We don't know what it is.
Okay.
We don't know exactly where it is. But something about what they did, be it positioning or ability usage, made their snap reset, and it cost them that entire pull. So
Brutal.
yeah, really unfortunate to see. But looking back at those damage meters, like they played well in this dungeon, right? If you looked at the Sanguine healers, both teams kept it below 10 million, and I think 6 million of Monkas, or sorry, Mandatories was on that last boss alone, right? So they played this dungeon insanely well. But what can you do? Sometimes it doesn't go your way.
Well, luckily for them, it's a best of 3, which means we get to go to one more dungeon to decide who goes up to face Echo in the grand finals. And crucially, this is a dungeon that these two teams have played against each other already this weekend, Halls of Valor. And on top of that, neither team had a death in that run. So it was extremely close. It came down to just basically tiny little efficiency things. So I hope we get to see a similar thing, because we saw very good runs from both these teams when they played against each other that first time on Friday. And that makes me very excited to have that same dungeon be the decider now.
Funnily enough, Mandatory has played this dungeon 3 times, and Legendary has played it 4 times. So this is definitely the most played dungeon of the weekend by both of these teams. They have the most experience here. I think that Mandatory has the weekend best time in regards to, like, even if they execute cleanly, they should beat Legendary just time-wise. Now, the last time we saw Mandatory in this dungeon, though, a lot of things went wrong in the Fenrir area for them. Are they going to be able to kind of shake off those nerves? Are they going to be able to recover? Are they going to be able to show back up in this Halls of Valor? Because it is a very dangerous dungeon and incredibly volatile with how these teams pull it.
Well, as you can see, the last 2 dungeons were banned, so that does mean we're going to that Halls of Valor like we were talking about. I'm thinking about the tournament at large, and if Legendary makes it through, would this be the first time that we have a last stand team make it all the way to the grand finals? I'm trying to remember.
Yes.
Because we talked earlier about how many of them get knocked out in 3rd. That has been the tradition. But none of them have ever made it farther than this. Is that right?
So this is the 3rd time we've had last stand for the MDI. The last 2 times, both of those teams also got 3rd.
So the prophecy,
not the biggest sample size,
prophecy foretells a Mandatory victory.
Yeah,
we'll see. Either way, one team will be earning one of these that rightmost medal off of the losing team here. The winning team will, of course, still be alive for either of the other two. Our beautiful MDI medals.
The second place one just has like Elvish script on it instead of second place in English. Apparently,
I
think that's the backside.
It doesn't say second. It doesn't say second place. So what place?
I think that's the backside. That's like the heads and tails, right? We've got
I see.
Yeah.
이거
이런
메달도 주는
I thought second place just got the most special medal.
이 메달을 좀 갖고 싶다.
Oh yeah, it's got a W on it for the size of this dub.
There you go. Perfectly
No one on
stated.
the desk here is young enough to say that and pull it off.
Well,
I don't
agree
know.
to disagree.
Dratnos just did. Yeah. I thought that was pretty good, Dratnos. I think that Zyro's just old.
As you know, I'm known to say, I would say that's lit.
Absolutely.
Litty. Yeah.
Well, another thing that's going to be interesting about this one is, are Mandatory going to be like on their top form after having some weird stuff go down in that Algathar Academy? And crucially, the last time they were in Halls of Valor, it was in that upper finals against Echo, where they could have won that if they'd survived that Fenrir pull. So this is going to be such an important game for how well they are able to bounce back from those things and keep their strat going, because we know that they can win this if they play their plan as well as we know they can.
용맹은 확실히
All right,
사태가
so
조금
goes on to face Echo.
빡세.
Time to find out.
Right off the rip, we have a slightly different composition between these two teams. We have Igloo and Igloo on that Shaman for Legendary with Wexy on the Shadow Priest, where Mandatory are running that tried and true Fire Mage, Discipline Priest composition. That Mandatory, they love to run that. Anytime they can get Macing on a Feral Druid, Crims on a Fire Mage, Mode on a Disc Priest, they would love to play that composition. Just having the comfort of basically everybody being on their live mains is always a blessing.
Yeah, it's pretty rare that you get your mains to be the specs you want to play anyways in these dungeons, but it does line up like that this season for Mandatory pretty often. Although, you know, a lot of teams, one of the best parts about this MDI is that the meta is so wide open that there are a lot of dungeons where it's unclear what the best thing to do is, and so people can be playing their mains and it
용맹은
can
진짜
be
양 팀이
good.
플레이 똑같아요.
And
그러니까
arguably the best
완전히
comp
똑같아요,
with multiple
완전히.
different comps and different dungeons, right? We have even among our global final teams just so much disagreement about what the best strategy is for both tanks,
누가 더
DPS,
실수를 안 하냐, 누가 더
healers as
완벽하게
well
하냐 그
in all these
싸움이거든요.
dungeons.
Yeah, I'm just a massive fan of the Fire Mage in this dungeon. It feels like there's so many pulls that just work
용맹은
great
실수할 게
with
많아서
how the
이거
Fire
지금 몇
Mage
초
wants to
앞서 나가고
engage
이런
with
건
this
크게
dungeon,
의미가
with
없어요.
things such as whether or not you have Firestarter on Odin, that's one of the big things. But on top of that, like this first pull, you could just combust into the boss and you do infinite damage. You have like great ignite cleave to all of the champions, all the smaller mobs, while that do have some priority and they need to die. You don't need to be like full AoE, and you're able to do effectively full single target to that to Himdall. Mandatory getting a little bit faster of a kill, somewhere in the order of 5 seconds faster. The Legendary hot on their heels here as they all make their way
멘토리가
to this
little
banquet
bit
area
faster.
of the Halls of Valor.
Yeah, they get these pulls together. It's going to be a Ring of Frost from Mandatory to keep some of those mobs CC'd as they get this pull going. Legendary, on the other hand, have no access to that ability. They're just going to have those mobs following behind here and getting wind sheared by Igloo and mind frozen by Tobo to keep them interrupted and brought with them. Mandatory goes straight into Solstin, whereas Legendary, once Lepan can stabilize here, are going to be looking to pull as well. Looks like Olmir first for them. But Lepan, in a little bit of danger, does end up having that Gift to the Golden Valkyr proc as well.
Beam is coming out. A nice dodge by the side of Legendary as now they grab Solstin. So they just wanted to like establish threat, make sure that the Aspirant was either desynced a little bit as well. Because whenever we saw them in here earlier, we saw there were some problems with this Aspirant
일단
with
양팀 다
Solstin.
깔끔.
If you get too many of these Eye of the Storm casts, whenever the Aspirant is leaping onto people, it can just combo and then take people down. On top of that, there's not a lot of room in melee just generally because you have the Shield Maidens doing that Mortal Hue cast. And so like there is like a ton going on in these pulls, but both Legendary and Mandatory able to kill off Solstin. Now it's just Olimir that they need to kill off before Herja is going to be able to be engaged. And I think that Legendary is going to be able to get the trash killed off a bit in advance, but they still have that required mini boss ahead of them to be able to deal with before Herja is going to be able to be engaged.
Yeah, this is a tight matchup so far between the two teams. If you look at that boss 1 split, Mandatory ended up 5 seconds faster there, which I suspect might be that Fire Mage gap at the start of the dungeon, right? That's one of those pulls that you were talking about as one of the Fire Mage differences. Yeah. Now when we're looking at this, it looks like they're going to be maybe 10, 15, maybe even 20 seconds faster on pulling Herja here. Although, are they going to be a little bit less count, perhaps? We'll see once it all gets killed, but maybe Legendary have a slight count advantage to show for it. Yeah, because there have been some mobs that were CC'd off to the side there by Mandatory that they're going to be fighting right now.
Yeah, we saw them utilize like Ring of Frost and Polymorph and stuff like that to CC these mobs off to the side. Now, the Thundercaller on this boss is very dangerous. So the Thundercaller and the Rune Carver do some like ambient group-wide damage, and then whenever that's combined with this Eye of the Stormcast, this can allow players to die. Now you need to just make sure that you're really, really topped. It is a 22 fortified, which isn't the highest level that we see on the weekend, and Mode has the ability to be able to keep members really healthy, but whenever you're doing this boss natural, like they're not doing an inversion strategy, it can become problematic. But the trash pack is going to be looking to die for Mandatory, and Mode gets sniped out by that group-wide damage that I was talking about. That's what pulling the trash in the boss does to you. Sometimes you get arc lightninged with that Thundercaller circle on you, and you just die.
Yeah, not much that can be done about that besides just committing the battle res. So Mandatory now -5 seconds, but crucially -1 important piece of safety that they may need later in this dungeon. Legendary, on the other hand, working on this boss as well. A little bit higher HP.
방금 모아도 약간 억가를 주었는데 제가 저게 싫어갖고
just holding the boss
옆버프를
over in the
좋아해요.
holy side as well, saying, you know what? No need to go over to the lightning side pretty much at all.
정버프를 하면은 저 연쇄 공개하고 기축축이 동시에 터지는 그 시간 간격이라고 해야 되나? 그게 너무 짧아요.
They're only
정버프가.
gonna have like one of these expel lights go off, and it was on RX, who is, I mean, a Death Knight. He's not gonna die to that. And hey, Mandatory able to get Herja killed off and continue to maintain a lead, but the death differential, I think, really evens it up here.
Yeah, this is basically tied between the two teams. Mandatory do have 2% in their favor of enemy forces count, but that doesn't change much in this area because they're basically still going to be doing the same set of pulls as each other. Maybe +1 warg or something.
I think if you look at the splits down at the bottom and then factor in death differential into it, Mandatory should be somewhere in the order of 6 seconds ahead, but 6 seconds in the MDI is certainly a lead that can evaporate immediately if you just have either slightly better damage, somebody misses a global here or there, something doesn't go exactly perfect for you. And while it is looking good for Mandatory, Legendary are also in just a great spot. The count is pretty similar for both of these teams. One of the things you have to know about count in this dungeon is, like, coming out of the Fenrir area, the number we were looking for is 83.7. That's the only real difference, and I have a suspicion that both Mandatory and Legendary are going to be doing similar-ish pulls here, and it should be fine.
Yeah, what a fitting end to our lower finals here. These two teams are just neck and neck. Legendary with that extra death advantage, moving through the portal a little bit slower than Mandatory, but definitely in range here. Mandatory tagging a couple of stags, getting them killed off by that dragon, getting a little bit of bonus count. Legendary potentially doing the same now. Yeah, you can see Splat hopping out of cat form and firing off a few moonfires. Getting there, you can see bursting stacks now landing on them as well as their count does go up from those stags. Nice little bit of tech. Little way to get some extra count there. Just tag those stags into the dragon where it will eat them for you. Mandatory now working on the first phase of Fenrir, as are Legendary. We can see Legendary have pulled those off into the Valor Jar over on the side there. We can't see it for Mandatory, but we can also know that that's what they're doing. Oh, there we go. Now we can see it as well.
Yeah, it's abstract MDI. It's an abstract MDI viewing experience. If you really think about it, you can.
The absence of information is information in and of itself.
Oh, word. So this pull is really dangerous for your tank. The snapshots from the marksman and the potential of dying to penetrating shot is something that you have to really worry about. Now, this is a great pull for that double grip on the Death Knights, so RX and Tobo. Being able to just grip those marksmen right back in after they do the disengage out, it allows you to be able to get very substantial cleave on that pack. And the marksman is going to be the final mob to die here, right as Fenrir does hit that 60% threshold. And Mandatory are making their way towards probably what is the hardest pull of the dungeon. This is the pull that we saw them wipe to earlier. You saw Mace there.
설마 법사 또 짬무비가 안 떨어지겠죠?
As they're getting ready to set up this pull. And what has to happen is Mode and Crims need to get on this rock, and any failure can cause a full wipe because these wargs need a path to be able to jump, and standing on this rock forces them to not. And it's very, very crucial that they set this up correctly.
Yeah, the team's setting this up at the same time here. 9 minutes, 18-ish seconds. Mode running to that rock, needs to land these jumps correctly. Looks like a slight misstep there the first time, but gets up there the second time and grips up Crims. There we go. Wexy now doing the same thing for Legendary. Does need one more jump and gets there. Now going to be gripping up Igloo. And both teams now have their players upstairs. Now there is a clock that is started for both teams. They need to kill these wargs before Fenrir gets through the Scent of Blood cast. If the Scent of Blood targets one of those ranged players, which it's not doing for Mandatory, so that's nice, they actually have as much time as they need now, then they would need to bop the person, have them jump off, and then kill those wargs before bop expires. Whereas Legendary, yeah, you can see doing that exactly here. Wexy has that bop, is getting attacked here by those wargs, but now Splat ends up going down. And now those other wargs, they are also starting to jump.
Oh,
yeah, they're still alive. Ooh, Wexy getting murdered there, but the Master Spell is going to clear off those bursting stacks, and just one warg alive on cooldown of that leap. It looks like they're going to be okay here. Legendary have stabilized, but that is -1 death here, equalizing the death differential and equalizing the battle res trackers between the two teams. Mandatory now solidly in the lead here. We will see by how much here. Potentially some good RNG as well, getting a nice target of that attack on a melee rather than a ranged.
I think you just described the fail case of that scenario so perfectly, and why that pull is just so dangerous. If it went 5 seconds longer for Legendary, if those wargs didn't die, they wipe. For Mandatory on the left-hand side of your screen, the second Scent of Blood went on Mace Team, which seemed to be a slight advantage because he used that movement speed for the Scent of Blood to actually go and grab a lot of these bulls. And now Mandatory has this pull set up way faster than Legendary. They have deployed their Bloodlust, and now they are Bull Bear gaming and absolutely owning this trash pack.
Yeah, this is a very, very sketchy pull here. On plus 22 fortified, these mobs will absolutely eliminate your tank if they get close, and the bears keep charging your tank as well and slowing the tank. Now, both paladins do have access to a bunch of powerful tools against this. No divine shield available, as of course that was needed against the wolves,
Skylark.
but they do have freedom that they can use to run away if they need to, and Mandatory are going to be able to get this done. Every single cooldown in the game used by Skylark and Mode to keep that going. Both charges of Pain Suppression also on cooldown here for Mode. And that gift of the
저도
Golden
이제
Valkyr as well.
진짜 마지막이니까 웬만하면
That is what
결승 보는
cooldowns are
갈
for, is
거거든요.
to be used. Legendary also going to be getting through this. That Dwarf Racial from Lepan right at the end also used.
All right, we're in a checkmate position. Mandatory are in the lead, probably somewhere in the order of 10 seconds. But we're in a spot where if either team messes up this 4-king strategy, they are very likely to lose there. The 4-king strat saves you somewhere in the order of 45-ish seconds, maybe 30. But if you mess it up, it is just such a large time penalty over another team if they are able to get it pulled off. And hey, for Mandatory, this is actually huge. Legendary get a really untimely thundering. Look at that. It was just part of the whenever they were pulling the dragon and getting some of those stags killed off, it procced thundering on their whole entire group. Now they get a new thundering in 1 minute, so that was basically just fully lost. But again,
아까 실수가
I
너무
think
크게
the big thing
나가지고
here is those brews. And looking on the left side of your screen, Mandatory setting those up already. Skylark getting ready to click on Tor, and they're counting down as you see Maystine talking, making sure that the brew has been thrown and everything is set up perfectly for this team.
Yeah, communication is vital here as you have such a small window of time to get these brews properly thrown and to make sure that you're clicking on each of the kings as they become friendly. They need to get over to Ranulf. You can see Maystine is just waiting right there, spam clicking, lands the click, and they have all 4 kings. Legendary, on the other hand, setting this up as well. They are not having anybody standing ahead and waiting. They are just focusing on full damage optimization as Lepan brings Tor between Haldor and Ranulf, gets combat with Haldor, and gets combat as well with Ranulf. Did they get the click on Haldor, though? Yes, they did, and they also got it on Ranulf. So 4 kings activated by both teams. Neither team will lose off of this 4-king failure that we've seen happen before.
해설자들이 지금
I
한 명 한
think
명
that
말을
this
잘
is just a
걸었다.
really solid lead for Mandatory in this position. Legendary
이게
haven't
그
really
수를
even made any
세 마리한테 다
mistakes, and it just
던져놓고
kind of comes down to Mandatory
그
being a little bit
초록색으로
quick on the
돌아다니면서
trigger
인지를 시킨
on
다음에
the boss 1 and the
돌아가면서
boss 2
초록색으로
splits.
이름표가 변할 때 말을
They've just kind of
걸어갖고
been
네 명 다
chunking
팝업을
away
하는
this
거거든요.
time if you look at the bottom splits in the bottom. Now Legendary, if our
네, 클릭을 잘해야
lust
돼.
tracker is correct, has lust available for them. Is this something that you think could propel Legendary to be able to take the lead on like Odin, maybe? Because Odin's a boss that
Maybe.
if you don't one phase it fast enough, your damage kind of halts whenever you come out of that Valkyr form.
Yeah, the problem is that on 22 fortified, you don't need the lust to be able to get all the way through, especially if you have that fire mage. So I think because Mandatory have the fire mage, I think they're going to be able to still kill Odin during the first
레전더리는
runic
잘했는데
brand.
아쉽네요.
And so I think I still like Mandatory's position here, but yeah, that Bloodlust may be an equalizer here. Honestly, maybe the best way to use that lust would be on God King Skovald, but I guess that's not an option because Army of the Dead isn't available, and you can't really send the lust without the army, I think, at this point if you're Legendary.
I agree.
So I expect it's going to be used on that Runic Brand phase, and maybe it will allow them to accelerate enough to kill before Mandatory does, but oh, it's going to be so close. It's going to depend on how well they can optimize damage against Skovald as well. If they can get back to within maybe 5 seconds of Mandatory, I think I like Legendary on Odin. If it's slower than that, I think I'd prefer to be Mandatory.
You know what I just noticed? If you look at the top of the screen, the timers are off by 1 second for each of the teams.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Now chat's
Legendary
upset that I pointed it out.
Legendary started 1 second later? Is that what that means? Or earlier?
No, I mean...
So, okay, actually, so that's a downside for Legendary, right? I don't know. Either way, we have the exact timer. We have the atomic clock going. We have the fully precise milliseconds if we need them at the end of this run. Those timers at the top maybe off by a second or two either way, and not what determines the match, right? Of course, we have our admins with the official clocks. So yeah, the Lust has been used here by Legendary on Skovald. And that is going to mean that they don't have it for Odin, but I don't think they need it. So actually, I do prefer this. I prefer this for Legendary. It does mean that the Legendary Lust doesn't line up with their army, but that's okay. They're still going to get a good army on Odin here. I think this might be enough.
Thundering timing is actually also going to be a pretty big deal. I think that Mandatory is going to have a significantly better thundering timing, just looking at where this is landing here, assuming it gets proc right here. So... Oh, okay, never mind. I don't think this is going to be a great thundering timing for Mandatory. For Legendary, they're going to have an arguably worse thundering timing even.
Yeah, this is actually a really awkward thundering because you have to clear this thundering. Yeah, this thundering for Legendary, they're going to have to clear before they go to their runic brands, I think. That's a really awkward one, actually, to get. We'll see how it works out, though. Both teams... Good?
Yeah, I was gonna say the timing you're looking for is like 45 to 55 seconds. So yeah, at 27, it's like not ideal at all.
Yeah, absolutely. It is a scary one here. Both teams just waiting to be able to click on Odin. Let's see how long Mandatory has of a head start on this boss. Looked like 17-18 was when they got in combat here. So Legendary about 8 seconds behind Mandatory on boss pull. Are they going to be able to claw this one back? In terms of resources, both teams are looking at pretty similar sets of abilities. Almost everything that they might want besides Bloodlust is available for that runic brand phase. So it's just a question of which team can pump more damage. If it's equal, then Mandatory will win by a few seconds. But Legendary might just be able to squeeze out more damage. I think I'd rather be the Fire Mage team, though.
I think I would rather have the Fire Starter Fire Mage on my team as well. I think that is the one that I am looking at. I'm like, this guy owns. However, if you look at Legendary, damage is very high. Just being able to pump out 45k DPS, so that's something that is maybe a little bit in the favor of Legendary. And both of these teams are going to be going into this runic brand phase. Mandatory able to get there just a little bit in advance, and we've seen teams be able to kill Odin in this runic brand phase. For Mandatory, they need to make
Mandatory are going to get a thundering as well. They are going to get a thundering for the end of their runic brand, whereas Legendary had to clear theirs before this started, and I think that is going to be the nail in Legendary's coffin here. But Odin gets killed with the thundering. Thundering giveth and thundering taketh away. Oh, the time stops.
5 seconds.
5 seconds. Oh, no way. Okay. 2 seconds here. I think it's going to be Mandatory by the 2 seconds, but we will have to get an official clock check here as Mandatory sinks down with a mace tied in his chair there, but it is Mandatory winning despite that. Wow.
모아도 진짜 개역적 될 뻔했네.
Dude, we talked about this dungeon being close when we came into it, but that was on a whole another level. Mandatory manages to make it back to the grand finals against Echo, but Legendary kept it so close, but the curse remains. The last stand tournament team ends in third, but what a show. Ironic's got his head in his hands. I can see it. He's still recovering from this.
그냥 잘 뻔. 레전더리 올라갔으면 그냥 잘 거였거든요.
What a series from these two teams put Mandatory. They completely knocked this team out of the competition on their own. Remember, they were the team that knocked Legendary down to the lower bracket earlier on. They finished the job here in the lower finals. What an insane performance. And this is the first time all weekend that we've seen a Himdall clean from both teams. No deaths on Himdall from both teams. And what a map it was. Mandatory playing it clean most of the way through. Time they had any issues were a couple spot deaths from mode. One on this trash pack here, and then of course that one at the end of the dungeon on Odin as well. Of course, Legendary giving that back with a death right after Fenrir too, but it was neck and neck the entire way. These teams were never less than 10 seconds apart. It was a matter of inches, and it came down to the last couple of seconds here. There's a little bit of a nail-biter moment. Crims, are you going to strafe off the edge with Combust? Not
이것도 아마 쉬는 시간이 좀 길 거라서 잠깐 쉬었다
honestly,
오겠습니다.
it wasn't the fastest
재밌게 보고 계시다면 구독, 후원, 좋아요 한 번씩
to put a run together
부탁드리고요.
like this in such an important
제가
game.
목감기가 심해서
Mandatory gonna be
이게 목소리가 안
feeling
좋은 거는
good going into this
양해
grand finals
부탁드립니다.
against Echo.
이따가 봬요.
Oh my gosh,
Yeah,
dude,
that's right.
what is
It ended
this
up being,
MDI?
Okay.
It's like, what is this
great.
MDI, man? Every
That's what it
single
is.
series is just ridiculous.
1.982
아, 이거 왜 죽었나 했더니
seconds is
선통
the
바닥을
difference
밟고
between the teams at
땅에
the
터졌네요.
end here. You can see on this scoreboard, and oh my goodness, what a close game. Unbelievable as well, and within seconds of the fastest times we've seen this weekend in here. But you know what? The thing that both teams are going to be thinking about as well is that both teams have put up faster times than this in previous series as well by a few seconds. So they both know, oh wow, this one could have gone either way, and we could have won this if we'd played our best in here. So that is rough for Legendary as well. And Mandatory, too, now looking again at the rematch with Echo, know that they need to not even just keep up this level, but probably pick it up if they want to triumph in that best of 5.
Yeah, if you want to beat Echo, you have to not just bring your
My
best.
heart.
You have to bring your best plus, right? You have to bring something else because they're going to. Final day of the tournament Echo is a different Echo than we see in other parts of the tournament generally. And you know they're bringing that. But I'm glad that we get this rematch. The first series of the day was great between Echo and Mandatory. Now we get a best of 5 between the two. It's going to be a lot of fun.
I know we meme on these graphs a little bit sometimes, but look how close together those peaks and valleys are. This was just grudge match from start to finish, both teams matching each other the entire way. Absolutely just a banger match from these guys. But unfortunately, we do have to send Legendary home. And what a surprise they were coming into this weekend, right? They went through the last stand tournament. I don't know if anybody really expected them to get all the way to the 3rd place match, but these guys blew all those expectations out of the water, right? They played insanely well, so I have to give a hand for them. They were a great team to watch this entire weekend.
Those guys, I don't know, like,
you have to go ahead.
As I say, like coming out of the last stand, and like you saw them in Cup A, they didn't look that consistent. It looked like they had like a lot of struggles at some different points, but the ability to be able to recover, they improved dramatically whenever we saw them in Cup A to last stand, and then they just put up some insane times, had the craziest court of stars to the point where no team was willing to play that versus them again. And so it was like, oh great, I'm glad that they really showed up. It's so sick.
Well, look at who they beat too coming through this. They had to go through Sloth, Cheese, and Perplexed to get to this point. And it was only Mandatory that was finally able to knock them off. Like, they had to beat some extremely good teams to get here. You know, Cheese is a bit of a surprise, but, you know, Sloth and Perplexed, you know, teams that we know have done well from previous seasons. So, yeah, quite the accomplishment for Legendary. And I hope we get to see them again soon. They're super good. But that does mean that our grand finals has been decided. Echo versus Mandatory to see who's going to come out on top of Dragonflight Season 1 here at the MDI. And, you know, once again, the question as always, will it be Echo or will it be somebody else? And it's generally always Echo. But I feel like this time there's really a chance. I know we always say that, but I feel like there really is. Either way, we're going to take a bit of a break, and when we come back, a best of 5 between two of the sickest dungeon running teams in the entire universe. Do not miss it. We'll see you in just a few.
일단 몽카가 3대 0으로 이기길 바라는 마음. 근데 이 하는 골을 보니 에코가 우승할 것 같긴 한데. 그냥 뭔가 멘탈보다는 그냥 단실수. 그러니까 집중을 해야 돼, 집중을. 멘탈 문제가 아니에요, 저거는. 어쩔 수 없죠. 이게 한 판 한 판이 다 그거니까, 세트 포인트니까.
Well, it all comes down to this. 24 teams is what we started with, spread across 3 groups. We're down to just 2. Echo versus Mandatory for a champion's crown here at the MDI Global Finals. Your host over here with Dratnos, Nagura, and Zyronic. And I think this could end up being one of the closest finals we've ever had. It has been one of the closest finals weekends we've ever seen at MDI thus far easily. But this finals, this best of 5, It's very difficult to predict who's going to win this one. And, you know, I'm not being facetious with that. I mean it. Echo is playing great, but Mandatory, the other teams in here have all given them runs for their money. They've taken maps off of them. And so here we are. Dratnos, going into this final match, is it going to be Echo? Is it going to be Mandatory?
It's going to be Echo. Echo is going to win this MDI. I've become a caster by saying these words over and over again. So I'm sticking with them. At some point, it's not going to work out. We've thought it would happen before, but I'm staying with it. It's going to be Echo.
All of us except for Tettles and Makes predicted Echo to win MDI. And again, like based on past results, hard to disagree with that pick. That said, Mandatory showing up there quite a bit on the list as well. Nagura and Zyronic, you both picked Mandatory as runners-up. Do you think you might be wrong? Do you think they might take it?
You want to take that one first, Kara?
You go.
Okay. Well, first of all, we can both pat ourselves on the back, and Tettles as well.
Yeah.
But he's a Moonkin, so never mind. Well, you are too. Never mind.
Whoa.
We're casting, so we can pat ourselves on the back, but not Tettles. Because we did pick both the two teams to be in the finals, right? And I am going to stick by it. I mean, how can you say Echo isn't going to win? They've won the last 5 of these in a row. I think Mandatory in this spot is the strongest competition that they've probably ever had, and I still wouldn't at all be surprised if Mandatory finds a way to win this series, but I do just ever so slightly still favor Echo.
With a record like the one Echo has put together, you really can't pick anyone else until they finally do lose. And here's some messages from some of the players earlier, and you know, now admitting that Echo had a little bit of and Ginchi as well, admitting that it was a little bit of a shaky, messy way to get to the finals. They know they need to tighten it up. Mode, happy to be here, and I agree. The teams are all good, and yeah, it is interesting though to see Echo coming into this one, kind of acknowledging that yeah, we weren't maybe at the top of our game, but now the question is, can they bring that highest level? That's going to win them another MDI.
Yeah, and I mean, I can give you some stats and some numbers now that we see those bans as well. Academy being banned by Mandatory and No Code Offensive being banned by Echo. So with the maps that we have left in this series, we actually have Echo with 2 of the fastest times of the tournament. They have the fastest time in Azure Vault and Temple, but Mandatory has the fastest time in Halls of Valor,
사실 이 정도 되면 뭐 근데 하늘빛은
So technically Mandatory has more of the faster dungeons here.
알겠다,
The first 2 are the ones that Echo is faster in. It's a best of 5 though, right? So they would have to win 3
알겠다는
maps.
좋은
And we
판단인
haven't
것
seen
같아요.
Mandatory play Azure Vault at all yet this weekend.
So you
Yeah,
calling
we'll get to
for
see that
에코
one right away.
스코드벨 아주 좋아요. 아,
Is that the
이걸
Yeah,
돌리잖아.
for a sweep, yes.
I mean, if we ever have an
think it's
MDI
not
finals go to
impossible.
the 5th game, it's going to be this one.
Absolutely. I mean, we've been seeing 2-game series in all of our,
Yeah,
or
걔는
3-game
되게
series in all of our
전략적이네요.
best of 3s rather, so not
그래서
unreasonable
격차를
to
줄이기가 좀
expect a
빡세 보였어.
5-game series
오늘 실수도
in
많아.
this best of 5, but it does start off with that unbannable Azure Vault. So we'll get to see who has the better path in this one.
It's time. The global finals, grand finals between Echo and Mandatory underway, and we have to get right into it because we know this first poll can be a make or break poll in the dungeon. Both teams running through all of this trash, jumping straight down into Laymore's room, gonna get everything snapped up together, get all 3 of these arcane tenders together, and the bloodlust has popped, and we're off to the races. Both teams doing the exact same strategy. Who can get it down faster with their AoE though?
Alright, so it does look like we have the
만-
exact same pool
그
here for both the
만다토리
teams.
그
There's
딜
a
쪽
little bit of a
혹시
difference
늑대
in
인간인가요?
cooldowns they're committing though. RX did use Army
공특이
for this
뭔지를
pool,
모르겠네.
while Mirrors is holding on to the Army, presumably for boss DPS once Lamer spawns. Now we do see the bosses
그냥
engage for both of the teams a little bit
양팀
quicker for
지금 플레이가
Mandatory
카피 앤
actually.
페이스트
They managed
같은데
to finish off the
똑같아.
tenders that spawn the boss a little bit quicker. But because Mirrors has the army ready for the boss, Echo might be catching up a little bit of boss damage here.
They should be, you're right. Saving the army for single target boss damage definitely seems like a very smart play. Now, of course, the army will come up earlier for
보안마저
Mandatory
똑같아서.
on one of the next few polls, so we'll have to see if that does factor in. But also, the army without Lust or PI, you know, maybe not the greatest use of a cooldown if they could get it with Lust and PI. I guess they just really wanted to make sure they PI'd the mage. But you can see it has pulled them ahead ever so slightly on the boss damage, even though they pulled it later. But I
확실히
think it's
에코가 딜이
going
좀
to
더
be hard
세네요.
to try to compare this damage. I think it's going to be a neck-and-neck race. We're going to be swapping back and forth the entire time here. Now, the question is, when it comes to strategies in Azure Vault, which strategies do the teams
이
do?
타겟이 길어갖고 딜이 좀 샜나
all
보네.
weekend long, and I believe both of them have been doing that snap onto the third boss, and then going on to kill Umber Skull. Then both teams do the backtrack and pull Frog's Root. If that is the case, we do once again have to look forward to and heavily focus on the snap on the third boss. That has been a make or break pull for all of the teams this weekend, and ones have died on that particular pull. Not going to be there for a few minutes, but do have to look forward to that.
Yeah, one more thing I just noticed is that Mandatory actually does end up having 2% extra trash here. So they must have pulled maybe one additional Leisure Pack somewhere
이거.
to get that extra percentage here. And that means that maybe
크림스는 바라를 쓰고 넘어가는데 딘지는 바라 쓰기 살짝 애매해 보이던데? 딘지는 바라 안 쓰죠? 마주는 빠졌어 근데? 근데 상관없이 램드가 에코가 훨씬 더 빨리 죽었네.
Mandatory can use it to finish off the boss, and you can see 4 seconds in favor of Echo on this first boss split.
Yeah, and looking at the damage meters, there is a big DPS differential on the bottom two players there. Now in Zalia, both doing around 20k more DPS than their counterpart over on the side of Mandatory. Is that going to be a case? That's been one of their major strengths all weekend long. Now in Zalia's damage numbers have just been significantly better than their competition, and that's helped them so much. But look, getting a difference in strategy here. Echo.
만다토리 뭐하지?
Mandatory. Are they
so
down?
Cool. Yes, it looks like they are. We used a gust of wind potion here by RX, and everyone else used slow fall and other means to get to this platform. If you're in combat, you cannot click the book. But if you don't need to click the book, if you just jump down, then it doesn't matter. Look at that. All of the Furies, the Thrasher, plus these elementals that they've pulled here, all stacked up for Mandatory. This is an incredibly... I mean, this is such a smart way of dealing with this trash. Wow.
I mean, if you're going to be killing the trash, snapping it on top of things is definitely something to do. This is something that we saw teams attempt to perfect during the last stand, but a lot of teams that were going for it ended up not trying to do it because it was too difficult of a strategy.
비장이 루트라고 하기엔 지금 시간이 좀 끌리고 있거든요.
Somehow found a way to pull this off. Now they're not out of the woods just yet. Any extra piercing shards going off on Skylark
이게 이득인지 아닌지는 다 끝나고 봐야 돼요 일단.
At getting as many AoE stops out on them as possible, and with that Thrasher dead, the major danger in this
일단 이게 한 3무리 정도 되는 플레이이긴 해요. 잠깐 탱커.
Everyone's HP bar alive. Looks like Skylark does get the lay on hands on himself just to keep himself topped there.
20단이니까 가능한 플레이.
Looking very, very safe here. Now, the bursting stacking up again. Do they have the mass dispel this time around?
사고는 안 났어.
They do. Massive pull for Mandatory pulled off, but in the meantime, Echo with a smaller amount of trash has already made their way into Azure Blade's room, and they're already off towards that first intermission here.
Yeah, so even though Mandatory did a pretty smart snap, Echo engaged the boss so much quicker, and look how low Azure Blade already is for Echo. Even though they pulled the whole trash room with the lieutenant on top of the boss, they somehow managed to still fully... Now does go down here to the lieutenant. He's still alive. They have to get a battle rest to get him back up. Mirror's almost going down too. Does manage to survive here, but Zalia has to get the group back up to full health, because this intermission phase does a lot of damage to your group. I think they did finish off the lieutenant now, so a little bit of a scary moment here for Echo. They seem to have recovered. But yeah, this was really quick by Echo, just funneling off of the boss and just like cleaving the trash down passively. So scary on the tank.
Health bars low for Zalia here. Clicks ends up going down to the swirly damage here. That's going to be one player down for the second intermission phase. They've also pulled trash on top of it. So they're really going to have to make sure they burn through this. Unfortunately, this is a low-key level. They should be able to get through the boss with the DPS dead.
에코 이거 사이페 보면은 그냥 진 거예요.
But this is what Mandatory needs to come back in the dungeon on this boss and even take an even bigger lead. Because remember, they have all this extra trash percentage that they have from that massive pull that they pulled off here. And I think even though Echo is the favorite in this dungeon based on the timers this weekend, I think Mandatory has a pretty significant lead.
They definitely do. Echo now finishing off Azure Blade, and Clicks did release. He's going to be able to get back to the group pretty soon. But now Echo is walking back. They're going to attempt a snap onto the next boss. So we're gonna see Clicks possibly off tanking the boss here for a second, while now is gathering up trash on the top. Never mind, it's actually, it looks like it's Miras and now that are gathering up the trash. Now when they jump down, Celia needs to hit the life grip onto Now, because if Now does go down, then the trash might actually reset.
에코
So
3렘
let's take a look if
시작했고
Celia
하늘에서
can
이제
do
그
the
몹들이
grip
막
here on
모두도
Now
떨어질
once
거고.
he has gathered up all of the trash upstairs.
I'm a little worried for Mandatory here, because these two Vault Guards are taking forever for them to cleave down, and only spending time killing 2 mobs off is not necessarily the best use of time.
만다토리는
It's key because look at what Echo is doing on their end. All of
이게
that
맞나
trash that
모르겠는데.
Mandatory snapped those Arcane Furies on top of is now being snapped onto
그걸부터
Talash Greywing
정리하네요.
by Echo here. They're not out of the woods yet. They've got the
물론
grip down
에코도
on Now,
이플링을 하긴
but the
해야 돼요.
Absolute Zero
에코도
is-
이플링 하긴 해야 돼.
They live through the Absolute Zero. Most of the danger is gone here, but the frontals could very easily take out either Clicks or Miras here, and also have to remember the safety net of that
잠깐만요.
battle is
이거 야드만
completely
뛰는데?
gone for them. Any death from any player on the
야드
side of
혼자
Echo
뭐 이거
could be a
플레이할 수가
disaster for them.
있다고?
It could cost them too much time.
아니지.
Azalea is doing his best to keep everyone nice and
동시에
healthy here.
몰아서 최대한 빨리
And with all
광치려고.
of the constructs dead, they're through most of the danger.
잠깐, 에코 왜 이래?
GG has to block just to keep himself alive. Scary moment completely
In the
mitigated from the
meantime,
team there.
Mandatory actually deciding to do the frog pull here before they do Grey Wing or the last boss. They did skip 2 of the breakers that are at the end of this hall because they did this other snap pull earlier. They don't need the extra breakers here.
파열
And that's why
12죠.
they're doing this pull now, because they don't have
파열 한번
bloodlust.
대문을
Usually
쳤는데
teams are
이번
using
파열이
bloodlust for
위험하거든요.
this pull
사실 만화도
to
별로
pull
없어.
all 5 breakers.
가격
But
올라갔고.
Mandatory doesn't need the
아마
breakers, can do
흡선도
this pull
올라가겠죠.
without bloodlust. But now they're gonna have to walk
11주.
over. We can see a lot
석화.
of bursting stacks. Mode actually really low on mana here. They have to finish off 1 more of these frogs, and then they can jump to the bosses. They should be almost done with percentage. The last thing they need is either a snap from these 2 breakers onto a boss, or they're doing the same thing as Echo just did, where they're snapping trash onto Grey Wing.
Well,
지금
let's see. It'd
퍼센트가
actually be
만다토리
really difficult for them to get
잖아요.
on top of Grey Wing
저 위에
aside
있는
from these two
융알이
breakers,
2마리
right?
아마
Because
막내에다
they'd
붙일
have to
거예요.
have somebody upstairs, 1 floor up. They could maybe do it after Talash Grey Wing, but yeah, I think you're right. I think those 2 breakers on the last boss is probably going to be the play, and they
보스
are
하나냐,
going to have the
플링
bloodlust
하나냐.
here. So we're going to once again this weekend have a finish where the teams are doing completely different things. For Mandatory, it's going to be when
에코가 남은
goes
플링이
down.
좀
However,
길긴
for
길어요.
Echo,
동선이
it's going
있어서.
to be when they finish off that frog pull after
반면에
backtracking.
만다토리는
Well,
이제
we just saw Mandatory
댐드
complete
쫄만
before
잡으면
heading
끝이고
to
에코는
Talash
지금
Grey
데스
Wing. Now,
페널티가 10초가
one of
있어요.
the things I like about this pull for
에코 데스
Mandatory is that
페널티
they don't
때문에
have to
딱 질
worry
수도
about leaving
있겠는데.
ads down here on this boss. They can just full on burn the boss.
자, 만다토리가
That
약간
allows
필살기
them to
플링이라고
potentially skip an extra
하나
iteration
꺼내긴
phase that
했는데
Echo might
그게
have
그렇게
gotten
이득은
from
아니었던
leaving
것
that trash
같아요.
down.
Yeah, exactly. It does look like they're. It definitely looks like Echo is ahead, but as you said,
뭐랄까, 유의미하게 플링이 줄어들지가 않았어.
They do have Bloodlust available, but Mandatory will have Bloodlust for Umbral Skull, and whichever trash pack they decide to snap onto the last boss to get that last 6% of trash.
근데 이제 차이는 에코는 이제 블러드를 쪼레다가 쓸어 약간 그냥 돌아서 가야 되는데 만다토리는 내려가자마자 바로 댐드에 블러드 쓸 수가 있거든요.
So that means there's a 10 seconds difference in favor of Mandatory, and Mandatory is
아,
melting
에코 데스
Grey
페널티
Wing
10초
here
너무 커 보인다
because they
이거.
have those extra trash packs to deal with. They might get one last intermission phase, which is actually going to be in their favor here as
만다토리
well
왜
when it comes to
팀 이름은
boss kill
바꿔가지고
time.
헷갈리네 진짜.
Here we go, the second Absolute Zero coming out for Mandatory here, and you've got to love the position they're in. 0 deaths on the board here. Talash Grey Wing will be going down for them before Umbral Skull does for Echo
네,
here.
뭔가
And then, of course,
몽카가 팀 이름이
they'll be snapping
이쁜데.
those 2 breakers down as well. They'll have the Bloodlust right away for that. And, you know, we've talked about this backtracking to go to frogs. It's really not that much time lost, but those 5 to 10 seconds that it takes to port back could come into play for Echo and Mandatory here. Mode goes down at the end of the boss here, trying to find a way to not cleave his team.
화재가
Maybe he
플링이
died on
오나?
purpose,
I think
though.
he might
Maybe
have-
you're right. We'll
I
have to
think
see.
he's grabbing trash.
What is Mode up to here? He released. What is he doing?
화재 뭐 하는 거지?
Furies
What's in the
possibly.
play?
Yeah, he's grabbing
He
the
tags a
Furies.
Whelpling. He tags a Whelpling. He's going to spawn the Furies, and the Furies are going to be the thing that snaps down to the boss here. He's also pulled these as well. Gonna fade them off.
This is really cool.
They're global aggro. I didn't even realize that.
That is such
instead
a
of the
cool
2
innovation by
breakers-
Mandatory.
사실 뭐 한 거지?
Look at Echo though, they're already gathering up the frogs, and this is the last pull Echo has to do. But keep in mind, Clicks have to grab the other side of this area. Clicks dropping pretty low, already used Spark Skin and Survival Instincts. There we go, Clicks now meeting up with the rest of the group. They have Bloodlust and all cooldowns available, but Combustion is still on a cooldown for 30 seconds here. They're gonna have to deal with this
아니
trash
근데 지금 퍼센트가 94%야. 저렇게 많이 안 잡아도 되거든요.
the boss, and they're gonna be done
이유가
with trash
뭐지?
as well in just a second.
용가리 두 개는 퍼센트가 될 텐데 용가리 대신 그냥 얘네를 잡는 건가?
For this world, it's going to be a photo finish, and remember, the extra death timer is still there for Echo here. Skylark dropping incredibly low to the tank damage from the boss here, but Mode is able to keep him up. The trash is mostly dead for mandatory. They already have their 100% trash count. It's just going to be when the boss dies versus when the trash count is gained for Echo here. And with 30% left on Umbral Skull, I think Echo might just barely be taking this one. Breaker needs to go down. Frog needs to go down. They don't have count. They don't have count. They need one more mob. 20% left on mandatory. They have to kill this looter off. It's looter versus Umbral Skull. 5-second advantage for mandatory.
Yeah, this might go to mandatory because this looter, I'm not sure if the looter is even enough.
Is the looter not enough?
I'm not sure. They're looking for other trash as well. They're missing something else. The looter is
the looter's not enough.
This is going to be
mandatory wins.
Winning the first Asher Vault against Echo here. Oh my god.
What? Wow.
나오의 플링 미스.
I did not expect the first map to end like that. Just not enough trash count for Echo. If they had 2 more mobs in that group, they would have won it, but no, mandatory. But the different pull makes it happen. It's ironic.
Shades of incarnation here coming back to Echo.
만다토리가
Echo's
루트가
done this before. This happened before.
효율적이진 않았어요. 근데 되게 그 1렘 거 팝업해서 데리고 오는 건 너무 괜찮은데요?
It can happen to the best of us.
저거는 만약에 미리 나왔으면 되게 수정돼서 아마 써먹었을 거예요.
Just a crazy turn of events. First of all, with this snap that RX and everybody's that all the mandatory set up here onto this big downstairs area, right? Such a cool path out of them. Something that you guys are right has been tried by several other teams before, such as in last
그거를
stand.
막내에 붙였으면
Not something that
퍼센트
worked out
설계가 완전
yet,
달라지지.
but mandatory found a way to make it
블러드까지 쓸 수
happen, and you
있는데.
can see Skylark, look at how low health he got there, but ends up lay on handsing to
그러니까
survive.
저렇게 깨울 거면서
Incredible
두꺼비를
set
잡은 게 조금
of abilities used to really keep them
이상하긴
alive here. And
했는데
again, the priest also making
저걸
this
저렇게
possible with
깨워서
the massive
데려온다는
spell
게 좀
against those
대단하긴
bursting
하네요.
stacks. Grievous bursting a really nasty affix combo.
그러니까 저
Now
새끼 용
went
깨울
down on
때
this part,
모든
and that was a
맵에 있는 모든 사람이
extremely
전투가
sketchy
걸린다는 걸
moment. They were
응용한
able
것
to
같아요.
recover with the res, but then they ended up having clicks die as well and lost quite a bit of time to that. But even with all that considered, they still were looking in pretty good shape, right? They got this life grip, which we've seen go wrong for several teams, onto boss. They got this snap, and that was all working out rather nicely, but then somehow they just didn't end up having count at the end of the dungeon. Something pulled earlier was not how it was supposed to have been done, and instead it was actually mandatory with this different route that we've seen, right? Not doing the frogs last, instead doing the frogs a little bit earlier, getting to 94% count by setting up this big old frog pull. Mode intentionally dying here, you could see, dying to then set up the final snap of the last few enemies. Just a little bit more optimization. Really, really cool stuff out of them. And I mean, yeah, I just wonder where that count came from. I was looking back and trying to find it. I couldn't see exactly what caused it, but just such a crazy way for this to go. And especially if you're mandatory, you gotta be so delighted by this, because the other maps, as we've talked about earlier, later in this series, those are the ones where you have some of the faster times. This one was maybe one of the ones that was Echo favored, but if you can get through, you know, this and the Temple 1-1, I think you got to be so happy about the last 3 maps in the series.
The only thing that I can think of that potentially cost them
막내매 뭐 사실 저거
thinking back to the
뭐야
first
입구에
boss,
있는
Echo had
그
2% less trash counts.
Yes.
관통 파편 3마리만 붙어도
maybe they just
이득인데
pull an extra lasher pack, but I wonder if something went wrong with the snap.
관통
Of
파편
course,
3마리를
snapping tech
막내매
is
붙여
not necessarily
잡는다고
something that is, like,
치면은
frowned upon, but it's not
그러니까
something
보통
that teams are
입구에 꽃
encouraged to do
3마리에다가
either. It
꽃
has weird things that
6마리에다가
could happen
관통
where
파편
things
이렇게
can reset,
풀링을
like what
하는데
happened in Mandatory and then
입구에서
Alpha
꽃
Academy earlier
6마리에다가
today.
뒤에 있는 큰
I wonder if
나무까지
that just happened
풀링해서
to Echo and they missed
꽃
out on a little bit of count that
9마리
way.
요렇게
It could be.
풀링을 해서
It's
걷다
not an
블러드를
exact
쓸 수가
science,
있거든요.
right? When you're kind of playing around with the game mechanics,
그럼
as it
풀링
were,
하나
there you
튀기는
do
것
open
같은데?
yourself up to some funky things happening once in a while. But I am very curious if we do end up getting to talk to Echo later in the day if they do win it. I wonder if they know, what happened there, if they know what was missed at some point. You'd imagine they do, but strange things happen often. So, our next map, Temple of the Jade Serpent. Let's look ahead to that one a little bit. Nagura, mandatory, taking an early lead. I'm surprised we're saying it, but that's where we're at. Do you think they can take a 2-0 lead?
I mean, it is possible, right? We played a Temple now. Temple is a dungeon where Echo does have the fastest run of the tournament.
만다토리 우승할 때가
But
됐어.
they actually banned that exact dungeon against
우승 한번 하자.
mandatory
나 간만에 대회도 되게 열심히
So, it
챙겨봤는데.
does seem like they're a little bit scared to play Temple maybe against mandatory, even though
이왕이면 3대
mandatory
0으로.
had also banned that same dungeon against legendary as well. So I think this dungeon is just generally very volatile.
Yeah, these two teams are teams that can both handle the same pulls. Like anything Echo can do, mandatory can also do. And that's not the case with some of the other teams in MDI. Even teams that make it all the way to the global finals, like looking at Perplexed on this map earlier, they decided that they had to do that last room in 2 chunks where a lot of other teams did it in 1. And they were already, deep in the global finals. So mandatory being able to kind of match Echo, I think, pull per pull if they want to, definitely puts up a bit of a threat as we look at the dungeons here coming into this one. You can see the ban for Algathar Academy by mandatory, and that does bring us to Temple of the Jade Serpent. I'm hyped. Like, this finals is already going to be good.
사실
The
이거
fact that mandatory was
1경기는
able to take
만다토리가
an
이겼으면
early
안
lead the
되긴
way
해.
they did it
가
definitely raises the excitement.
뭔가 창의적이긴 한데 너무 구렸어. 창의적이기만 했어.
Yeah, and just
진짜
they've been
겉멋
looking
루트,
shaky all
겉멋.
weekend. I mean, in
보여주기
all of their
신 루트.
earlier series as well, there's
하나도
been these
빠르진 않은데
vulnerabilities that other teams
뭔가
have
멋있는
failed
루트.
to exploit against them, including
진짜
mandatory in the
병신
upper
같지만
finals.
멋있어.
But
약간
now, when it all matters, it's happened and it's cost
결국
them that
네코의
first
뻘짓 때문에
game
이긴.
of the series. Now it is a best of 5, but if mandatory can strike again here, they are going to be in such good shape in this series.
선생.
We're right back into it
보기.
already, into the Temple of the Jade Serpent. Mandatory must be riding high.
여기는
off
주반이
that
좀 많긴
map
하거든요, 쫄들이.
victory, but here we go into this first pull. So volatile. Bloodlust popped for both teams. And once again, very similar comps. Of course, the main difference being Prot Warrior for Mandatory versus the Prot Paladin. For Echo here, how does this first pull
딜러
end
조합은
up going for
똑같아요.
them? Very
그러니까
stable for the very first part of this pull, but the
상위권
second
팀들은
set
다
of
생각을 하는
troubles.
거야. 이게
You joined the group, but it's not going to be an issue for either. Zalier, the
에코
quaking!
사고.
They died to quaking. Clicks and Genji go down to quaking at the very end of the pull, trying to get away from the spiteful shades. That's 2 deaths
와.
on the board for them right off the bat. They have to release
해설
and
말
run
존나
back, but
빨라,
in the
씨.
meantime, mandatory already on to Wise Mari.
Yeah, mandatory engaged the boss so quickly. They still had mobs up in the back that weren't fully finished, and they
방금
already
해설,
engaged
그
the
영어
boss.
해설
So
들으시면
even if Echo did not have the deaths there,
말
Echo still
빨라,
would have
진짜.
engaged the boss later. But of course, those extra deaths even caused them to wait even longer. So now definitely mandatory in the lead by a couple of seconds. We'll see how much of a difference it is once they finish off the boss, and we'll see the difference in the boss split here. But yeah, really looking good for mandatory. They Echo did not have to use a battle rest because they could still release since they were not in boss
이
combat.
암사는
So they
전투를
still have
이어가야지
that
딜이
battle
좀
rest
센 게
available in
있는데
case something does go
이거
wrong
봐봐요.
later on.
암사가
We
전투를
definitely have to
끊어가서
be careful
단일딜이
now
확
because,
약하잖아요.
yeah, I mean,
그러니까
we saw
이쪽이
how close
DP가
all of
높은
these
거는
dungeons are.
전투를
So
이어가서
having
그런
those 10
건데
seconds death differential
전투가
already is not
끊기면서
looking good for
지금
Echo.
암사 딜이 완전 약해요. 그러니까 버프 유지를 못해서
Already in such a significant
암사
lead
딜이 엄청
right
늦게 치고
into the
올라오잖아요.
dungeon. Can they hold on to that lead?
암사가 죽은 게
This is
단일이 좀
such a
치명적이에요.
volatile dungeon. Massive pulls. So many spiteful shades that you have to worry about. Even bad quaking overlaps could cost us here. Look at Echo here. They have to spread out during the wash away, make sure they don't get hit by the knockup. Good movement from Zalia to make sure that Clix doesn't have to stop his uptime on the
그래도
boss
그 와중에
there.
젤리아 센스 있죠. 지금 전율이라서 뒤에서 놀아주고 있어요.
But the advantage is huge.
그러니까 힐러의
20%
약간
boss
희생.
damage. An extra 10-second advantage from the deaths alone. I mean, fortunately for Echo, they didn't already pull the boss.
원딜이
because if
둘이다
that had
보니까
happened, it would
원딜이
have been
다
worst
이렇게
case
앞에서
scenario, like
붙어서
you mentioned,
하면은
right? They
전율
were
때문에
able to
사고가 날
release
수
'cause they weren't in
있거든요.
combat just yet, but if they had pulled the boss,
모아드는
they
조카
would have
그런 거
wiped it
없어요.
instantly, right? Because there's no way you're doing this boss with the DPS down.
Yeah, definitely. So that was good that Echo did not engage that boss yet. Mandatory now done with a Wise Mari.
모아드가 약간 저 같은 타입.
Gonna go into a really big pull onto the right side.
나도 쉬운 거는 배려를 하는데 이거 어렵거든. 나도 바닥 피하는 거. 모아드 약간 내 타입. 젤리아 진짜 쌉고수 타입.
Plus all of those tiny shards exploding at the same time. while I believe Moat is going to be finishing off that book to make sure that boss spawns early. So lots of things have to work out here for Mandatory as we see them gather up all of this trash. Stampeding Roar being poked by Maystine, making sure everyone is a little bit quicker to gather up this pool.
Yeah, huge advantage being opened up, but it's still dangerous. Like we've mentioned, massive pulls coming out here. And the important thing to mention as well is that neither of the teams are running that Warlock comp. Of course, there was so much that we were talking about at the very beginning of the dungeon. We didn't really have too much time to go over the comp. We just talked about the fact that the tanks are playing different specs, but there's no Hellstones. They don't have any of those curses to help them out. They don't have an extra
아 진짜 여기 잘 올라간다.
spell for some of these packs as well, although they do have the Master Spell from their Shadow Priest to help out with that. But
이게 폭수 버나 두 방에 딱 처리가 돼요.
dealing with those spiteful shades as they start to spread out.
그래서 폭수 충전해서 딱 네임드 팝업만.
So these AoE pulls are just that much more difficult because of that, and we have to keep a very close eye on the damage output from.
그러니까 이게 어차피 네임드 팝업하는 동안 시간이 있기 때문에 저 뒤에 쪽을 먼저 풀링하는 게 그렇게 이득이 아니라는 거예요. 그러니까 전 경기에서 퍼플렉스드나 레전더리가 그 뒤에 물을 풀링해서 먼저 같이 잡았잖아요. 그게 그렇게 이득이 아니라는 거지. 그러니까 팝업만 해놓고 이렇게 네임드에 붙여서 그냥 자원으로 쓰는 게 더 이득이라는 거야.
So there's a big difference here that makes Echo
이게
catch
더
up a little bit again.
맞아
Echo actually
보여요.
finished off that book quite a bit earlier.
물론
compared to
한 번에 다
Mandatory.
갖다 붙이면
I mean,
멋있어
not
보이긴
early in the
하는데
dungeon, but since
그냥
if you look at
깔때기를
the first boss
주는 게
fight,
맞다.
27 seconds, 23 seconds difference in favor of Mandatory, but Echo got there so much later, but finished off the
그래도
book
에코
earlier,
지금 전부
which meant that
있거든요.
they had the boss
전부가
spawn
있어서 아직
while all of this trash was still up, which means that if you look at the
어떻게 될지는
HP from
몰라요.
Strive and
뒷구간도
Peril
사고
now,
나기 되게
Echo
좋아서.
actually caught up a lot of time again. So they still have the 10 seconds death differential, of course, but Mandatory being a little bit slower on this right side of the dungeon.
Little bit slower, and you're right, Echo definitely catching up just a little bit in boss damage here. You can see with all of their cooldowns, the PI plus the army on Strife, they actually got it down to 30% here, so they are actually neck and neck on the boss damage here. The only thing separating the two teams right now are those death timers. Now, looking across the board here, are the cooldowns going to be available at the same time for this massive pull coming up for both teams here?
램드딜 레코가 역전했어요.
Power infusion was used at the exact
레코가
same time.
빨라
The
지금.
Incarn was used at the exact same time. Everything is equal across the board between these two teams right now. Echo once again somehow finding a way to
에코가
get themselves
빨라요.
back into it after a massive opening mistake.
Yeah, look at the second boss split. Echo
아 근데
cleared the
로봇
second boss
타이밍
in 2
때문에
minutes
어차피 기다려야 돼.
43,
똑같아.
while Mandatory needed 3 minutes and 10. So Mandatory being quite a bit slower on this right side, unfortunately. Now both of the teams are skipping that infestor. They're so close to one another. They're literally the same
그냥 데스페널
moment
10초
in the
차이야 이거.
dungeon here. And they are both pulling that
이번
rich
플링에서 한번 갈릴 수
trash pack.
있어요.
In fact, Mandatory actually used a hex on the Mistweaver, so they don't, and Sally actually doing the same thing for Echo as well. So they're doing the whole pull here without that Mistweaver. They're gonna get that later.
그러니까 사제는 모아드가 잘할지 모르겠는데 복수는 젤리아가 훨씬 더 잘하는 것 같아요.
Going out onto the group, you have all of these shots exploding. You have so much damage on the tank as well. And keep in mind, we have a difference here: a prot warrior for Mandatory, while with the prot paladin for Echo.
아
2 minutes
코
extra for
터졌어.
Mandatory, but
아 이거
Skylar
사고다.
goes down.
복수
They
되나?
have to get the instant battle res, but this is going to be tough for them to get
도발이
aggro back
있긴
on
해. 그래도
everything right away.
전탱이라 그
During the
뭐야
explosions,
전체
that
도발
death is
있긴 해.
happening. RX has
안
to hang
죽는데
out,
더 안
look at all
죽는데.
of these guardians and minions of doubt that he still has aggro on. This is costing them so much time. Meanwhile, for Echo, the pull has gone perfectly for them. No
아
mistakes
근데 이
whatsoever.
새끼 툴들이 너무 많아 지금.
Even has the
이렇게 지금
great
공인 하나
overlap
남았거든요.
of getting both of the
공인
debuffs on him. So
하나로
just
커버가
one
되나?
curse to spell gets rid of both of them.
아
That is
야드.
enough to get Echo right back in the swing of things here. Maystine also going down here while the trash is still out
전부가
spreading
없어.
around is just going to add insult to injury. They don't have a battle res to get him back up, and that's one
아
extra
짤이
curse
안 돼,
spell that they
짤이.
don't have active here either. So if they get overwhelmed by these
아.
Mistweavers, this could be an issue.
잠깐만.
Bode doing his
복수
best to
되나
try to
이거?
keep the remaining team members alive, but this is looking really unfortunate for Mandatory here.
Yeah, the
네,
death
지금
of Skylar
에코는
just took them
댐드
so
전투
long to
들어갔어요.
recover. I mean, It's a miracle that they
와,
even
전탱 무기
managed to
차이가
recover
여기서 이렇게
because there's,
갈리네.
this is such a crazy pull to do if your tank goes down. So the fact that they didn't fully wipe here is really impressive. But Mason going down because of multiple casts,
이러면은 이
they
경기는
were
에코가
not
잡은
able
것
to
같네요.
control anymore from the Mistweavers just
아,
going
전탱이
off of
마지막에 버티지
Hastings.
못하고
He didn't have
터졌네.
anything left, and he does go down. No battle rest, which means they have to actually finish off these shades. They have to use an out of combat battle rest before they can engage this boss. So even further time loss here.
아, 냄새
for
차이 너무 많이
Mandatory, as
나네요.
Echo is now already on Flameheart. They're going to be entering phase 2 in just a second, or they already are in phase 2. But yeah, this is another difficult part of the dungeon. It's a 21 tyrannical. This boss does a lot of damage to the tank, especially because they just did such a big pull, where now had to use a lot of his defensive cooldowns to actually survive that, and now you have to deal with this boss's mechanic as well.
It's so important to mention, as Mode gets bowled over by one of the waves there, but pops his Astral Shift just to stay alive. I feel like so many other teams that we've seen in the MDI would have crumbled to that pull. Your tank goes down. How do you come back from that? But the presence of mind from the team members to instantly get away from the mobs, not get meleeed down instantly after your tank goes down, kite it out a little bit, and still finish the pull, has given them that slightest of windows back into this game. They're not out of it just yet. Yes, they're 40% behind on a boss, but there is still one massive pull coming up, probably the hardest pull of the dungeon. So many casters, so much tank damage, and to try to chain it into the Shaw of Doubt as well, Spitefuls during the boss and keeping melee uptime is so incredibly difficult to do. It's still not over just yet. Echo gonna get their first crack at it in a little bit here once Yulon goes down.
And when Yulon goes down, they're going to have to do that big pull that we've seen many teams fail to, just because it's so dangerous, as Sarah just mentioned. So we'll see if Echo can execute it. They do not have Bloodlust available just yet, and
한
most teams
1분 차이
actually
나는 것
save their
같은데.
Bloodlust for Shadow of Doubt, for the actual boss, to manage to get through that as quickly as possible. We see a root coming out of this on this Guardian here,
한 방에
and a
가네요.
Hex on the Mistweaver to make sure they have a little bit less trash to deal with here in this initial pool, but they gather everything else up. This
확실히
is so
냄새는 안
dangerous
붙이네.
on the tank and on the group as well. So many debuffs going out, so many shas exploding, and they already had a death
부족이
earlier, so
좋다기보단 MDI식 풀링에 부족이 잘 맞아요. 에코 냄새 붙였어요. 그거 되나? 에코가 약간 이 풀링을 안 했어도 괜찮은데.
Gotta make sure you dodge this Flames of Doubt from the Shambler Zalia right over your shoulder there. Dodges it just barely, and they do
에코
have
이
that
풀링 안
Mistweaver that
했어도
is just now been gripped
이기거든요.
in from the team
예,
as well.
만다토리가
But here's
몽카예요.
the dangerous part. As the trash goes down, the Spiteful Shades start to spawn.
그리고
As they go
에코가 안
into
해도
the
되는 풀링을
intermission here,
했는데.
the Flames of Doubt also coming out. They have to dodge that frontal too, and now the fragments are out. They have about 25 seconds to 30 seconds to finish off and kill these
힐업기는 다
fragments of doubt.
끝났거든요.
And now, finally, thankfully,
경고 하나
Spiteful
남았는데.
Shades are gone, and they can just freely AoE these fragments of doubt down. Echo has done the pull. They are through the majority of the danger here. Now it's just about getting a 21 Tyrannical Shaw of Doubt down. It's a tough boss, but they should be able to do it. They even have the Bloodlust saved from the massive AoE pull just to try to beat one of the intermissions.
결승 5판 3선이야.
Definitely looking really good for Echo. Mandatory now doing the same pull on their side as well. They're going to be engaging Shadow of Doubt in just a second. Well, they still have a Mistweaver Hex
와,
in the
에코
background.
무난하게
But
넘겼네.
Mandatory actually going a little bit slower, delaying the pull of Shadow of Doubt a little bit, presumably because they know they're behind, and at this point they need Echo to have a full wipe. So no reason for Mandatory to actually just pull
아,
the boss
이거는
preemptively.
그냥-
Just better play it safe on their side. Echo, of course, not having any more trash left. As you said, this should not be an issue. They are waiting for their cooldowns to
진짜
come back
젤리야
down. They're waiting
복술의
for MDI
승리인가?
to be ready. They have the army from Mirrors as well, so they can, in a second, they can use all of their offensive CDs to nuke down this boss.
They should be totally fine. And yeah,
일렘
there is
잡을 때
the Bloodlust to
얘기했었는데
help get
복수는
through the
젤리아가 훨씬 더
intermission that
잘하긴
much
해요.
quicker as well. Power infusion up in 10 seconds will be used on Mirez when he already has the army out too, so it'll be used on the tail end of the army here. And look at that, VE Nature's Vigil just popped during that intermission phase just to make sure everyone is nice and healthy. Here we go, Shaw of Doubt down below 50%. Mandatory has gotten through their trash pack. They are poised if any sort of mistake happens for Echo, but they are going to need a massive mistake to come out from Echo here with the boss now below 30%. Echo might be running away with this one on the final boss.
Yeah, they still have the Bloodlust running for a few seconds. There we go. They should be able to skip the Bound of Reality, that next intermission phase. If they have enough damage here, 9% more on the boss, there should be no
이
problem for Echo.
정도면은
Mandatory
아까
is
2렘
close behind
그 3렘마
because of
불링에서
this
사고가 안
very
났어도 어떻게
unfortunate
됐을지
death on their
모르겠다.
tank on this previous pull. It's just too little too late as Echo does tie up the series here with a 1-1.
아, 이번 판은 그냥 에코가 클래스 보여줬네요.
Wow. That is amazing. And that is kind of exactly what we expected, right? Echo able to tie things up, able to do things just that much cleaner. And we have a series all tied. And I said it before, I think we're going to get all 5 games here. I'm pretty sure.
루트는
Yeah, I think
똑같았어요.
it's very, very likely to go pretty deep into this series. But it didn't look that clean from Echo either,
근데
right?
어차피
Again,
이거는
vulnerabilities from
보통
Echo
저도
in their
그렇지만
run. So
이원
right at the very
화면
start of the
중계인데
dungeon, we had this quaking
저도
death come
보통
out
한 팀의
there
화면만
as
봐요.
Clicks and
그래서
Gingy, I think,
루트가
tried to clear
한 투만
Thundering,
보고 와 이거
ended up
신선하다라고 느낄 수 있어요.
cleaving
처음
each other
보시는
down
분들은.
there. And of course, fairly dangerous spot as well because you have those spiteful shades hunting you down at the exact same time. So this cost them a little bit of time, and this is the sort of thing where if the run had been perfect out of mandatory, it may have been enough off of that to win. But Echo were even overtaking towards and after the second boss, right? They caught up. By the time they pulled this boss, it was about the same time, even though they were about
항상
20
결승은
seconds
5판
behind
3선.
out of the first boss. And they actually killed 2 seconds faster than mandatory that second boss, although there was still death differential in mandatory's favor. Of course, the biggest problem though came in that courtyard area where Skylark died. They attempted to recover it, and they weren't quite able to get it back up. They were able to get it back, but then Maceline ended up dying as well, right? And they ended up having
그냥 힐러
no
쪽에서
power
DPS
for
차이가 너무
Maceline,
많이
so that
났네요.
was the big
17K 차이
problem for
났다.
mandatory, of course.
이거는
was the
사고를
courtyard,
감안해도
a very dangerous section of the dungeon. And Echo able to capitalize on that, putting up the 1, 2, 3, 4. Unfortunately, then 0.05, but pretty close to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 there in their timer. That's almost a big achievement for us. Really was rooting for that.
I think you get an extra trophy for that. I'm pretty sure. We'll have to check the rules, but
Absolutely.
I'm nearly positive.
You win outright, I think, at that point. So they've just been a little bit slower. Yeah. It's
You know,
called the best of
mandatory.
5.
HPS는 뭐
Oh,
He does 5 digits in a
I
row.
thought that was just. I guess it's not Yahtzee. I guess it's it's a straight
Yeah.
in poker.
I think it's a bingo.
It's a bingo. That's
All
right.
right, but here's the
They have Monopoly.
the graphs. Yeah, you can see Echo just really pulling ahead off of that courtyard, right? Everything looking about the same. Start of dungeon, mandatory, getting that edge at the start. Echo clawing it back, and then Echo just getting that 10-minute spike.
복수
A minute
숙련도가
faster than
젤리아가
mandatory
좀
because that courtyard didn't go wrong for them. That was the story of this one.
I think
Yep,
the
that's
crazy
right.
thing
And
as
I mean,
well,
oh, go ahead.
that second boss split, Echo pulled 40 seconds out of seemingly nowhere. Like, the way that they pulled that second boss room was insane. Bring it back to where they were pretty much neck and neck in terms of progression, even though they had those 2 quaking deaths at the start of the dungeon. Very, very impressive. It's important to mention once again, this is a 5-game series, best of 5. So, the next game doesn't win. We're essentially down to a 3-game series now, right? Because of
내
the
목소리도
tie-up at the
저렇게
start
들
here.
뽑으려면 반지
First to 3
작업해야
sharp
되는데
map wins takes this series here, and we're going to Halls of Valor next.
도저히 반지 작업을 못
Rematch.
하겠어가지고
Rematch of our upper finals that Echo ended up winning despite having some stuff go wrong for them, having several deaths as they were doing the Herja trash as well, but Mandatory ended up throwing it away on Fenrir. Now that's going to be something that they're hoping to not have happen this time, because I do feel like Mandatory's Halls of Valor is very strong. We've seen them play it 20 or 30 times so far this weekend. It's a dungeon they are very
용맹이
familiar
조합이
with.
갈려요.
I'm pretty sure it's been in all of their series or all but one of them. So definitely one where they have a great strat. But yeah, I mean, this is where it counts, right? Upper finals now down to effectively a best of 3 at the end, with these first 2 games getting split 1-1, which I think if you're Mandatory, you got to be pretty happy about escaping these first 2 maps
totally.
1-1. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you're playing against Echo. You're playing against a team that's won like 5 championships. Like if you can go 1-1 and turn the best of 5 essentially into a best of 3, I think you're sitting.
그렇게
pretty
고단
decently
대회는
there. Just to kind of review what Mandatory's best hauls was this weekend, it was a
그레이트 푸시라고 나중에
18-21
갱신런
with
하는
0
대회가
deaths
있어요.
against Legendary. So, is there a little bit more they can do to optimize that time, perhaps? But they have finished this dungeon as clean as you can.
그거는 이 시즌에 아마 할
So
거예요.
that's kind of the mark to beat for Mandatory to get back to, for Echo to try to exceed.
네.
We'll see.
원래는 매 시즌
I
이제
think it's just a
MDI랑
great story
크리에이티브씨랑 같이 했었는데
Oh, go ahead.
예,
Honestly,
퐁당퐁당으로
I
간다고
would be
하더라고요.
happy if they were just able to match that time. They've played this map what now?
용군단 시즌이 좀 짧은
5
편이라서
times this weekend, something crazy like that. They've played this map so
Quite a
many
few.
times. And in their first run, they put up that 1821, but they haven't been able to come close to it since.
이게
They haven't had a clean run of this
셋
dungeon since. They had
매
the issue with
매치별로
4 kings
이제
in one dungeon.
매-
Had a death in that dungeon as
그
well.
배정 맵이
Lost
달라요.
to Echo with
그래서
13 deaths with 2
요번
webs on Finrear
매치
as
때
well.
결국에
Even in their
빠졌나
match
봐요.
versus Legendary just now, they did win that, but it wasn't clean. It was 30 seconds slower than their best run. So I think a lot of eyes on Mandatory here to see if they can put together that clean run. If they can put together a 0 or even a 1 death run here, I
이게
think they have
루트가 좀
pretty
신박해야지
significant
보는
advantage.
맛이 있고 그런데 용군단 1시즌
Yeah, and there's also the
맵이
side story going on that
좀 일자형
in case
맵들이
you missed it,
많아요.
Mandatory is Monka.
그러니까 팀별로
They're the team
다
that we've
같은
seen
몹을
throw a lot
잡아,
of MDIs, got
대부분이.
picked up by a big French organization called Mandatory. So to at least get to the finals, to get to this
그게
point,
조금
right
아쉬워요,
after being
저도.
signed, that's definitely a
근데
success.
다음
story
시즌
right there.
같은 경우는 이제
Impressing
오픈
your
맵이
new
좀
party, that's
많거든요.
always a good thing, and if you can win it, so much the better. But they got
그러니까 이번 시즌에 그레이트 푸시를 하고 다음 시즌에 MDI를 했어야 돼.
We're about to jump into the game right now, and we're essentially starting. We've wiped the slate clean. It was a
다음 시즌
win
담쟁이
for
넬타로스,
Mandatory in our first map. It was a win for Echo in our second map.
석굴, 자유지대
And now
이런 게
we're
다
down to
완전 오픈형
essentially
맵이라
3 games
잡을
left
수 있는
potentially out of
몹들이
our
진짜
best
완전
five.
지
I still think
맘대로거든요.
we're going to get to the end, but we'll see who retakes the lead. Echo or Mandatory. Time to get in the
그런
dungeon.
맵들이 MDI가 재밌지.
Alright, so we do know that Echo and Mandatory are playing different comps here. Mandatory is playing the Disc Priest and the Fire Mage combo, while Echo decided to not play the Fire Mage here.
그러니까 이번 시즌 맵들은 맵에 있는 모든 몹들을 다 찍어도 120%를 넘는 던전들이 잘 없어요.
Both of the teams bloodlusting that first
잠깐
one, where
렉.
they have everything pulled on top of Himdall, and look at the damage onto the boss. They're just fully cleaving off of the boss here, and the boss is melting for Echo, just a little bit ahead of Mandatory on boss damage.
Little bit ahead, but once again, I think this is probably the dungeon that we've seen the most this weekend.
확실히 모아드는
We've seen this
사제할 때
dungeon
빛이
run so
나지.
many times by so many different teams, and very, very rarely do we get through this boss in this trash pull with less than one player dying. If nobody dies, that's a good run here. But look at how close together these teams are, even with the comp death, with the Fire Mage on the side of Mandatory and the Disc Priest from Mode instead of the rest of Shaman from Echo. It's neck and neck once again. Now, last time around, this dungeon wasn't decided between Echo and Mandatory by who had the better strat, who had the better routing. It was determined by who made the most mistakes, and that time around it was Mandatory. But like we were talking about pre-match here, we know Mandatory from previous experience actually has the faster route
폭수 연본으로
in the dungeon.
당겨버리네.
However, a little birdie landed on my shoulder right before the match, literally 10 seconds before this started, and said, keep an eye on one of the polls. I'm not going to say which, because I don't want there to be any extra information, but apparently Echo might have something up their sleeve. We'll have to keep an eye out for that. I am very excited to see what they could possibly have planned out in the last hour and a half or so since the upper finals were
1초
played.
차이.
Yeah, that's the advantage for Echo here, right? Because they won the upper bracket, they didn't have to play that lower final like Mandatory did. So Echo actually had time to come up with something for Halls of Valor, because on paper, Mandatory does have the faster route here when they execute it perfectly, which we've seen them only do once so far. Echo never executed their route perfectly and also seemed to be a little bit slower in comparison. Echo now is already ahead in the dungeon. They are engaging Solstin here with all of this trash. Mandatory only a few seconds behind though, as they also now engage Solstin. The first After Storm is coming out for Echo.
솔스텐 풀리면
There's so much
에코가
stuff going on. They have to be watching out for
한
this. As
3,
Elia
4초
is
정도
getting
빠르네요.
jumped by the Aspirant.
여기는 그냥
And the
솔스텐 누가
Aspirant is
먼저
really
잡는
fast in the front,
싸움이거든요.
though they have to dodge. The tanks get so much damage as well. Now actually using Bubble here to survive all of these frontals that are really hard to kite when you are restricted by
사이클
the area
자격을
of the Eye of the
넘겼고.
Storm where you have to stand inside the bubble.
Doing a good job so far. Solstice is going down for Echo. Not long for this world for Mandatory as well. Crim's taking a lot of damage from that Aspirin jumping on his dome, but not enough to even proc the Cauterize for him. As they get through Solstin, both teams with
이제
all of their
신성아 누가
trash
먼저
still
풀링하느냐인데
alive. Although it is a little bit lower, I would say, for Echo. Going to be pulling that into the other mini-boss here very, very shortly. We have to keep an eye again on that trash pack that they had CC'd behind. Ring of Frost coming out from Crims to make sure it's nice and CC'd up. Also going to be mass polymorphing it as well. Huge tech. Love to see that from the teams. Not something players are normally talented into, but
에코가 훨씬 더 빠르네요.
for this dungeon. They'll keep those ready to go. They'll pull them into Herja later on. Both teams now on to Olmir, but the Trash Dead a lot faster actually for Echo.
Yeah, Echo doing a really good job executing this pull. We also see the control mind come that I always say wrong. That ability.
힐러들 차이는
Basically, I'm not being mind controlled by
이게 만다토리 쪽은 그 모아드가 마주를 쓰기 때문에
어느
정도 감안이 가능한 정도예요. 같은 복수일 때는 그 차이가 있는데 힐러가 사제일 때는 얘기가 다르죠.
And get some mana back. While mandatory, I don't think they're going to be able to get that because they're in combat with this trash pack here. And Moat
에코가 좀 많이 빠른데요.
So Moat is going to have to do Hersha and this trash pack with that 10% mana that Moat has left.
Oh, that is a good point. I mean, technically speaking, he shouldn't need to do too much healing. He's got the Nature's Vigil from Mace-Gene. They can pop a bunch of personals to live through this Eye of the Storm. Yeah, that mana bar is looking extremely sus from Mode. Hopefully,
에코는 역버프 안 하고 신성화부터 가네요.
We don't want to see any mistakes right now. We want this to be neck and neck the entire way.
단수가 높지 않으니까 저게 오히려 안전하다고 생각하는 거죠.
To keep people stacked and healed up through this Eye of the Storm. Remember last time around though for mandatory, Skylark did end up going down to the Shield of Light. Actually, I believe both tanks ended up going down to the Shield of Light. We've seen a lot of tanks go down to that this weekend, so we'll have to keep an eye on that as well. Of course, that only comes out a couple times every fight. But still, Echo maintaining a very slight lead here at this portion of the dungeon.
Yeah, Moat completely out of mana though. I mean, they might get another Eye of the Storm here on mandatory side, so hopefully they can deal with it. Looking at the defensives, they still have some of them available. They have an ice block in case they would need it as well on Crims.
암사 야드 부족은 지금 성능은 되게 좋은 편인데 애초에 하는 사람들이 잘 없어갖고 구경하기가 좀 힘들죠.
Also going to be a little bit lower on damage as well because a lot of the damage spells that you have to cast also cost mana, right? So Echo though, on the other hand, no issues on their side as Hersha does go down. They are going to be on their way to that next pull that we have seen teams make mistakes too as well, right? So this is another pull that is pretty dangerous. There's lots of stuff you have to interrupt. You have a Mystic there you need to interrupt. You have a Thundercaller you have to interrupt. And there's a Marksman as well that you have to watch out for whenever he jumps out and does the penetrating shot.
I guess mana is just a concept for Mode. He doesn't need that.
에코가 풀링이 좀 다르네요.
So no issues for mandatory whatsoever as they get through Herja, but still you can see the gap opened up between the two teams.
에코도 용맹에서 필살기라는 거 갖고 왔는데요.
Sustaining a 15-second lead at this point in the dungeon here onto their next massive pull, similar to what mandatory goes through
다음
as
풀링이 한
well.
머리를 더 붙였네.
Have to keep an eye on the healing in this pack. Rune of Healing has been a huge problem for some of these teams. Even letting the Holy Radiance go off is a problem, but too many casts go on to Clicks for Echo. Clicks goes down. They instantly commit the battle res to get him up, but that was just too much.
암사 같은 경우는 전부 받고 일어나면은 바로 딜이 푸딩이 잘 안 돼요.
Yeah, that was not ideal at all for Echo. Clicks just getting focused down by some of these casts, presumably, and just losing their battle res. Mandatory on the other hand, look at their side. I mean, I think, yeah, they're done. They're going to be done faster than Echo, even though they did reach this pull later. They also pulled a little bit less trash though. So
에코가 여기서 한 물을 더 잡은 게
that was standing in front of the door.
이득인지 모르겠네. 어차피 풀링 횟수는 정해져 있거든요.
Has less trash they have to do in this area. Now we're going to go up to Fenrir in just a second.
에코 왜
Mandatory
오버했지?
already on their way.
경고토는 정신고리 토템이야.
This has been the cause of a lot of problems for many teams, notably mandatory in that last matchup versus Echo here a few hours ago. Hopefully they had some time before their previous match to clean this up a little bit. Of course, they were the originators of that strategy of getting up on top of the rock, so I'm sure there's plenty practice on it, and that was just a one-time freak occurrence for them. But on to Fenrir here, and you can see
복수리
mandatory
글쿨
has done
한
a good
번으로
job.
한 명을 무조건 살리는 그런 게 잘 없는데 경고 썼을 땐 확실하죠.
significantly ahead on Fenrir. So again, just like every other dungeon we've seen so far, when played relatively clean, it's just a back and forth bouncing between which team throws the tiniest of mistakes towards the other team as an advantage. So great to see teams just at the top of their form playing insanely well.
Yeah, so Echo is actually not pulling this marksman pack here onto Fenrir.
만다토리 일단 팬레벨에서 역전을 했어요.
Trash pack into the previous pool. They didn't need the marksman pack here. So both of them actually finishing up this pool simultaneously, and now their trash percentage is even again.
아 근데 전투 늦게 풀려서 이동이 좀 느린데 저기 누가 먼저 빨리 올라가느냐?
The tanks gather up all of these wolves onto Fenrir, and we need to
못
see
올라가서
all of the
사고가
range players,
났었거든요.
so Zalia and Clicks for Echo, and Moat and Crims for Mandatory. They need to make it up onto this rock to be untargetable by the leaps of these wolves. Otherwise, they're gonna go down. And it looks like
이번엔 안
Mandatory did a good
움직여요.
job. Echo did execute it as well. So now they have to finish off those wolves as fast
아까
as possible.
크림스가 여기서
before Fenrir
내려와가지고
starts casting too many spells and before the tanks run out of defensive cooldown.
어택 아픈데?
Both teams going at an insane pace through this dungeon here. The Bloodlust not available for another minute for both teams getting to this section of the dungeon. Gingy using that Shadow Meld to make sure the Ravenous Leap doesn't go off onto anyone. Same thing for Mandatory over on their end. It was the Shadow Meld for Maceteen. Skylark dropping incredibly low. Mode has jumped down because I believe he got the scent of blood on him, but
이게 확실히 화법쪽이 딜이 빨라요.
Not going to be any deaths they have to worry
화법쪽이
about
확실히
from
딜이
those
빨라.
orgs. However, the claw damage from this boss still a huge problem for them to deal with. Ravenous Leap goes out. Crim's Mage going to be the person who prevents the leaps going out with the greater invis there, making sure people don't get those.
이게 저기 올라가도 피해한 게 대상일 땐 내려와야 되나 봐요. 그래갖고
It's
사제가
just
지금
a
보축받고
very
내려간
slight
건데.
advantage for Mandatory.
Yeah, Mandatory already kiting the boss towards where they have to go with that last scent of blood that they're getting here. Really good job by Maceteen, just saving a little bit of
파워로
travel
일단
time here
살짝
after this boss is down.
격차
There's still
벌렸어요.
5% for Echo. Bloodlust is available for both of these teams, so we'll see if they
에코는
commit
한
it on
풀링
that
한
next pool.
만큼
Mandatory is
그냥 늑대
probably
숫자를
gathering up some of these bulls
줄여서
here. You can see Maceteen helping Skylark
이득을 본
gathering up the
건데
bulls, while Skylark is
시간적으로는
gathering up the
손해라서
bears. Echo, on the other hand, doing something similar on their side.
There was a player running off to the left for Echo there. Who was that?
Gingy.
Didn't quite see.
만다토리
Was
여기서
it
블럭
Gingy?
썼고요.
Here we go. Echo now pulling the entire forest together. Mandatory doing the same thing on their end too. What is Echo up to here? Doesn't look anything special. It's just another mass AoE pull here. Bloodlust popped for Mandatory here. Has Echo popped theirs just yet? I don't quite see what.
You might be snapping
not
this
killing the
somewhere.
trash? Are they snapping this to the Four Kings?
But then they don't have the
아
beers.
법사 불닭 당기다가 한번 수단 먹었네.
Okay, so this is very interesting for Echo. So they're moving. So the way this works is you walk through the portal while you still have aggro of these of
에코
trash.
지금 뭐 하는
It
거죠?
will eventually
에코 지금 뭐 하는 거지?
get to you. The thing though is, of course, that if you pick up a beer, if you are in combat, it will just
에코
disappear.
필살기?
So I don't see any shadow melts being used by them, so it is possible that maybe they didn't get in combat. Is it maybe possible that Zalia, Clicks, and Miris did not get in combat with
Look at the
trash?
mobs!
And so, yeah, they're all the bulls all of a sudden, and the grizzly bears. This is going to be
와,
very
이게-
dangerous for now to survive. They are carrying them all the way to the kings. We actually see a mass root coming in here. They might kill them while the
They could
RP
do
is
this.
happening.
They could pull them into
Do they
the
have the
Four
beers
Kings here.
here?
If they're
이게
able to pull this
이득인지.
off, they did. They had the beers. You can see the nameplates are orange. That means they got the beers off. Echo
에코도
has
지금
found a way to snap the
하나
forest to the Four
깼어요.
Kings. No one else has even thought of doing this. Now it's a question of can they pull it off. This is going to be a massive amount of tank
지금
damage.
뒤에
If they
대포
can pull
해놨거든요.
this off, the advantage will be
저거
significant, 'cause
자원으로
not only do
냄새
they
때
get
쓸
the
수
bloodlust
있어.
on the forest pole, but they get it on the Four Kings as well. Is that trash going to come in?
There's the lust.
There's the
Alright,
lust.
I'll
Here
go back
comes
to
the
top
bulls.
tier.
Here comes the forest.
이거 근데 탱이
Alright,
진짜
let's see how much damage
존나
they can do here
아프거든요?
and how fast they can finish this off. This is just so incredibly dangerous though, because now has to tank all four kings, which do an insane amount of tank damage. And then you have all of these bears and the bulls, which also are known to do so much tank damage as well. While you have to kite the kings away from these spirits that are trying to go
아
and reach
근데
them and
맞아
kill them.
여기서
This
잡는
is
게
absolutely crazy
그
pull by
쫄
Echo.
팝업 시간이
You also get
있잖아.
all of these bursting
램드
stacks
팝업 시간이
while
있잖아.
all of these bulls are
여기서
going
잡는 게
down.
무조건
It's
이득이긴
looking really
하겠네.
good for Echo. Everything is dying pretty slowly. The kings are down on in just a second. As soon as the kings are down, they will get the RP to happen for Skovald. There we go.
Right.
Skovald
이 팝업 시간이 원래 아무것도 못하는 시간이잖아요.
Grizzly Bears while the boss
근데 이
is
팝업
spawning.
시간에 얘네
There's
쫄을
nothing
잡는
else
거야.
he could
그러면은
do
에코가 훨씬 더
here anyway.
이득이지.
This is such a nice innovation, but now he even picks up the
The
shield
heavy
to
Aegis
get
too.
more
야, 방패 집어
damage
방패까지
on
쓴다.
the bears.
와,
Oh man.
역전.
I mean,
진짜 개 깔끔하게 역전.
this
아니요,
is the
이거는
most
베스트보다
Echo thing
훨씬 더
we've
앞서요.
seen this weekend, saving a strat for the global finals until the last second it could possibly be used, and then pulling it off like it's nothing, like it's something you've practiced a million times.
와,
and shown
만다토리는
everybody
이거
off.
끝나고
And
팝업
look
시간
at the
기다려야 돼요.
advantage they've pulled here. God King Skovald already active for them, already at 90%. Man,
와, 미쳤다 이거는. 인정.
off the four kings, and before we have to think about it, look at the count. Both teams at 100%. There's no bats missing here. It's just going to be a race to the final two bosses. But Echo, they found a way to shave off what, 45 seconds in this dungeon from that? That is insane.
Yeah, that is absolutely crazy. And so well executed too. It looked so incredibly dangerous, right? There's so many things that have to go right for this strategy to be executed. First of all, you need to have only 2 members in combat with the bulls and the bears, because you need 3 members to pick up the beer so you can do the Quadra Kings, right? So just somehow managed to pull that off, picked up all the beer, didn't get in combat, did manage to throw the beer, now somehow magically survived all of the damage that these mobs are doing. They managed to interrupt all of the bull
와, 이거는
casts, so
진짜
Gingy and Maris can still stay in
그러니까
melee and
처음에
DPS them,
얘기했던
because
그
all of this was executed
결승을
so
위한
beautifully.
히든
Used the
루트?
mass route once they came all the way up the
이거는
bridge
만다토리가
to make
그냥
sure that they
뒤통수한테
can deal
제대로
with
맞았네요.
those grizzly bears and the bulls simultaneously. That was just so well executed, just a masterpiece by Echo here.
Absolutely insane. And yeah, the difference, astounding. 45% ahead on God King Skovald. There is no amount of single target damage that Mandatory could pull to even come back from this. Echo just needs to do one final clean Odin, and they will have taken a 2-1 lead in our series and put themselves on match point to take their 6th global finals victory in a row. Absolutely insane. Not only that, but in the meantime, you know, just casually will beat the best timer of the weekend in a dungeon that Mandatory's run 4 or 5 times already. Absolutely
만다토리는
insane. This is going to be
이넴에
blazing fast run.
그 아니 팬디를 늑대 붙이는
Keep
거
in mind, the fastest run
그거를
we've seen so
히든으로
far
갖고
was
있었어야 돼요.
18 minutes
길게
21
볼
by
거였으면.
Mandatory. Echo, they're gonna be able to talk to Odin here in just
그
a second.
바위에서
Gonna be able to
팬디를
start
그
the boss
늑대 붙이는
fight.
것도 아마
This boss
아무도
fight
생각
doesn't
못했을
take too long.
텐데.
It's gonna take them 1.5 minutes, something around those lines, and that means that they're gonna have a faster time by quite a lot in comparison to what we've seen so far this weekend. And I mean, again, just the way
아까
they executed
팬디를
this
그
was so
늑대
beautiful.
붙이는
They
게
only had this
처음
one
했던 게
death on the board,
만다토리거든요.
didn't cost them too much. They still do have a battle rush available in case something does go wrong here in Odin as well. Even Thundering might line up with the brand phase here.
It will. It will. Even the Thundering's going to line up for them. This is about as perfect as this run could go for Echo here. It's easily going to be sub 18, but the question is just how fast can it be for this team here.
아 젤리아 딜
Field is
진짜 잘
gone.
찐다.
The marks will be coming out in just a second. One final spear will be spawned. And then here we go. The marks will be coming out. Players will get to their mark. The damage buff will be up and we'll be off
And
to the races.
Thundering.
Here we go. And the Thundering at the same time. The burst damage will be massive from Echo here.
They're gonna just delete this boss in just a second. Look at all of those cooldowns coming out and the Thundering at the same time. You can see just how fast Odin is dying. Mandatory also did engage Odin now, but it's too little too late. Even though Mandatory had such a clean run with 0 deaths, they're gonna beat their own record as well. But Echo is just even quicker. 1% left on the boss, and it's gonna be Echo in the lead now for a 2-1 against Mandatory, and what a run that was.
That's what I'm talking about. That is the Echo that we know and love. That's the
아,
Echo that
이거는 진짜
wins
에코
MDIs. And
캐리.
just like that, they beat the other fastest time we saw from Mandatory earlier this weekend by like
이거는
30 seconds,
고단
40
루트.
seconds, something like that. That was amazing. I love it. And it also illustrated to me just how hard it is to
이건
talk
진짜
about WoW to
고단에서 쓸
people
수
that don't
있는
know WoW. and be like, well, see, they had to like throw beer on these kings, and then like they had to do it in the right way, and then the bears and the bulls show up. Like, you know, you just had to be there, I guess.
Yeah, what a crazy run. Credit to Mandatory,
아닌가?
though, getting their
공부
whole
치는 거
stuff
에반가?
set up. The
미감이
Ring of
쓸만할 것
Frost
같은데?
into that mass polymorph we see out of Crim's a really cool thing that Mandatory get access to. And another good news early for Mandatory was this death for Clicks into B-Res. This put Echo in a spot where
탱커
this could
의견을 좀
very
들어보긴
easily have
해야겠네.
snowballed into a further problem, but luckily for Echo, they were able to keep that from happening. Mandatory as well, to their credit, able to get this Fenrir fight that had been causing them problems in the series earlier down nice and easily. Again, 0 death run, right? Perfect, clean play. The best of their abilities out of Mandatory just ended up not being enough against the against the onslaught of Echo's Bull, Bear, Snap, Mass Root, Bloodlust, Four Kings shenanigans that they were able to sort out here. I mean, this is just unbelievable how strong this is out of them, right? Getting this all together, getting them to snap while they're
탱
on
버티기
this.
힘들면은
You know, the time that must have taken to get all this sorted out, and then
일단
get this,
풀링 해놓고 대포
beautiful
쳐놔도 돼요.
mass route with everything all together. I mean, just
이렇게 대포.
absolutely absurd. I
대포
don't have,
쳐놓으면은 그러니까
I don't
원하는
have
타이밍에
stronger
쌀 수
word for it.
있으니까.
Just insane what they're able to make happen here. I'm shocked as well that they didn't break this out in the upper finals either. They saved this for the grand
물론 폰은
finals
같이 못 붙이지.
of the
못
day as
안에서는.
well. Just insane out of Echo. They really come to game in this series.
I mean, that really is it, isn't it? Is that they had a chance to do this in the upper finals, and they saved it. They were like, we don't even need it. We don't even need
와,
the secret
7분.
dark tech to get ourselves to the finals. But now that we're in the finals, time to pull out all the stops, and that is exactly what they did. 17 minutes and 37 seconds. That is an incredibly fast, incredibly impressive finish for Echo. And what can you do? I mean, is that a backbreaker mentally for Mandatory? What do you think is ironic?
I don't even understand how you
나도
can beat
전체들이
Echo
40K는 뽑을 수
upper
있는데
finals match. Game 3 of the upper
단일딜
finals.
50K는 어떻게 나오는
And
거냐고
you
도대체.
don't pull out that strat to guarantee yourself a berth in the grand finals.
Yeah.
Like,
I love it. I love it.
how do you not pull? How do you save that?
반지 끼면
That is
나오나 진짜?
unreal. Because there's no way they cooked that up in 2
반지
hours,
완전
right?
개궁금하네.
No.
The thing is as well, right? That our observers are telling us that Mandatory were apparently also planning to do a similar strategy, but they were saving it for finals as well. But then they didn't end up doing it. Maybe they decided
반지가
it
딜이
was too
저렇게 잘
risky.
나와요?
So Mandatory definitely was aware of the same strategy, and they probably did practice it, but just decided, you know what, it's too risky, we don't want to do it. Because as we talked about, there's so many things that have to like just work out. And looking at Mandatory's Halls of Valor runs, they were just not so clean. So maybe Mandatory decided, you know what, we don't want to add another difficulty onto this run. And what we've seen from Echo so far was not that great. So we don't maybe have to do this, but little did they know that Echo had that same strategy in mind, and they were risking it.
I mean, and they executed it perfectly too. No extra deaths, no crazy having to kite any more than you needed to. Just so cleanly grouping everything up, getting that mass route. Like that was impressive. I love it. That is one of the things I love most about MDI. And you know what else I love? I heard something during this game. It was told to me that across all of our streams and all of our watch parties or everything like that, the total viewership for the finals right now is over 100,000 people, which warms my heart because this is my favorite thing in World of Warcraft. I mean, PvP's okay, I like that too, but like it's really the dungeon running that I think is the key hallmark World of Warcrafty thing. And so to have that many people watching in that many ways and being like that excited about it, getting to see like a finals of this quality too, by the way, is pretty awesome. So I had to put that out there. That was pretty exciting to hear.
Absolutely, and we're not done yet. We're only on game 3,
No.
going into game 4 here. We could still have 2 more maps. Echo does have match point, but like we were talking about at the beginning of the series here, Mandatory does have the 2 fastest times of the
그래도
weekends
뭔가
in our next 2
간만에
dungeons. They've got the fastest
창의적인
time by
루트를
over
봐서
20 seconds.
굉장히
in Shadows of
재밌었네요.
Battlegrounds. They've got the fastest time by over 30 seconds and over a minute over every other team in the Ruby Life Pools. So Echo really has to have been just hammering away at these dungeons while they've been on their break for the past couple of hours to have a chance of beating out Mandatory in these maps.
Yeah,
And
I mean,
this
you
is
raise a
another
great
rematch
point.
as well, right? We have
뭔가
seen
어둠
Shadow
짤도
of
히든이
Battlegrounds
있을 것
being
같은데?
played Echo versus Mandatory before, and
기대되네.
Mandatory won the SPG, and Echo did have some issues specifically in this dungeon before, where they had 11 deaths, they had a full wipe on the bridge pool. So SPG maybe not the best dungeon for Echo, but Mandatory has been looking really clean. They ran it 2 times, and both of the times they had a 0 death run. So I think this might, on paper again, be in Mandatory's favor, but I said the same thing about Halls of Valor, so we'll see if Echo cooked something up for this one as well.
I mean, you're right, though. This series is far from over. Despite Echo taking the lead again, being on match point, we're going into 2 dungeons that look really good for Mandatory. And, you know, if they win that one and then we go to the Ruby life pools, Mandatory put a sub 9-minute time on that dungeon just a little bit earlier today. So if I'm Echo, I want to end it here. I do not want it to go to that Ruby life
메이드가
pools if I can
열리면은
avoid
그날부터
it
바로
at all.
시작이에요.
Yeah, absolutely. This has got to be the most intense, most close matchup we've ever seen in an MDI finals. These two teams are both unbelievably strong, and even though Mandatory got the edge in the last Shadow Moon Burial Grounds, I think they probably have hypothetical best times within a couple of seconds of each other in this dungeon, which is especially cool because they have different ideas about how to attack it, right? They've got different compositions. They've got an entirely different plan, so it's going to be incredibly cool to see who comes out on top here, whether they can avoid those nasty quaking overlaps that we've seen claim some lives from several teams this weekend so far.
어둠달은 굉장히 쉬운데 실수가 많이 나온 던전이라.
Just waiting for the teams to zone in. They have done that. This is it. Echo can win it all right here with a win on Shadow Moon Burial Grounds. Mandatory can send us to a Game 5 with a win on one of their best dungeons. Let's see who takes it.
Backs against the wall.
어둠달은 아까도 나왔는데 사제가 조금 더 유리한 것 같아요.
Taking down Echo. Otherwise, it's going to be
어둠달이 확실히 그 빠바바고 수사 궁합이 너무 좋아.
Title, but here we go, underway in the Shadow Moon Burial Grounds. Both teams holding true to the comps they've been playing all weekend long. We've got the Preservation of Ochre from Xaylia, the Disc Priest, a staple for mode. And of course, I think the more important thing is the difference in tanks here. Prot Paladin for Echo.
네, 그런 것 같아요.
Being something that can have a lot of interrupts, right? But it doesn't have access to that AoE interrupting shout that the Prot Warrior has. But here we go, off to the races. Echo already on to the first boss here. Bloodlust popped. Mandatory a few seconds behind. Gonna have to do as much damage to the boss as possible here.
The most important thing here is going to be if they can survive the magic debuffs from the casters, because you get this debuff that is a magic effect that instantly starts ticking for heavy damage, while the boss also casts a heavy AoE damage hit onto everybody. And if it lines up, unfortunately, then it could basically one-shot a player. There we go, it is on Gingy. Gingy did immediately use the Dwarf Racial to get rid of it. Another one on Mirror has been dispelled by Xaylia. Now they're out of Dispels, out of Dwarf Racials for now on the damage dealer. So if they get more, they have to be careful. But they finished off all the casters now, so Echo did an amazing job dealing with it. Mandatory on the other side also finished off all of the casters now. They are a little bit behind just because they did pull the boss a little bit later. And actually, Mandatory did have another Mender there, so they could have another bad overlap with those debuffs, but they still have some Dwarf Racials available on their side.
Big thing to look at here, same DPS comps, but a little bit of differing damage from the tanks and healers. Once again, the same thing that has been occurring for Echo all weekend long. It's been a staple for them. Now in Xaylia, somehow, someway, find a way to do just that much more DPS than the tank and healer counterpart on the other team. Once again, on that first pull alone, 15k for now, 20k for Xaylia. These tiny incremental advantages, securing them those seconds that they need to give themselves enough of an advantage to play just a little bit more crazy, just a little bit more damage, helping them out on those pulls. And once again, they're on to Nalish a little bit earlier than Mandatory here.
Yeah, because he finished off that boss a bit earlier, they did also manage to engage the second one earlier. And now you can see now gathering up those 2 trash packs together. They have to make sure they're gathering them all up right before that downstairs phase, because we do know once you get that split, once you get downstairs into that other phase, then these mobs are going to be standing still for a while. Not
이넴에 붙이는 거는
for a while.
이게 내부 페이지 들어갔다 나올 때까지 그 붙인 쫄들이 정지 상태가 돼요. 그래서 그렇게 어렵지는 않아요.
That they go down before they start casting again. If anything goes wrong here, if they lose the damage dealer with the with cooldowns up, then it could cause a disaster pretty quickly because there's just so many casters, so many dominators there, and you cannot interrupt all of them.
이
Out of
타이밍에
the soul split phase, this is the combust for Genji.
마주받은
Now, of course, this has happened
화법이라
before.
크림스가 좀
We've
더
seen the
세거든요.
non-PI versus the PI happen before today in the upper finals between these two exact teams. We know
항상
Mandatory
아까도
does make a comeback here in terms of overall damage with the
만다토리가
power
따라잡았어요.
plus combustion,
그래서 램드들이
plus the
역전했죠.
damage out from the soul split. It pulls them
보면은
ahead on this boss. Here we
바라하고
go.
법사
Mandatory
바라하고
once
마주가
again
같이 들어갔어. 그래서
taking
램드픽이
the lead
역전했어요.
here, but it's still just so close, and it's the same thing it's been the entire
아까 첫
series.
경기랑 양상이
One
좀
team gains
비슷해요.
an advantage, the other team
그러니까 첫
gains an
경기에는
advantage.
물론
These
이제
two teams
에코가
are
1렘에서
so evenly matched,
좀
it's
사고가
hard to
나긴
tell
했었는데
who has the advantage in a game over the course of the game.
역전했어요.
그리고
만다토리 아까 똑같은데 만다토리는 여기서 위안으로 바로 패스해요. 에코는 여기서 쫄 위치 봐야 돼요. 쫄 위치 봐야 돼. 쫄 위치가 운이 좋아야 돼.
와,
에코가 근데 이번에 쫄 위치가 운이 좋아. 아까는 로머 위치가 안 좋아서 좀 대기 타다 지나갔거든요.
already gathering up that next trash pool.
이거는
because
에코가 약간
both
운이
of the
좋네요,
teams
이번
are gonna
판은.
be gathering up 5 spiders plus 2 bats onto this next worm. It's just so dangerous. There's so many interrupts you have to do on these spiders. If any of these casts go off, it can be deadly because it's a disease on everyone that does insane amounts of damage, and these spiders can only be interrupted normally. You cannot use any kind of disrupts, you cannot use AoE interrupts. Echo a little bit of an advantage here because they have the Paladin, the Prot Paladin, that gives you more interrupts, and Celia also has an interrupt, while Mandatory has Mode on a Priest without an interrupt, and Skylark with just less interrupts than the Prot Paladin has.
Look at the tech here coming out from Echo here. In the back this entire time, Clix has been hammering away at that X-monstrous corpse spider, trying to get it down as quickly as possible, so they don't have to worry about too many corpse spiders being alive at the same time. They don't have too many AoE stops, I would say, if they do end up running out of interrupts, but they have so many extra tools that help them with those necrotic bursts if they really need to get an interrupt. They have the pet interrupt from Miras. They have the shield from Now, which can reset for them as well. They have so many just single target interrupts that it shouldn't be too much of an issue, but getting down that corpse spider early on helps them with the kicks on the other 4. And look at the speed in which they dealt with this pack. Zalia almost doing 100k DPS on this pull to help his team out, getting that AoE down. Whereas over on the side of Mandatory, they're keeping it close. The first worm is down. They're going to have to
첫
drag
풀링에서
some of this
에코가 조금
trash
더
in the second
빨랐는데
worm.
만다토리 이번 풀링에는 법사 바라에 마주 얹혀서 들어가거든요. 이번 지렁이는 아마 만다토리가 좀 더 빨리 잡을 수도 있어요.
Mandatory does not have an AoE Soothe. We do have Raging here. This is a 22 fortified Raging dungeon. Echo does have the Oppressive Roar, which does dispel all of them whenever they have
그렇죠?
Raging.
이번 지렁이는 만다토리가 훨씬 피가 빨리
Mandatory
빠지죠.
though only have the single targets
이게 마주의
on their
힘이에요.
druid. So it's a lot of pressure on Skylark, on the Prot Warrior, to survive all of these trash mobs that are raging at the same time. And if a cast goes off, if any of these mobs are raging for Mandatory, it's probably going to be a guaranteed death for them. While for Echo, since they have the Soothe, they might actually survive one of those casts going off. As Mandatory now did
램드 시작
engage
전에
on
건너편에 있는
earlier, even though it looked like they dealt with the bridge slower,
돌
they did
붙여주는
engage the
거고.
boss faster.
Just a little bit faster for Mandatory. Once again, holding that advantage from Knowledge, just a little bit ahead of Echo. We're talking about a less than 10 seconds difference. Any mistake here could spell disaster for that team. Even just one player going down and instantly getting rezzed. Any cooldowns being eaten up by a death will almost spell certain victory for the other team, so we need to stay 100% safe. Even though Echo pulled the boss later on, they're still somehow keeping up and even just barely pulling ahead on boss damage from Mandatory. It's just too close to call right now.
Yeah, it looks like Mandatory did focus a little bit more damage into this trash because they don't have
타이페 생각보다
it's too much
데미지가
pressure for
세거든요.
Skylark to
그래서
just passively cleave them down.
타이페 딜만
So they did
조심하면
focus some of these trash packs a little bit more in comparison to Echo, and that's why Echo did just pull ahead a little bit because they don't have to worry about that trash pack too much in comparison to Mandatory, but still incredibly close between those two teams.
에코가
You can
네임드
see
딜이
still
빠르네요.
2 corpse spiders up for Echo that they're just passively cleaving during that inhale cast. Mandatory did have a down phase now, have the boss come back up. I believe the boss is going to go down for Echo now as well, though.
It looks like
만다토리 다음 바라에 사실 마주 얹혀서 들어가긴 하는데 따라잡기에는 좀 피 차이가 많이 나 보이네요.
Mandatory might get an extra submerge over Echo, and that might be all Echo needs to secure an advantage here, even though Mandatory had about an 8-second advantage after Knowledge. Now Genji did pop his Cauterize here. That's a little unfortunate. That
바라스키
G-Death
애매해
is gone
보이네.
here. Any mistakes and any extra damage on him could easily be a death. They still both have their battle res available to them, however.
이거는 바라 못 쓸 것
does get
같아요.
another thundering here to finish off the boss, but yeah, because of those extra submerges, they're definitely a little bit slower here. They're gonna get another knock here as well, but they did manage to just dodge that.
에코 역전.
Yeah, Echo now on the way to those 2 blueberries. That's another pretty dangerous moment. But again, Echo does have the AoE
양팀 다
suit,
데스도
so
없어요.
they do not have to focus down one of the blueberries and wait 10 seconds before they've get the other one into raging like Mandatory does. Mandatory has to focus one because he
에코 플레이
cannot
빠르고.
soothe them both unless they wait 10 seconds. So Echo can just evenly cleave them down here, maybe giving them another like 1 or 2 second advantage here and just pull.
Back and forth, all dungeon long here. 7-second advantage on the first boss for Echo, turned into an 8-second advantage for Mandatory on Knowledge, and then it comes back to a 10-second advantage on Bone Maw for Echo. It has been swapping back and forth all dungeon long, but look at the difference in the Void Spawn HP. Like you were mentioning, Echo does have that AoE suit. They don't have to worry about focusing one down. Both of their Void Spawns going to die at roughly the same time here, as long as the Void Pulses don't take them out first. Everyone incredibly low. One Void Pulse goes
이거
off.
에코는 피를 맞춰 잡았는데 만다토리는
both of their Void Spawns are
이
dead.
피를
Mandatory
약간
still has to finish theirs off.
나눠
It's still
잡아서
going to be about a 10-second advantage for Echo with only Ner'zhul between them. And yet again, another MDI victory.
차이.
Can Mandatory pull out the single target damage to deny them the victory on this map?
Mandatory just got thundering right before they jumped down, and it instantly cleared it because once they jumped down, you're all stacked up. So the thundering was cleared off Mandatory immediately, which means that they lost out on that damage buff. While Echo now has the thundering on their side, and they can fully utilize the buff, not having to worry about that as much at all. So getting another little bit.
이거 만다토리는 바로 킵했거든요. 그냥 썬더링에 마주 바로 그냥 올인하겠다는 거예요.
Here's the thing for Mandatory. The stars are going to align in about 25 seconds here. The power infusion
20초 뒤에 썬더링.
Crims actually is sitting on his combust for this moment too. It's going
지금
to be
바로
double
킵하고
points.
있어요.
It's going to be
썬더링
power
오고
infusion.
마주 오거든요.
Army of the Dead, it's going to become
이거에
combust
지금 올인하는
for
거예요,
Mandatory.
지금.
Is that enough to make up the 15%
근데 이거 진지는
boss
바로
gap
한번
that
더
they
쓸 수
currently
있을
have
것
to
같은데?
Echo right now? Both teams on a perfect
아닌가?
run right now. Both teams have 2 battle reses left
썬더링
in their
와요.
back pocket.
법사
The
바로 털
bloodlust
거예요,
already
이제.
active for Echo here with
이거
the army that
올인이에요.
did not
법사 이거
waiting for the
올인이야.
combust from Genji.
블러드 올라갔어.
Mandatory
블러드
just
올라갔어.
follows suit with their cooldowns as well. Can
법사.
they catch up?
야 법사 썬더링 틀면 안 돼 이거.
Well, on the exact same timing, there's everything running for Mandatory now. This has to be
이거
the
약간
moment
크림스
where
해줘.
they catch up. Echo has all cooldowns available as well, but Genji did not have combust during this
근데
bloodlust, and they didn't get the thundering as
차이가
well.
너무 많이
Look
나.
how low Ner'zhul is for Echo. It's just dropping so quickly. They have an Omen spawn in melee. They have to be a bit careful, but it does look like Echo is going to be the one finishing off the boss first, and it's going to be Echo winning the grand final here against Mandatory 3-1.
Wow, Echo does it again. Another MDI championship for Echo. And it was less than 10% of boss HP
만다토리가
difference between
막판에
them and
도박을
Mandatory.
잘했어요.
Mandatory was
도박을
right
잘했는데
there, but you
에코가 너무
just
잘했다.
can't stop the champs. Echo wins another MDI.
Wow, and I can't think of a more fitting end to this tournament than this game, because it was so close between both teams the whole way through. And I think you could make an argument that it was pretty much a perfect run out of both teams as well. There were no major blunders, no deaths. There was a little bit of jostling for position early on. Echo ended up getting the lead on the first boss, but by the time the second boss died, it was actually Mandatory that had gained a huge amount of time on
메이드
that
팀이
split.
어딘지
But
모르겠어요.
Echo clawed it back as we got towards Bone Maw, right? They were getting a little bit more time. This time they didn't have that exumer patrol in the way, so they didn't lose out because they didn't have that mind suit. So
꺼낸 게
they were a little
좀
bit quicker in reaching it to that point, and that was all they needed to then stay ahead and pull ahead, rather, as they got towards Bone Maw. And wow, I mean, huge props to Mandatory. This was such an incredible series out of them. That exumer was in the way for them, but they have the mind suit, so it didn't end up costing them any time. Just gotta walk
여기서
around the
이거
side there
운이
and
로버
a little
운이
strength of their comp.
에코가
But
좋았어요.
as we got really towards that Bone Maw split, that Bone Maw trash area, the boss itself, Echo were just doing the damage, and somehow they had pulled ahead despite being so far behind. That extra submerge out of Bone Maw at the end here
ND
for
왔다는 얘기는
mandatory,
들었는데
just a
나오가 아마
brutal
월퍼
thing to have
그만한다고 하지
happen to you on
않았었나요?
that fight, right, where Bone Maw's just, you know, refusing to stay in one place and keeps on submerging, and that cost mandatory the game and the series, but 7 seconds was all that separated the teams at the end, right?
제가
There's little
듣기로는
boss.
제 기억에 아마 나오가
Somehow Echo was able to
월퍼
find
안
extra
한다고
time there.
해가지고
Mira's
ND가 온 걸로 알고
AMS
있는데
and
저도 확실한 건
standing
아니에요.
in the wall there, getting a little bit of value from that AMS, just full tunneling damage. Everybody is just doing as much as they can. They have fully optimized this whole run, and yeah, less than 7 seconds even separating the two teams at the end. 0 death run. Look at the interrupts as well. The teams have such similar, I mean, basically everybody is identical to their counterparts here. Unbelievable.
Yeah.
아,
This
근데
is World of
이거는
Warcraft
진짜
played at its
7초
absolute
차이는
best. It does not get any more
7초도
efficient. It
아니네.
does not get any more perfect.
7초?
And you know, in the end, you got to go back to that Halls of Valor too, right?
누가
Where
잘했다
you always talk about Echo
못했다라고
bringing
얘기를
that little
하기에는
extra something to a finals. They did today again. Ended up making the difference. Set them up to be able to win it here. But wow, I'm in shock. What a great series. What a great weekend in general.
네, 수사하고 용일은
Absolutely
원래
insane performances
용일이
from
딜은
all
더
of our
세요.
teams. I feel like
야, 그거는 약간
legitimately
캐릭 성능
any of the
차이.
teams
그러니까
had a chance
같은
to take this weekend. I mean,
목소리일 때는 이제
Obviously,
젤리아가 훨씬
again.
더 잘하는 게 맞는데
as usual, Echo once again finds a way. 6-time champions.
젤리아가
Back to
힐러로
back,
딜을 좀
back
잘
to
치긴
back,
하는데
back to back. I think that's right. I think that was 6. Unbelievable from these guys.
I don't know. There you go.
뭔가
Celebration.
좀 그러네.
Echo. MDI 2023 champions, our first champions of
에코가 계속
Dragonflight.
우승해서 좀
So
꼽네요.
props to them. I mean, just kind of keeping with tradition, I guess. It is really hard to knock these guys off their pedestal. Like they are just that good. It's not a matter
네,
of
그냥
like,
한 끗 차이였어요,
oh, you know,
한 끗
maybe
차이.
they got this here and there. It's like this has become a dynasty at this point. You know, this has become.
아, 보통
you know,
에코가 이제 결승에서
I think
한두
it's
경기씩 한
probably
경기씩
easy to say the best
실수를
team ever in
하는데
MDI.
어,
How long is it
이번에는
gonna take
실수를
for
하나도
another
안
team to
해가지고
even like
그냥
I almost
잘해서
said echo these accomplishments.
잘해서 이긴 듯.
Pun totally not intended, but it's going to be hard for any other team in the history of WoW to like get close to what Echo has done.
I mean,
For
it
sure. I
wasn't
mean,
easy for them.
Echo.
아 맞네 에코
Yeah, I agree.
성격이
Definitely
때
wasn't easy for them
실수했다.
at all. This weekend was just incredible. I don't think I've ever seen that many close games, like just back to back. All of the teams just performed so incredibly well, and everyone has been saying it as well. Like even the competitors, players in Echo have been saying, "Oh my God, this is stacked. There's
Right.
just so many great teams. They're performing so well." And then the fact that Echo just somehow pulls it together in that grand final and plays every dungeon just perfectly clean. Because we've seen them struggle a little bit like the past few days. But today, that's just like this thing that Echo does, right? When they know when everything is on the line, they can just pull themselves together and just do this absolutely amazing performance. And yeah, even though Mandatory did great as well, it's just not enough to win against Echo.
아 이번 시즌 MDI가
Yeah, you do have
끝났네요.
to give a ton of credit to Mandatory as well. I mean, again, just the Monka team picked up by Mandatory,
쉬러
certainly doing
가보겠습니다.
their new organization proud. Sure, they didn't come away as
다들
champions,
시청
but
감사드리고.
putting together a run like they did in the MDI this season, certainly, if you know, just watching them hadn't earned them their spot on that org, like
재밌게
this should keep them
보셨으면
there for a
다들
little while.
구독,
If I was a Mandatory, I'd
좋아요,
be
후원
pretty
한
happy
번씩
with my most
부탁드립니다.
recent pickup. That's for sure.
다음에 봬요. 다음에 방송하면은 하게 되면 또 방송 킬게요.
So.
다들
In a little
빠이빠이.
bit, I believe we're going to, thumbs up. In a little bit, I believe we're going to have interview with someone from Echo. It's going to take some time
오늘
to get that
그러니까
going.
이번 주에
In the meantime,
목이
we can
너무 안
talk
좋아가지고
about really whatever you want.
뭔가
But,
만족스럽게 못했는데
you know.
다음에 기회 되면 더 재밌게
Can we
보자.
just talk
다들
about
쉬세요.
how close this bracket went to looking completely different?